Hello, friends. How are you doing? I hope everybody's doing well. Thank Spirit it's Friday. Am I right, friends? I'm just getting my cards organized. One day I'm going to join and I will actually be ready. Hi, Cartomancy. How you doing, love? Oh, the power's back on? Awesome. Good to hear, my friend. I hope you're okay. Hi, Marie. How are you, love? Thank you for joining, you guys. I'm just getting my cards out. Hope everybody's had a good day. I'm sorry I had to change the time today. I had the best of intentions to get here, but it just didn't quite work out for me, so I apologize. So here we are, friends, on our first episode of Thank Spirit It's Friday. And just like my wellness chats on Wednesdays, I would like to keep it different every time that we join and or that we get together, I should say. And today what we're going to do is are you ready for this, folks? It's not that exciting. We're going to do some readings for the weekend. What's coming up for the weekend? What do we need to know about what's happening this weekend? That's what we're going to do. And we're going to do it. We'll pull some cards collectively. And then if you would like a, something that's specific to you, let me know and put your comments up in the chat. And I will pull you some cards that way. I think that might be my boxes. I don't have any other windows open. I don't think. I don't have anything else open. I don't know why I'm repeating. It might just be me opening my boxes. Hi, Sharon. How you doing, love? All right, friends, just let me get myself organized here. I do apologize. I'm in a bit of a dither. Oh, did it? There you go. I'm in a bit of a dither today. I don't know why, but I'm like really, really hot. Hot stuff. Hot stuff. I'm glad that you're doing well, Sharon. It's good to hear, my friend. Hi, Jalicia. How are you, my love? We haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing well. So while I have everyone here, I would like to express my gratitude and my appreciation for everyone popping on yesterday and showing me some love and some support. It was a bit of a rough day for me yesterday, and I am forever grateful for all of you coming together and supporting me. You guys are awesome, 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 and I love each and every one of you. So thank you so much for that. All right, my friends, I'm just about ready to go here. I don't know anything more about that situation yesterday than I did. I'm just sort of trying to put it out of my mind, if I was being honest. I haven't really had any emotions that I am aware of. Haven't had any dreams. I did have trouble sleeping last night, but that's really nothing new for me. So we're here, we're together, and that's really all that matters. I think that someone yesterday said it best, that we need to send him off with forgiveness and love and light and blessings, and it's really all we can do. Oh, thanks, Jalecia. I'm doing better today than I was yesterday. I found out yesterday that my ex-husband passed away, and so I was feeling some sort of way, and I'm not really sure which way that was, but I was feeling something. It was quite a shock, and yeah. So, special shout out to Cartomancy, who is dealing with some extreme weather there where she lives, and Cartomancy is helping me. We're doing some practice tarot sessions together, so I'm going to pull some tarot cards today, but be kind with me, okay? Because I'm still learning. So, all right, my friends. So let us start off. We're going to pull a couple of cards for the collective, and then if you have, let me just move some cards around here so I have some room. We're going to pull some cards for the collective to get us started, and then we are going to move to, if you would like to have, something that's specific to you, let me know. And in the chat, and we will get you a reading for what's coming up for this weekend. I did want to, honestly, the way I wanted to start this was I wanted to go outside. Friends, it is minus 12 degrees Celsius here, and it feels like minus 18. So it's a little cold. I wouldn't even be able to speak. I wouldn't be able to operate my phone. So I sort of went, okay, we'll save that for another day, right? Yeah, it did, Jalecia. I mean, as I said yesterday, I don't want to get into a lot of details here. I haven't. So my ex-husband and I were married back in 1991, and when we were married, and the time before that, and he was a good person with a kind heart. But he had some demons in his closet, and unfortunately he got pulled into a crowd of people that introduced him to the world of drugs. And although he didn't really do drugs when I was there, I mean, as you guys know, I don't drink, and I've never touched a recreational drug in my life, so that isn't something that I would condone or really tolerate. And so that wasn't really a part of our life together, but as our marriage was ending, it was evident that he was sort of going to that side, shall I say that. So we got divorced in 1998, but I had left 5 years prior to that. So the way that his life has gone now is a total mystery to me. I don't know that person. I never knew him that way, and so that's where my confusion comes from. I knew him then. I don't know him now, if you know what I mean. And so I'm just trying to remember the then person. And the connection that we shared, and I feel bad that he's had those issues. Feel sorry for his family, that type of thing. So there you have it. I feel very antsy today and very panicky today. I was okay earlier, but sometimes that happens when I rush around. All right, my friends, let's get started here. I've got, my eyes are watering. And I'm super hot. I'm going to put my hair up, actually. Oh, sometimes it's not much fun having so much hair. Can I just say that? Yeah, absolutely, Marie. Wow. All right, friends. Oh, whatever. All right. This is me. All right. Yeah, it's just cold, is what it is. It's just cold. All right. So let us start off by pulling a gratitude card. And the card that we have is "This is a wonderful day. I've never seen this one before." I love that. I love the artwork on these cards. Now, these cards are not oracle cards by any stretch of the imagination. They're more, a card that you would pull for yourself as like a positive affirmation, which there's absolutely nothing wrong with. Oh, thanks, Marie. Appreciate that. I'm a Leo, so my hair is my everything. What can I tell you, my friend? All right, so let us pull. Good for you. Good for you, Suzanne. Oops. I have cards mixed together, which is not a good sign. Oh, are you, Marie? Yes. Our Leos, we like our hair. Well, it's our mane, right? It is our lion's mane. Interesting card. Nasturtium. I think that's the way you pronounce that. We have grounding. The beginning is where you need to be. The beginning is where you need to be. Right? All right. Sorry, guys. I'm just feeling some sort of way here. I'm trying to calm myself down. I'm rubbing my amethyst and just trying to... Whew. All right. So... No, I don't know which card to last. Or... Uh-oh. Yikes, Suzanne. So, does anyone have any big plans coming up for the weekend? Anything exciting that they're doing? Or just laying low? I guess there's not much that we can do, right? Wow. Interesting. We've got the Death card here. I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. Note to self, Kelly. I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. So, friends, because I'm feeling some sort of way, let us do a moment, if you don't mind. We're going to do a little bit of a tapping thing, okay? Just to help yours truly here. And hey, who couldn't use that to calm down a bit, right? All right. Oh, and by the way, I just wanted to mention that, as you all know, my neck was driving me crazy. And when I found that news out yesterday, my neck just sort of like stopped hurting. So who knows? Maybe I was feeling something and I wasn't aware that I was feeling it, which is just really interesting, just as a footnote. All right, here we go. So hands up to your cheekbones right here. Hi, Anna Banana. All right. And just gently tap. In through the nose, out through the mouth. We're going to do this for 20 counts. We're probably at 15 right now. Okay, now we're going to move down to our collarbone. Over our heart. Under our rib cage. Personally, I don't like this one. It makes me feel like a chicken. Or like I'm trying to do the chicken dance. All right, and back up to the cheeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Down to the collarbone for another 20. And back over our heart. And back to the rib cage. We'll do one more round. Right, Alicia? Cluck cluck is right. And back up to the cheeks. And back to the collarbone. And back over our heart. I'm sort of experienced that whole flight or fight kind of feeling. And it just sort of came on. Sometimes that happens to me when I when I rush around. I get panicked and then I get hot. And when I get hot, it reminds me of panic attacks, which I'm not going to have a panic attack, but it reminds me of that. And I need to sort of remove myself. And of course, I couldn't do that because it was coming on here. So that would explain why I'm a little. But anyway, I thank you, my friends, for doing that with me. Let us all just. Yes, Anna, you did tell me that, my friend. Okay, so just to recap, for those of you that just joined, what we're doing today is, what's coming up this weekend? What do we need to know for this weekend? So I'm going to throw a couple of oracle cards. I'm going to throw a couple of tarot cards. That's right, folks. Brace yourselves. And if I have to look up one, I have to look up one. We'll just say it like that. And what I want you guys to do. Oh, did it? Oh, interesting. Yeah, thanks, Marie. It really, really does work. Well, Anna, you're probably picking up on how I'm feeling. So we will get through this together, my friend. So what I would like everyone to do is to help me compile the cards that we think that we want to incorporate in our message for the weekend. So I'm going to pull some tarot cards, but Sacred Forest, Journey, Soul's Journey. I think we'll put a Soul's Journey card in for our weekend message. All right, let me do this. You guys want a color card? Because that's probably easier to remember. A color card. All right, Jalicia. We're going to put that one in. And we'll put that one in. All right, let's try this. Do you guys want a flower card in there, or a color card, or a guardian angel card? Let me know. And yeah, that was, I don't know, but I don't know, my love. All right. I'm just moving some stuff out of the way here because that's what I'm doing. Okay. I don't know how I have such a huge desk. I don't know how I don't have any room. But anyway. All right, friends. Let us talk amongst ourselves while I get all this ready to go. So. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. And unfortunately, in order for you guys to see my cards, I'd have to move my camera. So you're just going to have to, I'll just put them up to the screen. All right. So here we go. Here we got it. Are we ready? All right. angels, ancestors, and spirit guides for our highest good. What do we need to know for the weekend? Message for the weekend. January the 7th through January the 9th of 2022. All right, we have two cards that flipped out. All right, so we will leave that there. Marie wants a color card, so we will do that in the mix. Message for the collective for the upcoming weekend. What do we need to know for the weekend coming up? January 7th through the 9th of 2022. What do we need to know for the weekend coming up? January 7th through the 9th, 2022. Yep, and here I go. I'm getting hot again. Oh, friends, I don't know. Some days I really don't know. All right, that card. All right. Now we will pull a, whoops. Well, that fell out right away. That was almost too easy. You made quick chicken soup. Good stuff, my friend. Nothing wrong with that. All right. Message for the, whoops. Hi, Quince. Message for the collective. What do we need to know for our highest good for the weekend of January the 7th through the 9th of 2022? Oh, all right. That one fell out. You guys doing anything for the weekend? I think I already asked you that. Sorry. I think that I'm just going to take it easy. I'm going to chill out. It's supposed to be like really friggin' cold here all weekend. And I think that I'm going to just do my best to keep myself busy, distracted, calm, whatever the case may be. All right. Message for the weekend. What do we need to know for the weekend coming up? January the 7th through the 9th, 2022. Message for the collective for our highest good. What do we need to know? Whoops. We had a bit of an issue there with a bunch of cards, but we did have one fall out the backside, so we'll take that. All right, my friends. So we have a Power to Surrender card, a Soul's Journey card, Enchanted Forest, flower card, color card, two guiding lights. Marie wanted a guardian angel. Message for the collective. What do we need to know for the weekend coming up? January the 7th through the 9th, 2022. For our highest good, we have that. All right. And let us pull some tarot cards, my friends. That's funny, Alana. Hey, you know what? I think it's awesome that you are, you're taking all these classes and you're trying. Don't ever forget to celebrate the fact that you're putting yourself out there and you're trying, right? Because, sometimes that's half the battle, right? Sometimes that's half the battle. Knowledge is power, my friend. Knowledge is power, as my mama would always say. All right. Let us change the energy on these cards. All right, my friends, here we go. Here comes some tarot cards. You ready? Oh, hi, Kevin. How's it going? All right, we're pulling a message for everyone for what we need to know coming up for this weekend. I've got a collection of a bunch of cards that I've just pushed out, and now I'm doing some tarot cards. So you're going to see it here first, folks. Wish me luck on that. All right, message for the collective. Message for the collective for the weekend of January the 7th. Through the 9th, 2022. What do we need to know? Whoop, that one came out right away. What do we need to know for the weekend coming up? What do we need to know for the weekend coming up? Message for the collective for our highest good. All right, we got 2 cards there. Interesting. All right, message for the weekend for the collective. What do we need to know? All right, we got our 5 cards. Interesting, 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 interesting. All right, my friends. So let us start. Oh, hi, Faye. How you doing, love? I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking, Faye. All right, my friends. So, our tarot cards that I'm using the Light Seers Tarot, for those of you that are interested in that. So I just pulled 5 cards, right? The first card that we have is the 5 of Pentacles. That's feeling left out in the cold. I mean, this image where this girl is sitting there with her head in her lap, to me kind of says everything about that card, right? She's confused. She feels alone. She feels sort of isolated, right? Interesting. That right next to that is the 6 of Cups. Now, I will have you know that when you get the Light Seers Tarot, inside the book that comes along with the Light Seer Tarot, which is quite good, by the way, if anyone's interested in looking at that, they suggest that you go through the tarot deck and pull out 2 cards. One being the card that is the most positive to you just by its image, and then the second card being the one that is the most negative to you by its image. And I pulled the 6 of Cups as the card that is the most positive image to me. So the 6 of Cups speaks about inner child. It's looking back with fondness, of your childhood memories. It is. Oh, do you, Kevin? That's cool. It's nostalgia. It's. I don't want to say the past, because that might sound negative, but it's the memories, right? If that makes sense, what I'm saying. Next to that, in the middle, which if you pull 5 cards, typically the first 2 cards speak to energies of the past, right? The middle card is usually the current energy, right? 10 of Cups. Happy home, happy life, joy, right? Like a sense of contentment. That's what this card speaks to. All right. In the 4th position, which the last 2 cards in a 5-card spread typically are referring to future outcomes or possible energies as you sort of resolve whatever said situation is. But due to the question that we asked, what is the message? This is letting us know that this energy could pop up, if that makes sense. So this is the King of Cups. So cups, right, are emotions, right? If you think about the king, think about the court cards in the tarot deck as a royal family, right? So the king is the ruler, right? He is the highest that you can go when you go from ace to king. He's it. He's the top of the the top of the towers, or the top of the hill, the top of the heap, the top of the pile, however, which way you want to say that. Now, having said that, that's what I know about the King of Cups. So let me read it from the book, my friends, to make sure that I'm telling you what I should be telling you. I don't want to be giving you any false information here. So the King of Cups is love. It's emotional intelligence. It is patience, experience, stability and balance, creativity, diplomacy, someone supportive, being nurturing, a wise leader. So that is wonderful, that card. That is a wonderful card. Next to that, we have the Judgment card. Okay. And if you look at the image on this card, you can see the outline of the person, and it almost looks like it's coming out of her, right? So this is going inside, it's releasing, it's how do I explain this? I don't know why I'm so nervous explaining this to you guys, but there you have it. It's releasing, it's sort of discovering your insides. If that does that make sense? I don't know. I'm not doing a very good job of explaining it, but anyhow, let me read from the book to make sure that we all have a good understanding, aka meaning that Kelly understands it. So self-realization and understanding, right? Spiritual awakening, knowing your motives and your heart to be true, which is lovely, right? So when you look at the 5 cards that we've pulled, the 5 of Pentacles talks about you felt alone, right? You felt out in the cold, ostracized, not part of the group, not part of the community. Past energy, right? You're thinking back to younger days, right? Thinking about how things used to be. Now you come into the current energy where you're a lot more content, you're a lot more positive, a lot more happy. For the most part, you feel that sense of community, as Faye just said, and you're feeling that love of your family, right? The contentment, the joy. The King of Cups talks about exactly that: love, joy, contentment. You know, look at how peaceful he looks in that image. And the last card there, the Judgment, speaks of having a spiritual awakening, you know, finding yourself, for lack of a better way to put it, which is really interesting. When I pull some of the rest of the cards that we pulled, I think we'll tie this all together. On the bottom of the deck, which some people read this, some people don't, this is the current energy of the weekend. So this is the 5 of Wands. It's conflict, it's fight. But there also is a positive spin to the 5 of Wands. It doesn't have to be a negative card. And I think a lot of people misunderstand the card and think of it in a negative way. So the 5 of Wands is competition, it's conflict, it's ambition, it's a challenge, it's being pushed by other people to excel, right? Brainstorming is also mentioned about this card. This, to me, with these 5 cards that we have pulled, is speaking about not actual conflict. This is about something that's going on in your head, like a mental conflict. And the reason why I say that is because of the first 2 cards that we pulled, being the 5 of Pentacles and the 6 of Cups. And then, of course, the Judgment card, right? So the good news, my friend, you will resolve the conflict if you're experiencing any, and you will come out on the other side with a realization or an awakening, shall we call it. You know, you will come to a good place. So please let me know if anybody if that resonates with anyone, how you think I did, what I need to continue to practice on. I will continue to practice, my friends. I will continue to practice. All right, here we go with the rest of our cards. For Ana Banana, we have soul contracts. Card number 13. Beautiful image on that card. It says, before you were born, you agreed to partake in specific experiences that assist in the evolution of your soul. So that could speak to the Six of Cups or the Judgment card, right? Or possibly even pointing towards the Five of Wands. That mental conflict, right? Your things are stirring around in your brain. You're asking why, how, who, where, what, when, right? The next card, both of these fell out of the deck for the Guiding Light Oracle. This is divine timing. And I don't know why I'm looking at that image and it almost looks like a monkey or a dog to me. It's got like a little eyeball right there and the mouth, or like a little teddy bear, like a little Yorkie or something. Interesting. I've never noticed that before. Divine timing. What you are working on now is divinely guided. Again, speaking to the Judgment card. All right, we have our friends. We pull this card every time. I love it. Cherry. Live an extraordinary life. Live an extraordinary life. Oh, thanks, Faye. Right? Oh, do you, Marie? Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, hi, Flowing. How you doing, love? Right? Live an extraordinary life. Live an extraordinary life. Like, listen, nobody knows better than I do a couple of things. First, specifically about the cards that we've pulled. Number one, you cannot live in the past. When I say that, of course, you can live in the past. It's not good for you. You're not supposed to live there. You're supposed to reside here, now, present. And you can't do that if you're all stuck at the Six of Cups, right? Thinking about where, what used to be, how things used to be, who you used to be. I suffer from that. I do that all the time. Well, my friends, how do you get to this point where you live this extraordinary life? How do you get to the point of, the Judgment card, where you've had that awakening, where you've realized, right? You've had that aha moment, as Oprah used to call it, where the light bulb has gone off and, all things come together. You have confidence. Confidence. I love that, Marie. Be what you want to see. So, Flowing, I'm sorry, sweetie. Yes, Faye. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. We talked the other day about visualization. We talked the video before that was about mirror work. That is getting in touch with you. That's what we listen, I'm talking to me too, right? I need to get in touch with me. I did, when I heard this news, the exact same thing that I have always done, which is the exact same thing that ended me up in this spot in the first place. And that is pretend it's not happening. Which is why I'm antsy and because I'm fighting it. I am fighting it because that is my natural instinct, is to fight it, right? And if I fight it, what's going to happen? Two things are going to happen, my friends. Number one, I'm causing myself all kinds of mental conflict. And then what's going to happen? Because I'm going to have to go within myself and hang my head on my lap and go, uh-oh, I can't do that. None of us can do that. I mean, we can do that, but we're not going to do that, right? We're going to have confidence, because why? We deserve to live an extraordinary life, my friends. All right. From the Sacred Forest, we have Unicorn Purity. It's just a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous card, right? What?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, hi.
Mwah. Love you.
I love you too. Thank you, honey. It was unexpected. We have regret, right? I know that I cannot change the past. I know that I cannot change the past. That's the ticket right there, my friends. I know I cannot change the past. Listen, I'm going to say this to you guys, okay? And this is going to make me cry, because that just made me really emotional, because he felt it and he came in and he gave me a kiss. And I realized that not everybody has that person there to walk in and give you a kiss, a pick-me-up when you need it. I'm going to say this to you guys, and I'm going to try not to lose it. Sometimes it's easier to go through the Rolodex in your mind back to the place that you think was a happy time. Now, you all know that I'm no therapist. I am just someone who suffers with a lot of anxiety. But I want to say this to you, because this is truly the deal. And I've been asking myself this since I found out about my ex-husband. There is, first of all, I would like to say that there is the difference between living in the past and remembering a wonderful time in the past, a wonderful moment. That is not what I'm talking about. Those moments, those cherished memories, hold on to those, of course. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about when you choose a moment in time to reside in that headspace, to always go back to that same point in time, right? Because you have convinced yourself that the Six of Cups, your nostalgia, your past is better than your present. My friends, it's not. It was a moment in time, and if we were meant to live in the past, we wouldn't have a present or a future. Now, to bring that back to where I was going with that about me personally, when I found out that news yesterday, my conflict is this: I don't know him anymore. I don't know him. I don't know the person that he's become, all entangled in his personal demons and addictions, or just his life in general. I don't know anything about him. So what did I do? I don't want to think about him in that kind of pain or darkness or I don't wish bad stuff on anyone, so I don't want to think about that. So what did I do? I immediately went to the past, right? I had a conversation with someone earlier today who said to me that he was no good for you. And I felt some sort of way about that comment. Not because they said it to me, because, if I was being honest, it was the truth. But I cannot sit here and say to you with any sense or shred of honesty that I am not sad. I can't sit here and say to you that I don't feel some sort of way. I do. I just don't know how I feel, to be perfectly honest. I went immediately to the past. I went immediately to why did you turn out the way that you did? Why did you take that road? So in 2018, he reached out and contacted me. And this is what he said to me. He said that he would not have gone down that road for, with the drugs and having to go to rehab and all that kind of stuff. He would not have gone down that road if we had still been married. And why? Because I was the only person that ever believed in him. I believed in him more than he believed in himself. And I would have not allowed him to do that. I would have kept him on the straight and narrow. That, my friends, is like the banner that's going across the screen, that's what's going through my mind since I found this out. And so what do? Because I have anxiety, I went right back to then that this is somehow my fault. I did this because I didn't stay, because I didn't care enough, because I didn't help him enough. And that's what I'm struggling with. My friends, regret. Right? I know that I cannot change the past. The past is the past for a reason, and we must leave it there. We must not reside to it or reside there. We must live in the present. That is the only way we have hope for the future. So, I just wanted to explain that to you because I don't want you to ever think that I'm preaching something to you. I'm being honest. I do it all the time. I know that other people do it, and it was important for me to say so because I almost need to say it out loud for my own self to hear, shall I say. All right. You know what? Sometimes spirit is amazing. And when I say sometimes spirit is amazing, I don't mean that it's not amazing all the time, but sometimes it's amazing to me how it comes across in these cards. Surrender to drama. No matter how emotionally charged the situation, remain calm and don't contribute to the drama. Staying centered will help resolve the issue more quickly. Hello? I need to stick that one on my forehead, do I not, my friends? Right? We need to stay present. As I was saying, we need to stay present in the moment to be able to sort through what we need to sort through. We have no hope for an extraordinary life if we don't live in the present. If we don't live in the present, there's no future, right? So, I know, Anna Banana, I know. And the last card that I have, my friends, is Inner Child, which is really interesting because we pulled the Six of Cups, and that's exactly what that speaks to. So, and I apologize. I'll go back and read all these comments in a second. I'm on a roll, folks. I'm on a roll, my friends. All right, Inner Child. Nurture your inner child and begin to express the awesome beauty you hold within you. We live in a world where a formula exists for everything. Yet love and creativity have no formula. They do not need to be studied, simply nurtured. Regularly set aside some time to just play. And I don't know about you guys, but I can most definitely tell you that I don't have hardly enough playtime in my life because I don't allow myself to ever lose control. So, my friends, I think to sum all of that up, and I don't know if that was for you guys or for me or I just needed an audience, but I think that all of us need to put all of this, the drama with the politics and the divide and the vaccine and the anti-vaxxers and the COVID and all the things that we are dealing with, all the things, right? We need to really rise above. We need to rise above. We all have the power to do it. Just like we did when we did the tapping exercise just a few minutes ago, we all felt better, right? That is what we need to do. We need to take a moment, feel better, and go forward. It's like when you plug in your car. Here in Canada, it is a very common thing to have to plug your car in the wintertime because you need to keep it warm so that it starts the next morning, right? So you're constantly recharging your battery. That's what we need to do. We need to recharge our battery with love. We need to recharge our battery with confidence. We need to recharge our battery with surrendering to drama. If you don't want it, don't take part in it. The drama is going to go it's gonna pass whether you are involved in it or not. Don't be a magnet for that because, my friends, that's negative. And we can't afford right now in this time that we find ourselves in to give any more to negativity, if that makes sense. So, what do we think about that message, my friends? What do we think? Yeah, keep the block warm so it doesn't crack. Don't screw up my metaphor, Mark. Or no, that was Marie. Don't screw up my metaphor. But that's exactly the point, right? If we don't ignite the flame in us, right? We gotta like constantly rejuvenating our stuff and constantly telling ourselves that like it's okay. We got this, you know? If that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? All right, let me scroll right back up here. Okay, so Suzanne says, you are a trooper, Kelly. I'm so proud of you, and I'm honored to call you my friend. Suzanne, you're going to make me cry. Thank you. It's so kind of you. Thank you. Suzanne says, I understand exactly what you are saying. Thank you, Suzanne. Kevin says, there's nothing wrong with being introspective and going back in the past if you're reflecting and growing from it. It's not helpful to stay in the past for too long, though. 100%, Kevin. That's what I was trying to say. You said it a lot more eloquently than I did, but that's what I was trying to, that was the message I was trying to put out. Thank you for saying that. Marie says, but he has free will. Blaming you is wrong. It's not your fault. 100%, Marie. And that's what I'm trying to say, that, you know, for a little bit, I kind of went there and went, you know, because I remembered those words and I thought, like, not necessarily like a responsibility, but the woulda, shoulda, coulda. Could I have changed it? Could I have done something? Could I have done more? Right? If you understand what I mean. Suzanne says he was not taking responsibility for his actions and he was trying to find someone to blame. You are not to blame. Thank you, Suzanne. And I do know that. I do know it's not my fault. Anna Banana says that is what he liked to believe, but he was where he was because he was too cowardly to look at himself with a clear eye. 100%, my friend. Anna Banana says, I love being right. I told you. Yes, you did. You did. Anna told me. Faye says he manipulated you. Addicts like to blame others for their shortcomings. Don't take that on. You have a wonderful husband. No, 100%. 100%. And I appreciate you saying that, Faye. Thank you. Right, Anna, I know, like, I don't, I have, because of my anxiety, the thing, you know, I talked about that many times about how I went outside and I had that, you know, I've done this to myself, that little talk I have with myself. I think the point where I was going with all of that is that I have tried to control my environment, my situations, and my surroundings to protect myself, that I have sucked every ounce of spontaneity, joy, contentment, security, comfort right out of my life. Everything that I do is manipulated by me. Everything is manipulated by me. And when I say that, I mean, we can't go anywhere. We can't do anything unless I okay it. And then I've got to figure out how I'm going to get there, what I'm going to do, who I'm going to talk to, what I'm going to wear, where I'm going to sit, you know, like blah, like it's like it, there's no more, hey, you just want to like go for a drive and let's, you know, in 5 minutes we're in the car. There's no more of that because I can't do that. Here's the thing, my friends, I can do it. I can do it. I can. But I've got to surrender to it. And that requires, as soon as I find the card, my friends, that requires this. And I don't have any of that. Because I let the drama of the panic attacks get in my way and get in my head. That is the first thing that I see, and that is my fear. That's what I'm trying to work myself around. And I just, as this message says, I know I cannot change the past. We are supposed to learn from the past, right? Think about this for a second. When you meet an older person, when you were a young child and you would sit and listen to your grandparents, or perhaps an older coworker, maybe even a teacher. Oftentimes we were struck in like in a wow kind of way, their wisdom, right? And where does their wisdom come from? Their wisdom comes from years of experience, from years of life, from lessons learned from the past that they then pass down to us, right? We refer to those as traditions, right? We refer to those as life lessons. Think about that for a second in terms of what we're talking about, right? If our grandparents were here right now, and we could say to them, what would you do if this happened to you? Meaning the pandemic and how the world is moving right now. They would look at you and be like, what? They didn't have, back in the 1900s or 1920s, they didn't have the luxury of sitting around on the internet watching the news, on their phones, on social media, bitching, whining, and complaining about, this person said this or that person said that, or that person looked at me funny because I didn't have my mask on. They just did it, right? They just did it. If you think about it, this is my personal experience, my personal opinion, right? And I'm not trying to ignite a flame here. In my personal experience, any elderly person that I have ever known is not really the type of person that complains about, oh, I feel like crap, or, oh, this is the way that it is. Oh, it's Wednesday, it's cold outside. They just get on with it because they didn't have those kind of luxuries. And don't forget that they also went through a major pandemic themselves with the Spanish flu, right? Just saying. All right, let me move back up here. Suzanne says we can always choose whether to participate in drama or not. Great message, Kelly. Thank you, Suzanne. I'm glad that you liked it. Marie says, a week ago, I said bye to a friend since 1995. Tired of the drama. She mad at the roommate, then yells at me. I have no regrets. Good for you, Marie. Good for you. Suzanne says, unfortunately, we cannot control anything outside of ourselves, but we are in control of what lies within ourselves. Exactly, Suzanne. That is exactly what I was trying to say. So I'm glad that you got that. Anna says, okay, question. As you said, we cannot change the past, but we can change our attachment to the past. But can we change our attachment to the past? That's a really, really good question, Anna. I will have to say that I don't know. I want to say that I think that depending on the situation, maybe you don't want to. So we'll take my specific situation so that I can try to articulate what I'm thinking. I don't want to change my attachment to my ex-husband. If I didn't marry my ex-husband, I wouldn't have gotten divorced, and then I wouldn't have met my new husband, and I wouldn't have the life that I have. I would never have known what it felt like to actually be loved. And I don't know if that's right, meaning the correct way to think about it, but that is how I think about it. So I don't know that I personally would want to change my attachments to the past, because I believe that the past paves the way for our future, and that's how we grow. I mean, how do you know that this is a great moment in your life if you have nothing to refer it to? Does that make sense? Faye says, since this CV, I don't want to leave the house anymore, yet when I do, I usually have a good time. Exactly, Faye. Exactly. I think that is like the fear of all that you have to endure if you do leave the house, right? I've got to make sure that I'm super duper careful. I got to make sure that I'm not near anyone. I can't hug anyone. I can't touch anyone. I can't talk to anyone. I got to stand 6 feet back. Make sure I got my mask. Make sure I got my gloves. Make sure I got my gel, right? Maybe I'm going to walk into a bunch of people that aren't paying attention. I know here different stores in Canada had those arrows on the floor and changed the direction of their aisles to a one-way. And people were totally ignoring those, going the wrong way, And you get very defensive because you're like, you're in my space, back up. I don't want that. Stay away from me. So you get very fearful. It's sort of like, because I love a good analogy, it's sort of like when you leave the house and you make sure that everything's in your bag or in your purse, right? You got your keys, you got your lunch, you got your wallet, you got your phone, right? Those kind of things. All the lights are turned off, the heat's turned off, the animals have been fed. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that kind of an idea that it to some people it's become part of their routine when they leave the house now, and to other people it has only increased the fear within them that they're going to get sick. I think that's my personal opinion. Delicia says, Anna Banana, good question. That is exactly what I have been dealing with lately, is working at changing my attachment to the past. Yeah. Marie says, everyone lined up for vaccines and wore masks. Well, because they wouldn't have questioned it. They wouldn't have had. And when I say that they wouldn't have questioned it, I mean, they all had thinking minds in the past. They would have, I'm sure, had the same amount of people questioning it as we do now. However, those people from the past wouldn't that were questioning it, it wouldn't have the legs that it has today, meaning it wouldn't swirl all over the world in a minute, right? It would have been, how do I say this? Contained. Does that make sense? Contained. Oh, that isn't what you meant, Anna? All right, let us know what you meant, love. Sorry. Changing the attachment to a specific memory, not an overall situation. Got it. See, that's a difficult one, because I think that, there are specific moments in specific memories, specific situations that you don't want to forget because they bring you joy. And then, of course, there's the ones that you are attached to that don't bring you joy. So can be a bit of a slippery slope, right? I would say that you have to be conscious of why you're holding on to it, which, as we both know, can be extremely difficult to do, right? And so my best advice for that is, when you have that said memory, think about the specific attachment that you have and what feelings does it create. If it stirs up feelings of anything other than joy, happiness, makes you smile, then I would say that it probably isn't serving you. And so maybe that's when you need to let go of it, right? If that makes sense. Please tell me if that resonates for you. Letting go of the effects and what you have known in the ways of life is difficult to change. It is. I mean, when you think about the past, my friends, most of it is learned behaviors. It is influenced by the people that you knew, the environment that you grew up in, the people that surrounded you, right? And I don't mean people that you knew. I just mean like the community that you were in, that you were introduced to you. Were you part of a family that allowed you to go to other people's houses? Were other people in your house, or were you a family that was just you guys, and no outside forces would ever enter your circle, right? Were you exposed to cultures and races in the world and news and whatever? Would your parents talk to you about things, right? Did you have encyclopedias at home, or were you encouraged to go to the library and read books to figure things out? Because I realize that we're not the same age, but back in my day, I wasn't sat in front of the TV for entertainment purposes, right? there was nothing to watch. Even if I was to sit in front of the TV, there was nothing to watch. The programs weren't 24/7. There was very specific programs that we all sat and watched together, right? We've seen those old clips on TV or in movies or whatever the case may be, where the whole family gathered at a certain time and sat around the radio and listened to a program, because there wasn't anything else for them to watch or to listen to, right? They did their take care, Flowing. I hope you're feeling better, love. Where was I going with that? I was going somewhere with that. By the way, just as a footnote to what we're talking about, and I don't know that this will be useful for anybody, but I want to say that I think that some of us have a tendency to idealize the past, or in a way that, like, you look at a picture and it's like, okay, we'll use this example. Victorian England. Everyone's like, oh my God, it's like Jane Austen and Mr. Darcy, right? And Elizabeth Bennet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the people that worked below the stairs in Victorian England didn't think it was like out of a Jane Austen novel. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? So the point that I'm trying to make is sometimes we have a tendency to idealize a certain situation or something that we're not really familiar with, right? There's a documentary series that I found on YouTube many, 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 many moons ago called, it's by the BBC, and it's the 1900s house. And then they have a whole series of the 1900s house, the 1940s house, etc. So they changed the whole decor in the house, made it appropriate for that time period, showed you how they lived, what all was involved about putting the black sheets up on the windows so that they couldn't see the light coming through, that you would get a fine if you didn't have those black sheets on your windows, because if the light came through, the enemy could see it flying and then you would be bombed. How you had food that would be rationed and coupons, and the recipes that they shared with everyone so that they could make something that was slightly edible, because what they had to work with was really, really bad. It's really an interesting program if you not only for the content, but if you can allow yourself to imagine how we in this day and age would cope with a situation like that. Those people, my friends, have already coped with the situation that we are now in. That's my point, right? They've already done it. The only difference is that they survived it together as a community, because they didn't have all these outside news influences telling you what you're supposed to think, how you're supposed to feel, be mad at that guy, be mad at this girl, right? It's really, really, really very interesting. Very interesting, my friends. All right. Anna says that makes sense, but I need to figure out how to change that attachment. I have learned that when I let go of a specific thing, I forget large chunks of time. Yeah, I do believe that absolutely happens. Anna says as small memories come back, chunks of time that I don't want to remember pop up. Gotcha. It was, Marie. It was hard work back then. Absolutely. Suzanne says we have to live in the moment and adjust when needed. It is paramount to our survival during a pandemic. You've watched that series, Marie. It's fantastic. They also did another one where they did dinner time. So these are people, modern day people, that they put back in these houses and then recorded them. And it's fascinating to watch them. They did one about dinner, so about food, just the evolution of food, the difference between, like, back in 1950, men didn't go in the kitchen. They weren't supposed to. They were, in some houses, they weren't allowed. And in 1960, they were allowed to go in and make toast and tea. Right? So it's just an interesting. I mean, think about it. All the people complaining, oh my God, I had to homeschool my kids. Really? And that's no judgment for me. That's no judgment for me. I'm just stating a fact. Those women never sat down. They never sat down. right? They were doing laundry on washboards with water from a river or a lake or whatever the case may be, right? Scrubbing, 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 scrubbing. So, I guess really, you know, they didn't have time to be busybodies or to listen to anybody else or to have an outside influence really penetrate their brain. They basically knew what they knew because more times than not, their children who went outside would come home and tell them because they never really went outside a whole lot. They didn't have time to go outside. And so I guess my point is just if you look at the past, specifically to what we're talking about the pandemic and stuff, that those people, the older people, they're wise. They've already been through a situation like this in those type of terms, if you understand what I mean. All right. Oh, I'm freezing. I need my blanket. Okay, because I was hot before and I turned the heat off and patio doors open. And like I said, it's minus 13. Hold on 1 minute. I'm going to mute my microphone. Bear with me. Sorry, my friends. I was having a word with one of the kitty cats. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about these attachments to the past. In terms of, let's try to assist each other with how we handle that, how we decipher whether it's good memory or a bad memory, a difficult memory, something that we want to hold on to, something that we want to let go. I'm seriously going to hurt one of my kitty cats. I wouldn't seriously hurt them, but I want to yell at them. There's something that's stuck outside in the hallway and they're like clawing at the walls trying to get it unstuck. Probably a toy, a mouse or something. Not a real mouse, a toy mouse. It's like a dripping faucet. It's driving me nuts. Anywho, so I would say that it really depends on the specific memory. So I'm going to use a specific memory that I have. It's not a happy memory by any stretch of the imagination. So it's a memory that I've shared with you guys where I spoke to you guys about the time that my mother got a phone call that my dad had come and got all of his guns and that and she assumed he was coming to kill us. And we all laid underneath the window. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. So that's not a great memory. I don't like thinking about it. I don't like talking about it. I definitely don't like to remember it. Sometimes I feel it's necessary to say it, to acknowledge that it existed, that actually happened to me. And this isn't negative, this is positive because it speaks to, for me personally, it speaks to my strength. It speaks to my adaptability. It speaks to my ability to bounce back. I don't know how else to put it. In terms of, look at what the hell we went through and look at where you are now. You didn't let that stop you. You didn't let that ruin you. You didn't let that get in your way. Right? many times, my sister and I will, go down the path of history and pick out moments such as those and say to each other, I have no idea how we turned out so flippin' normal considering what we went through. Also, to make the comment that we have no idea how people had no idea what was actually going on in our house, because nobody did. Somehow we managed to keep that all really, really hush hush and quiet, and people were like shocked when they found out. And some people don't even know those stories because, let's face it, nobody really cares, right? So I wouldn't say that I have an attachment to that specific memory as you were asking, or asking about, Anna, but I definitely think about that memory often. I often say it out loud because to me it is a polar opposite of what anyone thought my life was like. And I use it as sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? A jumping off sort of point, as in terms of, wow, like, you're not crazy, you're not nuts, your childhood was a little messed up, and you're all right, if that makes sense. I don't know really how better to articulate that. I don't really have, I don't know, I don't really have specific attachments to a lot of memories, to be honest. I have a really good memory. I remember all kinds of things. I remember stuff going back till I was 2 or 3. Like just the other day, my sister texted me and said to me, I just have a question. She said, if we lived in such and such a place, why was I born in such and such a hospital? Which I'm not really sure why she asked that question, but okay, that was the question she asked. And I responded and said, because that's where Mom's doctor was, and he was a specialist, and this is his name. My sister's over 50 years old. I was almost 5 when she was born. Why? Well, no, I was almost 5. I was 2 months shy of turning 5 when my sister was born. Why do I know my sister's specialist name? Or my mother's doctor, who was a specialist. Why do I know his name? I don't know. I just do. So I realize that not everybody has that same kind of memory that I do. So I don't really have like a lot of specific attachments, but I definitely have a lot of memories. So I don't know if it's the same thing or different or whatever. I feel like I'm going on and on and on, and I'm not making any sense at all. I'm so sorry. And the chat has completely come to a standstill. Nobody's saying anything. Yes, Suzanne, I agree with that statement that teachers deserve a lot of credit. And here's why. Have you babysat? Have you ever babysat? Have you ever been responsible for someone else's children to educate them, entertain them, look after them, be responsible for them, be accountable for them? Have you ever done that? Grandchildren, nieces, nephews, not aunts and uncles, but cousins. You were hired to look after someone's kids in terms of being a nanny or a babysitter. Have you ever worked as a day camp counselor? Think about that. Think about it. It is more difficult to be responsible and accountable for someone else's children than it is for your own children, because you know what to do. You know what you will do, you know what you won't do, and it's okay if you don't do or you do, right? Because they're your children. They belong to you. So, for example, if I said that I was going to, I don't know, I can't think of anything. If I said that I was going to, keep my cats inside forever and ever and ever because I didn't want them to go outside. That's okay because they're my cats, and I feel that I am in a position to make that decision. Now, if Cartomancy has a cat and she says to me, "Hey, Kelly, can you look after my cat while I'm away?" And her cat only eats wet food and my cats eat dry food, or I don't think that wet food is good. I'm like, it's very difficult to make those decisions for someone else's children, right? All of a sudden, I'm telling her cat, you can't go outside because I don't think it's right. You can't eat that wet food because I don't think it's good for you. It's very difficult to be responsible and accountable for someone else's children. It's actually worse than being responsible or accountable for your own, in my personal opinion. And I say that because of working in the group home. I was literally responsible for many people at the same time, but a whole person's life on paper. I was responsible for multiple people in a home, in a living situation together. I was making decisions along with other people that worked there that would, one way or the other, impact their overall happiness. And that's a lot of responsibility. Yeah. Yeah. No, I do. I agree that it's, it's BS. I mean, listen, all you got to do is think back to going in a grocery store and there's some mom with some kid who's throwing themselves at the magazine rack or the candy rack at the supermarket. And you're like, wow. And we all do it. We all look sideways. They all, yikes. We all do it. Every single one of us has done it. We've all done it. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that, we have become nothing more than a judgmental court of public opinion in this day and age, where we have no issue. We have no filter when it comes to telling people, okay, look at my background. I don't like Kelly's drapes. I think Kelly, I don't know why does she have that chair? Why doesn't she sit in the other chair? I don't like the way she looks down. I don't like the lighting, so I don't like her. The hell does my lighting have to do with what I'm saying? You don't tune in because of my lighting. You tune in, I would hope, because of me, right? Because of what I'm saying, because what I'm saying you're interested in, right? You want to know more about the topic or whatever. You're not tuning in because of the lighting that I've got in my room. But we have become that kind of society that we would say, well, your lighting sucks. And then one of you would go after the person that said that, her lighting sucks. And then before you know it, we got an issue on our hands. That's the way we've become, because we have become so overly sensitive, and we want everything instant. Everything has to be like that, snap. Everything has to be immediate. We don't want to wait for anything, right? 5 seconds is like, it's like an eternity. I'm not sure how we got there, but I'll tell you that when this pandemic first happened, I was talking to my sister. We're talking like last year in like April, when we were first on lockdown for a couple of weeks or a month or whatever it was at that point. And my sister said to me that, they were doing the best that they could. And, every night they were having a theme night, they were having Mexican night, and they were having, like English night, where they were having fish chips, like that kind of thing, right? Excuse me. She was trying to do her best to make it fun for her whole family so that it wasn't like, right? And I was like, that's really good. And then I thought to myself, how wonderful that people are going to go back to, what I grew up with as a kid, where you sat down at the table together and you didn't have all these extracurricular activities, not that they're not great, that you weren't like racing off to, right? That you actually got the opportunity to sit and discuss and, hey, how are you? Let me actually look at you. How sad is it, do you think? And I'm going to say this, and I don't know how many of you all are moms. I'm probably the only one here that isn't a mom. But when your kids were small, can you honestly tell me that you knew exactly what they were wearing every day as you were rushing out of the house, and you're trying to get yourself to work and trying to get them off to school? And I mean, I'm pretty certain that my mom didn't know what I was wearing every day of the week because she was busy, right? She was a single mom. She was getting two people ready. She was getting herself ready. She was making lunch, taking food out for dinner, making sure that, the house wasn't going to catch on fire while we were gone. My point is, we have become so busy and so all consumed with what's going on around us that a lot of us don't pay attention to what's going on closer to our own self, like inside in our own homes. We're more concerned about what's going on in the world than we are with what's going on outside. And sometimes I think that that's a way of distracting us from dealing with our own stuff. And then other times I think that's just the way we've become. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that's what I think. Gotcha, Faye. Right. I get you, Suzanne. I get you. Well, my point in saying that is like you think about the kid that's been lost in the store, and you hear the announcement go on, or come over, right, come over the speakers, and and it's like, we've got a little person here that's got a blue striped top on and yellow shoes, and mentally in my head I'm thinking, are the parents like, oh shit, what was Bob wearing today? I mean, that was kind of my point, right? Oh, that's cool, Anna. I mean, that you're very lucky that was fortunate that you were able to do that, and I'm sure your children appreciated that, absolutely. And Faye, you're absolutely right. Here's something that I learned a long time ago in the group home, and like I said, you guys are mostly moms here, so you all know this. You cannot discipline, teach a lesson, as a form of discipline to anyone, especially a small or a young child, when you're talking about something that they did yesterday. It has to be in the moment when the feelings of said action are there, right? You don't remember that old show, Wait Till Your Father Gets Home? It's kind of like that kind of concept in my brain. Like you can't do that, right? That's nothing more than a fear and an intimidation tactic, in my opinion. So, well, of course they did, Anna. I mean, here's the thing, like, if your parents were stay at home, like if your mom or your dad or whatever the case may be were able to stay at home with you, you don't even acknowledge the fact of how lucky you are that 98% of your classmates did not have that. I never had that. I mean, at 10 years old, I had a key around my neck, and I was responsible at 10 years old for bringing my little sister home from school and making sure that she was safe until my parents got home. Right? And it was just like that was supposed to be. Yeah, my dad was a truck driver for the first, oh gosh, I don't know, probably till I was 8. So I mean, he was, I don't want to say he was missing, that sounds bad, but he was busy, right? And so oftentimes he would either be gone on the weekends, he would be on for 2 or 3 days at a time, not usually for the whole week. Or sometimes he would come home at like 4 a.m, right? Because he'd gone to like Buffalo twice, or to Sault Ste. Marie a couple of times or whatever. Hi, Quince. Want to come and say hi to everybody? You can squeeze through there. I was trying to squeeze through and I piled all the boxes up. Come. Here you are, baby. Want to say hi to everybody? Say hello, people. Hello, people. Yeah. Yeah, latchkey kids. I mean, and that's another term, right? I mean, think about that. They went on about a latchkey kid and how bad it was and how horrible it was at the same time that, women were trying to say, like, we need to do more than cook and clean. We need to be able to be out there in the world amongst other people, right? And all of a sudden they turn that into victim mode number one, and all the latchkey kids were like, oh, what, you have a key around your neck? I mean, you poor thing. So bad. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. We went like way off track, but I think the whole point is this, right? I'm going to say this, and I do not mean this in any kind of smartass or derogatory way. It's really just food for thought. If the past, meaning your specific thing that you're holding on to, was so great, was so awesome. Sorry, let me start again. I'm referring to a specific situation, not a time. And I'm not really talking about a person. I'm talking about your thoughts or feelings or emotions about said situation from the past, right? So let's take me with my ex-husband, because that's the thing that we started off talking about in the beginning. If my ex-husband was so fantastic and so awesome and so amazing, he wouldn't be my ex-husband. I wouldn't be thinking about the past instead of about the present. Right? I don't really know how else to say it like that. And sometimes, in order for something to be a past, memory or a past attachment, we need to understand that you don't have to forget that it happened. You don't have to forgive that situation. It may not be a situation where forgiveness is part of, it, but it belongs there, right? It belongs there because that was then. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. My parents never gave us access to house key ever. Interesting. All right, friends, 1 minute and 30. We've only been on for 1 minute and 33 seconds. 1 hour and 33 seconds in. Having a sip of my pop. No, lots of shows are starting, folks. I'm getting all kinds of reminders. I don't know if anyone else wants to go. Shall we pull some more cards? Hi, Linda. How are you? My goodness, my friend. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? May I just ask, how did everyone think I did with the tarot cards? And I'm sorry, this is purely from my ego standpoint. I just want to know that, like, I did an okay job, and because I've never really pulled tarot cards in a like reading setting before, so I would be interested for your feedback on that. And let's go ahead. And I'm doing okay, love. I'm doing okay. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to see you. Oh, thanks, Faye. All right, let's pull a couple of cards, shall we? Let's pull a couple of cards. Oh, thanks, Suzanne. You guys are awesome. Thank you to you guys. You know what? I used to do that to my nieces all the time when they were little, right? And now that they're older, they especially like it when I do that over the phone, and also when I call them sweetheart. I've always called them sweetheart. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why I call it. It's just what I call them, and they love the way I say it, which is really cute. All right, my friends. Oh, thanks, Anna Banana. Thanks, Cartomancy. I appreciate that, you guys. That's awesome. Listen, it's a work in progress, right? Linda, I pulled some tarot cards. I pulled some cards for the collective about what we needed to know going into this weekend. But I'm going to pull some more cards now that you're here, my friend. Don't want you to feel like you missed out on that. And we're just really talking about some of the messages that we got from the cards that we read. And that was that, some of us could be holding on to things from the past, and we need to move forward. Hi, Angel444. How are you? All right, so we're going to pull a card from the one of my favorite little decks, my little Language of Flower cards. And let's see what we get here. I had one fall out by accident. That was my fault. I can't shuffle and talk and think and read all at the same time. What can I tell you? All right, so we have African Violet, Spirituality. It's time to connect with what you believe. It is time to connect with what you believe. I love that. All right, so let us pull. Let's pull a surrender card here. Sorry, friends, I'm reaching across my desk to grab my cards. So I got this deck about 3 weeks ago, and it's still stickier than you know what. I still have a hard time getting these cards to go together. They just, I don't know. I hope it's going to resolve itself. Like, they're still really, really, really sticky. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. I'm sorry, Linda. I hope that you're all right, love. Okay, Cartomancy. Yeah, this is just, it just makes it challenging. That's all. It's not like I can't handle it. It just, every time I go to do it, I spill them all over the place. So this is an interesting card, my friends. Surrender your ego. Surrender your ego. Cultivate gratitude. Be of service to others and come from your heart. A big ego can work against you, but humility will further your goals. Interesting card, my friends, is it not? All right. Okay, I'm freezing. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. I'm glad that you feel better, Linda. I'm glad that you feel better, my friend. Yes, good point, Anna. Good point. All right, my friends, let us pull a Soul's Journey. Whoops. We have balance. I bring a state of perfect harmony into my world, and I do so without judgment. That's what you just did, Linda. You're bringing balance into your life by doing that purge. Bringing balance to your life with the purge, my friend. So while I have you all here, Sunday, January the 9th at 8 p.m. They're all too big for my hands, Faye. But thank you for asking. They're all too big for me. I have such tiny hands. They're all too big. Sunday, January the 9th at 8 p.m., we have Ali from Heart and Soul Connected here and Michael Dyer, who has created a set of relationship cards. And so we're going to be taking a deep dive into relationships. We're going to call it the W5 of relationships. I think it'll be really helpful. A lot of us are dealing with divide in our relationships in all forms and fashions. So I think it'll be helpful and informative. So I hope that you guys can join us for that. And next Wednesday for our Achieving Wellness at 6 p.m. I believe that Heather's Indigo Crystals is going to be back with us we'll be doing some healing readings. All right, my friends. Hi, Jay. How you doing, love? All right, we have Spirit Guardian of Winter. I love this card. It's gorgeous. Retreat. Right? Retreat. And I have to tell you, if anybody looked outside my house right now, that's exactly what it looks like. And that's exactly what I feel like doing. Just sort of hanging out, just getting cozy, just relaxing, just keeping calm, keeping busy, but doing nothing. You know what I mean? Like a lazy weekend. Lovely, lovely. Oh, that's good. That's good, Jay. We were just, I did my first, I pulled some tarot cards in the beginning, and we pulled a message for what we needed to know this weekend. And we've just been talking for the last, hour about the message that we pulled. So we're having a really, really interesting conversation about the past and our attachment to specific memories or moments, how we decide how to let go, get rid of. Oh, nice, Linda. I love that. That's exactly what I thought of when I seen that card. The fireplace going, the big old blanket, so like being inside, which is the opposite of what I said to do. But if you think about the Judgment card that we pulled, that going within, that reflecting, that realization, the awakening. So maybe this card is speaking to that, right? Where you go inside your home, right? You turn the fireplace on, get a cozy blanket, get a book, bring the pets up nice and close, break out the crocheting or the knitting, whip yourself up some chicken soup from Faye, get yourself a hot chocolate with some marshmallows, right? Leave the cold and the blistering storm, which is like what's going on currently in our lives, outside, and you go inside where it's warm and it's comfortable and it's safe and it's secure and it's loving and it's familiar, and just sort of bask in that, right? Because that, my friends, is exactly what we talked about way earlier on. That's the reset, the recharge that we all need, that we all deserve, right? We all need it and we all deserve it. That recharge of the battery, so we can go back out into the cold or the world or whatever. Oh, have you, Jay? That's so nice. I'm so happy. Thank you. All right, my friends, let's pull ourselves a color card, shall we? My stomach is growling. Sorry. If you can hear it, it's like really loud. Sorry. Woo. Friends, I tell you, I don't know. Oh, really, Linda? I'm sitting at minus 13 degrees Celsius right now. And the wind chill is like minus 18, I think. And we're supposed to be going down to like 23, which is, that's just Celsius. It's just cold. Once you get to minus 25 degrees Celsius, from what I understand, it's the same in Fahrenheit. I'm not really sure how that works out, but anyways. Yes, Faye. Well, I'm not telling you to make more chicken soup, my love, but it would be lovely if I had some chicken soup. It's just, when you said before, Faye, about when you made the comment about chicken soup, cures everything. It's the concept. It's the idea. Okay. Now I'm going to do a little experiment to prove my point. Hi, JR. How are you, love? Good to see you. Okay. So against my better judgment, I'm going to go through my cards here for a second. Okay. Just bear with me. I want to do something here. There's cards in this color deck that I've never actually even seen before. It's amazing how you just get the same cards over and over again, right? Okay, let's try that one. And we're going to try that one. Whoa. Hold on now. I'm getting crazy with the cards, folks. They're going all over the place. Okay. So, yeah, wow, that is cold for the South, Anna. Okay, so I'm going to hold up this card, okay? And I just want you to look at it. And I want you, if you feel like sharing, tell me what this reminds you of. Tell, like, the first thing that pops into your mind when you see this card. What do you think of? Okay? So let's start with this one. This is from the Secret Language of Color. This is Amber. Let me hold it back a little bit so you can see the whole card. This is Amber. What comes to mind? What do you think of when you look at this card? Either how it makes you feel, what does it remind you of? What's it making you feel? Warm, cold, sad, happy? What does it make you think of? I love that one. That's good. You're different for sure. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? That everyone's perception of what this is, what this means, right? So different. So we have warmth, a warm fireplace, an award, the highest achievement. We have protected, right? So when we were talking before about sitting around that fire and keeping ourselves warm, away from the outside world, sort of protecting ourselves, going within our own happy place, shall we call it, and just pretending like the big bad world doesn't exist so we can recharge our batteries. The point where I was going with this specific experiment is there are things that are all around us that we can look at and get the same kind of feeling like we're talking about in here, about the warmth or whatever. Do you know what I mean? There are things laying all around you right now that if you look at them can evoke these same kinds of thoughts, feelings, and emotions, which are so important for us right now. you know, because this is a tough time that we find ourselves in. Tough time. All right, let me try this one. What do you guys think about this? Which, by the way, is just gorgeous. But what does that make you think of? When I show you this card, what emotions or thoughts, feelings does it bring up? What does it make you think of? See, when I look at this, I think of like, I imagine seeing a whole field of this. And I think of like brilliance and sort of like, you know, something that would make me go like, wow, that's amazing. Right? Something that is you know, like when you look at one of those mazes that is sort of like, you know, like, how did you like it? It's amazing, it's beautiful, it's astonishing, it's gorgeous. You know what I mean? Like the whole sight of it. If I look at the lavender, I immediately go to the smell, and I think comfort, like what Suzanne's saying. Yeah, freedom, youth, happy tears. Yep. And I like the freedom thing that you said, Anna, and the joy that you said, Faye, as well as the comfort. Like when you look at a flower and you think of it just sort of, you know, doing that really easy sway in a breeze. Beautiful, right? Okay, last one. Just a little bit of an experiment, my friends. I love this. What's that doing for you? What does that make you think of? How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Yeah, love's a good one, Suzanne, for sure. Like when I look at this card, I think of like sweet. It makes me think of like being newly in love, or a relationship. It makes me think of, you know, when someone does like the sweetest or the simplest thing for you, like how Mark came in and gave me a kiss, or maybe someone writes you a little note and tells you to have a nice day. That's what that reminds me of. Something that brings you instant, like an instant smile to your heart, right? Because you just think, aw, do you know what I mean? So my point in saying that is, like, all things that are around us, if we really, really, really try hard, because I know it's difficult, right? I listen, I here's where I was going with that. When we pulled that card earlier that showed us the house, and we all talked about, you know, it makes me think of being inside, and we talked about how we could go inside, close the doors, pretend that the big bad world isn't around us. We could recharge our batteries. Sometimes it's difficult to look inside our home and find not information, but inspiration, because, or comfort, because you're there all the time, right? And you look at the four walls as the same four walls all the time. So the point of that exercise was to point out to you that because you see things all the time, sometimes you're not paying attention to them, really paying attention to them. So maybe move a few things around in your house, maybe change your pillows or something simple like that. Um, put a new blanket out on the sofa just to change the colors up a little bit. You know, you're in charge of your environment, so create the environment that you need it to be for you at the moment that you need it to be, if that makes sense at all, right? I just did that yesterday. I love pillow covers. You guys know what pillow covers are, right? They're like a slip case for a pillow. And rather than buying new pillows for the couch, I have the slip covers. And so what I do is I change those covers probably every couple of months, intentionally, to change the look of the room. I also have, you guys seen and I'm just sharing what I do, right? So I have a corner cabinet in my living room, and I think you all seen that in that video. And it holds all my, tchotchkes, shall we call it. And I change it all the time. So when I change the pillows, I change that, and it looks different. And it's not always the same. There's only ever two things on it that are the same, which is the belief of which I gave to my mom and my mom's picture. Everything else on that corner cabinet changes about every 2 or 3 months. And I do that to keep things interesting, to keep, evoking different emotions, because of course you look at something and that makes you think of something else, which makes you think of someone else or some other place or whatever the case may be. And that's why I do it, to keep the change happening, right? Yeah, I know there's something going on with my internet. I don't know. I do apologize. I don't know what, I'm getting a low signal. It must be because of the weather. So I apologize about that, my friends. Anna says, and that is why I'm constantly rearranging the furniture, repainting the walls. Yep. Yeah, I do that. I do that as well. All right, my friends, let me pull a couple more cards. We're almost at the 2-hour mark. I've held you here long enough. So let us get moving. Yeah. Just, you know what, Linda, not telling you what to do, my friend. Purging is always a great exercise, but I would encourage you, do little bits at a time. Don't overwhelm yourself by throwing out like a bunch of stuff all at once, because that's really, really hard sometimes on your emotions. And you could have attachments to stuff that you don't even, that you're not even aware of. So just bit by bit. And each bit that you do, celebrate the fact that you did it, my friend. Celebrate the fact that you were able to accomplish that, because it's not always easy to declutter and purge and throw things out and so forth. So remember to congratulate yourself and celebrate the achievement of being able to sort through things and let go. Perseverance. I know that I can do whatever I set my mind to. And there you go, my friend. And there you go. Because sometimes it doesn't matter if it takes you 2 months or 2 days or 2 weeks, as long as you did it, right? Don't overwhelm yourself. If you feel like doing more, do more. If you don't, that's totally okay too. Do what you can, my friend. Do what you can. All right, here we go. Let's pull us a surrender card. I really like these cards. Yeah, I got a low signal there for like 10 minutes almost, Mark. Well, that's okay, Anna. Here's the thing about that. You don't have to. Somebody or something has put the idea in your head that it's not okay for you to have that because you're not looking at them, or because you're not that you don't have them out in view. So tell yourself that you will do it when you're ready to do it. It is a non-issue, and move on. It's a non-issue. You're the one who's making it a problem. right? It's okay if you have those, if they're not taking up space and they're, stored away somewhere where they're safe and, they're out of the way. You will deal with it when you're ready to deal with it. The fact that you've acknowledged that you have those and that it's bothering you indicates to me that you're conscious of it, and perhaps you're getting ready, you're getting closer to getting ready to deal with it. Don't force yourself to do it when you're not ready, my love, because that just builds up all kinds of anxieties. All kinds of anxieties. All right. We have surrender to fear. Or, whoops, sorry. Pardon me. Surrender fear. Surrender fear. I don't like the image on that card at all. Just saying. Let go of the fearful stories you are telling yourself. Stay in the moment, focus on solutions, and celebrate every baby step forward, my friends. That is what it says. Exactly what I just said to Anna and exactly what I just said to Linda. Good for you, Suzanne. Let go of the fearful stories that you are telling yourself. Stay in the moment, focus on solutions, and celebrate every baby step forward. You can't make this stuff up, my friends. You can't make this stuff up. The only time that holding on to stuff is not a good thing to do is if it becomes like a hoarder's episode, right? Again, we've talked about this before, this imaginary timeline, because someone else told you or implied to you or said in conversation that you should have gotten rid of X, Y, or Z, right? Or you have said, over the winter, I'm going to do that. Why? The point is, my friends, you need to know why is it bothering you? Is it really bothering you? What about it is bothering you? That's what you need to figure out. So Anna says, it is bothering me because I feel like I am trying to erase 30 years worth of memories, like you let go of our marriage. Okay. Now, I don't know if you want to go there or not, but I would say to you this. First of all, it is okay that you have anything that is tangible, meaning an actual object that speaks to your life together. That is totally okay. You're totally entitled, allowed, whatever word you want to put on it. It is totally okay. It is fantastic that you have that. The part that you are perhaps getting confused in your mind, and I'm assuming because you have decided, because of other people that you've listened to or other things that have told you that it's not okay, you have decided that it must be wrong, that you're holding on to these things as a way of attachment. You are not attached to, that is not an attachment to a memory. That is an attachment to a thing. Those stuffed animals represent gifts that he gave you or someone else gave you as a way of celebrating a particular moment within your marriage. And I say this to you, my friend. If they mean something to you, they are not bothering anyone else. It's no one else's business because they were gifts given to you. You have them in a box. You have them out of the way. You know that they're there. And the knowing that they're there is what is making you feel comfortable. That is what is holding on to that. Suzanne is correct. Memories cannot be erased because they are in your heart and in your mind. Right? But you are not ready to get rid of them. And so no one said you had to. You have told yourself, or someone else has told you, that they think that would be best for you. But you're in charge of that decision, no one else. So if you need, or you feel that you need them to be around, then keep them around. You will know when you're ready. And until you're ready, why is it a problem for you? Because someone or you have decided that it's time. Clearly it's not, or you would have done it. That would be my first thing to say to you. My second thing that I would say to you is this. If it's really, 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 really bothering you, and perhaps that this is more than just, well, I think I should do it because I heard someone else did it, or because someone else suggested that I do it, then maybe go through the box and give 1 or 2 away and keep the rest, one at a time. Go through the boxes or go through one box and pick out like your one favorite out of that box, or your maybe one that you would like to give away to your grandchildren or your nieces or your nephews or the kid next door, or whatever the case may be, right? That way there you can celebrate the fact that you did something, that you actually looked at it, you reviewed the situation, and your heart is still happy that you have them. I think you're being way too hard on yourself personally, and I don't even know the whole situation, but I think you're being way too hard on yourself, and almost to the point of being slightly unreasonable with yourself. You are suggesting that because someone else did something, or because someone else said something, that you need to be doing that same thing, and I don't think you're ready. Just my personal opinion. Linda says memories are held in your heart, not in physical objects. You can release them when you are ready. Anna says yes and no. I don't know when it started, but I have an issue with shutting off emotions and closing people out. That I'm hurt. I am queen of the cold shoulder. I get that vibe from you, absolutely, because it's a protective mechanism. That's how you protect yourself. And they can't hurt you if you won't let them, right? Hi Vivian, how are you doing, love? Glad to see you. Suzanne says you can take pictures of them as well. Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is this, okay? And I don't know if this is a good way to articulate this or not, but I'm just gonna go out on a limb here, okay? So let's say I've got this can of hairspray, and I say, you know what? I really need to throw this out. I've been holding on to it. I don't like it. It's an aerosol. It stinks up my house. It's not good for the planet. Yada, yada, yada. Right? But yet I keep buying it. Why do I keep doing that? Well, there's a couple of reasons. It's out of habit. It's because I like it, because it does what I want it to do, because I can afford it. It's accessible. Right? The whole point is, it's not about it being affordable or accessible, that I like it, that it does what it wants to do, because there's like 100 other ones just like it that can do the same thing. The point is, why is this problem for me? So where did the idea come from that this is my issue? Right? Who put it in my head that this is my problem, that I need to deal with this? Who did that? Did I do that? Is it something I read? Is it something that someone told me? You know what I mean? That's my point. You need to figure out what the problem is in terms of why do you deem that it's an issue that you have those, whether you give them away, whether they're stored, whatever. Why is like that? That's where the issue is. And I'm going to find an exercise that Susan Lynn did on her psychic medium. Susan Lynn, she did on her channel. Fantastic exercise. I'm going to send it to you in an email, and I hope that you try it, because I think that exercise is called The Damn Thing. I think it's exactly what you're talking about, and that I'm having difficulty articulating or explaining, and I think it will really, really help you. Basically, it's a breakdown of what you're actually talking about, what you're actually concerned about, where the fear is coming from, if you want to call it a fear, rather than the actual thing, meaning it's not about the bears. This has nothing to do with the boxes of teddy bears. This is about something else. So. That's kind, Linda. Thank you for saying that. Suzanne says items bring us comfort, but we can find comfort from within. All the answers lie within each of us. Faye says, like the old song says, take it easy on yourself. Yeah. You have to, since he asked for the divorce, I shut down. Literally everyone is waiting for me to pop. It's been 2 years since he asked and almost a month since it was finalized, and they're still waiting. Okay, listen, I don't know who the people are that you refer to. I am sure that you mean, your family, your closest friends. I'm going to tell you this, okay? Some women and some men, I'm sure, I don't know because I'm not a man. I can only speak from a woman's point of view. Some women, when they finally get those papers, when they get the divorce, they celebrate the bejeebers out of it, had the big old party. They burn the papers, which is totally stupid. Don't ever do that. If you're going to burn a paper, burn something that you wrote something on. Don't burn the divorce papers because you're going to need those someday for something, I'm sure. The point is, people that love us care about us. And people that love us say things, usually from the best place, hoping that it's going to lift us up and empower us and embrace us and give us all the things that we're looking for. We've spoken about this many times here on the channel about the power of words and how sometimes somebody could say something to you that it's totally taken the wrong way and totally out of context. And the best example I can give of that is this. I could call you a bitch and you're okay with it. Bob could call you a bitch and you'd be like, oh, what? Right? It is the mood that you are in when said thing comes at you, right? Your outlook, how you feel, what you're dealing with, what you're going through. Nobody else knows what the hell you went through. I don't give a crap if it's your kids. They do not know how you feel, what you're going through, the emotions. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. The only person who knows how you feel, what you're ready for, what you're not ready for, what you're capable of, is you. You hold all the control in this situation. You hold all the power to unleash, unlock, move forward. You need to be kind to yourself. You need to be patient with yourself. I don't give a crap if you got divorced 27 years ago like I did. I don't give a crap if you got divorced 5 seconds ago. Some people are ready to move on and some people aren't. It doesn't make you weak. It doesn't make you bad. It doesn't make you wrong. It makes you you. And that's all there is to it. So don't beat yourself up for it. Don't question it. Don't try to psychoanalyze it. Don't try to find a meaning where there is no meaning. Clearly, you were married for a long time. And I will tell you that many people, if they were truly looking out for your best interest, would point out to you that when a marriage ends, it is a loss. It is like grieving a death. You're not supposed to get over it in 2 minutes or 2 seconds or 2 days or 2 months or sometimes even 2 years. It is a painful, life-altering situation. So be a lot more kinder to yourself. Celebrate all the achievements that you've made. Remember, you are doing this. You're doing it. You're doing it on your own. The first time in 30 years, I don't know about how long before that, but the first time in 30 years, you are standing on your own 2 feet and you are doing it on your own. Don't forget that. So who cares about stuffed animals in a box? You've got much bigger things to concern yourself with and worry about than teddy bears in a box. Don't get stuck on the damn thing. Be kind to yourself, love yourself, encourage yourself. Don't find things that are Don't make a thing a problem that isn't a problem is my point, right? And I will send you that link for that thing. I'm pretty certain that exercise is going to help you. Okay, my mom and kids, but I don't cry in front of people, so it's unlikely to happen in their presence. How my mom cried when she found out. I was like, really? Because it's like a death. Honestly, it really is. I love that, Faye. Tell those people to jump in a frozen lake. I love it. It's not others' business. It's your journey and not theirs. They should ask you what they can do for you instead of telling you how to be or act. I mean, I think people do that naturally. I mean, I agree with you, Linda, 100%. But I think that people do that because they think that they are helping, right? They don't know what to say to you. I mean, listen, I don't care how horrible people think that other people can be, like, oh, my third cousin removed is an ass. Most people don't have, they're not all bad, right? Most people actually do give a crap about you, and they don't want to see you suffer in general. People don't know what to say. We've discussed that so many times. People don't know what to say. They don't know how to comfort you, right? Most people don't even like stop to say, like, how are you doing, and actually get the answer back. So, the problem is that we are expecting these people to do something, like take action, hug me, make me feel better. And they're not. And I'm not saying that because Anna doesn't really strike me the type of person that's like standing at her door going like, you can't go any further until you give me a big old bear hug. But you want them to hug your insides. You want them to make you feel like it's okay. Why is everything like different now? Right? Because it's different. I guarantee you that, and I don't know this, but I guarantee you that your relationships with all these people that are telling you what you should and shouldn't do are totally different now than they were 6 months ago and when they were before when you were married. They're totally different. And it's not because they're different, it's because you're different. And you need to allow yourself to figure out who the hell you are again. Because you're different. Because your situation is different. Your whole life is different. So of course you're different. My friend. No thanks are necessary when you are among friends, right? The point is, here's why I said that, Anna. I don't think that you are the type of person that is a hugger. That doesn't mean that you don't need a hug, and it doesn't mean that you don't enjoy receiving a good old hug, because we all need a good old hug from time to time, kind of like the cry thing, right? My point is, you are trying so hard to not let anyone see you crack. You are trying so hard to put your best foot forward and see, look at me, I did it. If you needed a hug, that doesn't make it any less of, look at me, I did it. You still did it. You're doing it. That's the part that you need to focus on. The fact that you're doing it. Not the fact that you're doing it and need a hug, is my point, if that makes any sense at all. Yeah. But remember, when you get divorced, it is like a death. You are grieving the loss of the life that you knew, and also fearful of what is to come up, because every aspect of your life is now going to be different. And I don't care why you left. I don't care what the circumstances are before you in terms of what perpetuated the leaving or the divorce. But it is going to be different than what you have known. And the longer you're married, the more different it is. And the more difficult it becomes, and the more challenging it becomes. And, I think the thing that we all think about is, stupid stuff like, I can operate the remote all by myself. Who knew, right? Ha ha ha. But what you didn't think about is, and I'm not saying this because I don't want to trigger anybody here, right? I don't want anyone crying. I'm only saying this because it's the truth. So please, it is meant with kindness. So I don't want anyone to take it the wrong way. We only ever think about those kind of stupid things. And most of the time when we think about those stupid things, that's when we're sitting around with the ladies or someone in the family who doesn't like the person that we left, who is like pushing you and egging you on, right? Trying to get you angry or mad, like that jerk, right? I can operate the remote all on my own, right? I don't need to come in here and make dinner for anyone. I can eat whenever I want, do whatever I want. You know, that whole kind of idea. It's not about that though, because those things, as certain as it would bring you 2 minutes of comfort to be able to pick up the remote and go click, I don't want to watch that. What is that? How does that change your life? It doesn't change your life at all. The part that you need to think about and the part that's hard to go there with, that these are the things that are difficult, is I don't have anyone to talk to. There's no one to discuss my day with. There's no one to cuddle up and watch TV with or cuddle up in bed with. That's the stuff. That's the stuff that you need to like work out. But here is the point, my friends, which ties in greatly to what we were talking about in the beginning. And I could be way off. I don't know the reason why people get divorced. I don't know. I only know I was divorced and I know my reasons. If it was so friggin' good, I probably wouldn't have got divorced. If I think that it was that great, I'm probably not being honest with myself. So be kind to yourself. Allow yourself to work through it. Allow yourself to process your thoughts and your feelings and your emotions at your own pace when you are ready. Celebrate everything that you achieve in terms of, filtering through those set emotions. Don't live in the past because it's not healthy. There's no harm in remembering the life that you shared, but you're not living in that life. Of course, there was good moments. Select all those good moments, just like you've selected those boxes of teddy bears. Teddy bears are the years together that were the happy moments and the good moments and the good memories. And those boxes of teddy bears, what that represents, if I'm going to really go out on a limb here and guess, is those teddy bears are a confirmation that your marriage was not a lie, that it was based on something that was true and that was correct and good feelings. You know what I mean? It was on a solid foundation because that was then. This is now. Doesn't mean you got to get rid of the teddy bears. Doesn't mean that your whole life was a lie. And that's the first thing that people do, I think, when they get divorced. They think, oh, everything was a lie. What a jerk. Or what a bitch if you were a guy or married to a woman, right? That would be your first thing that you, like, what a jerk. How could he treat me that way? Doesn't mean your life is a lie. Because when you met each other, when you said yes, when you got married, and you built your life together, it was what it was in that moment. And that, my friends, is why it belongs where it belongs, which is in the past. You can look upon the moment with fondness and remember how you felt, what it did for you, but you have to look at it from looking at it in the rearview mirror. It's behind you. You're moving forward. That's exactly what it is. It's a confirmation. It is a tangible item that you can look at and feel. And when you look at each one and you feel each one, it invokes the moment when you received it. You remember what you were wearing, where you were, who you talked to, what kind of weather it was, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is confirmation that this was not a lie. This was true. You loved me. I loved you. We had a lovely life together, no matter what you're trying to convince me or other people of. That's what it is. Yeah. And it's true, Faye. People, when you're going through a divorce, when especially if you're the one that says that's it, you're, I'm telling you, you most people aren't that lucky to have their family have your back in a situation like that. If you left, most people, if your husband or wife leaves you, with 4 kids and, no roof over your head, no job, penniless, whatever, then they hate the person, right? Then they're trash talking them. But if you're the person that left, if your life to the outside world seemed perfect and you just decided one day, I'm just not happy, I need to go to France and learn how to cook, kind of idea, and off you went, oh, you become the problem child. You become the problem. Not like, wow, look at her. People deem you as selfish when you do things like that. How dare you take into consideration your happiness? You're not supposed to be looking out for you. You're supposed to look out for everyone else. How could you wreck that? Well, probably because you weren't in my house. You have no idea how I was being treated, first of all. Right? Just because I faced the outside world with a big old smile on my face doesn't mean I was like jumping up and down for joy inside those 4 walls. But that's what people think. So, I would say you hold the answer to that. No one else does. No one else knows how you feel. Like I said before, be kind to yourself. Be gentle with yourself. You have a lot of years of stuff that you're sorting through and that you're trying to reconcile. Was it real? Wasn't it? When did it go all wrong? How did I miss it? How come I didn't see the signs? I wanted to leave back in 2010. I should have, put his stuff on the curb and I would have been so much better off. I mean, all the kind of things that go through your mind. It's all totally normal and totally natural because it is like grieving the loss of a person, right? The death of a marriage is like a death of a person, and you have to give yourself the time and the attention and the love to go through that in a normal way. Don't beat yourself up. Be kind to yourself. You will get through it. You will get through it. You will get through it. And if nothing else, I encourage you to watch the movie, The Wives Clubs, because that's just funny. You guys seen that movie with Diane Keaton and who else was in that movie? Goldie Hawn, I think. I love that movie. So funny. All right, my friends, 2 hours and 27 minutes, 44 seconds. Kelly's having a smoke. Was it not a funny movie? Aw, Faye. I don't know, that divorce is tougher on any particular party. It's difficult on each party for different reasons. And I think that people in general, I think we do a really poor job of supporting and lifting each other up from said, like you just had your whole life ripped apart, everything that you ever knew. And I don't think people are kind enough in those situations. And we do, as people, generally speaking, have a really bad habit of forcing our thoughts and feelings onto those very vulnerable people who are soaking up everything we're saying like a sponge, right? We have to be more careful about what we say. And because this community understands love and compassion and coming from a place of gratitude as opposed to hate and negativity and, well, that asshole got what he deserved, that kind of thing. I think that you're in good hands for a support system here. Anyone who is going through this, I'm not specifically talking about Anna, but I'm just saying anyone who is in a situation that requires, a little bit of compassion and a little bit of friendship and a little bit of love, just overall general support. You're in a good spot. You're in a good place for it. And I know it's not easy to share these things, but all you need to do is say the word, and we're all here for each other, which is amazing, because other times in other situations in my personal life anyway, I've had to be like, hello, I need help. Hello, are you listening to me? Sometimes, it's like banging them on the head with a hammer before they'll actually sit down and go, how can I help you? I'm here for you, right? But yeah, the first one say, call me if you need anything. And then you call them 19 times and it goes to voicemail and you're like, right. So if you know what I'm saying, right, be kind to yourself. Like Linda said, take some extra self-care, some self-love. I think one of the things that you're doing for yourself, specifically, Anna, is you're trying to expand your learning and your horizons, and you're embracing your spirituality, which you're getting. You are putting yourself in a position to be receiving so much good, helpful, honest, genuine, positive advice, that you're not really in a position where you're going to be able to be steered in a wrong direction, if that makes sense, right? Because of what I said before. So anytime you need to chat, you know where I'm at. I just rhymed that. Did you see that? I'm like a poet and I didn't know it. Anytime you need to chat, you know where I'm at. Look at me. Write that down. Somebody write that down. So cute. So I pulled this card a long while ago, and I didn't even say anything, but it's fire spirit energy, right? Energy in the terms like, you have the power within you. That's what I think that is. That's you, Anna Banana, right? Because that's when I pulled it, when we were talking about that. You have the power within you to be able to sort through this in the way that you need to sort through it. You just have to figure out the W5 of it, and that's the part that you're struggling with, because you've given yourself that imaginary timeline, like you're on a diet, right? I need to lose 10 pounds in 2 months kind of idea. There's no timeline for this, life. Oh, thank you, Faye. You're so funny. Well, you know what, Anna, that's a really good point. Just because somebody gets divorced doesn't mean that they're a horrible person. It just means that they weren't living their best life. And a lot of people say that people are, arseholes for breaking up a family, for ruining, for pulling the rug out from underneath somebody, for saying that kind of a thing. We can't really be a part of this community and say that we don't respect, at least we don't respect someone who speaks their truth. Because isn't that what we're all about? Isn't that what we continue to say? Speak your truth, stand in your power, right? I don't know about you guys, but I would much prefer to be with someone who was happy to be there with me, as opposed to someone who was just going through the motions for the kids, or because, they didn't want to upset the apple cart, or because it's not easy to, financially to look after, like to like separate households or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I want someone to be there because they want to be there, not because they feel like they have to be there, if that makes sense. Oh my gosh, so cold right now. I'm like, my teeth are chattering almost. I'm freezing. Freezing. Whoa. Friends, I tell you. All right, so this card is for Anna. I'll pull out a card from my friend Anna Banana and all of us people that are divorced. This is like the Dozen Cats for Me wellness chats version of the wives club. All right, bear with me, folks. Here, let me. Whoops, snap-a-doodles. I just dropped a whole bunch here. I don't think that that's really giving someone a choice, if I was being honest. And I in no way am defending, because I mean, I don't know the whole story, but just from the little bit that you've shared, I'm getting a mental vibe of the way that you lived, which sounds very similar to myself, even though I wasn't married for 30 years. The fact that you would imagine that you could be the cause of someone else's unhappiness, that you would say to someone, well, I don't want to be a burden, so you can leave. If that person left when you said that, you in no way would be happy about that. No one else would be happy about that. And let's face it, I don't know about you, but I don't know a single person that wants to be responsible for, yeah, okay, see ya. I don't want that on resting on my shoulders. I couldn't handle that. Again, I don't know the circumstances, so I don't want to misspeak or misunderstand what you're saying. But that doesn't really sound like a choice. That sounds more like an ultimatum, almost like I dare you. Like in terms of, I'm broken. Sorry, not my fault. I'm trying to work on it. I'm trying to fix myself. What the hell do you want from me? If I'm such a burden, there's the door. Don't let it hit you in the ass on the way out. That's not really a choice. But I get why you think that, because the memory of you having said conversation with that person where you said, hey, don't let me be standing in your way, is what's going. Hello, you said that, you gave him the choice, and then he made you think that everything was okay, and then he turned around and pulled the rug out from underneath you just when you started to think that you were comfortable again, or that you were safe, or you were secure, or whatever word you want to put there. If that makes sense. I mean, I've sat here and I told you guys some of the things that my ex-husband said to me, and you all said, horrible, awful, what a rotten person. You're so much better off. I don't disagree at all, but I didn't tell you anything that I did. I didn't tell you anything that I did to bring on those statements. I didn't tell you, anything that, like, any part that I might have played in that. And I have always said, and you can ask Mark. Oh, he's standing right there. That freaked me out. Hold on. Mm-mm. Thank you, honey. Actually, you could put something on for dinner. That would be nice. What? Okay. Well, it's like 20 to 9. Okay. So where I was going with that is that, I have always said, and Mark is my witness, I have always said that I bear 50% of the blame. There was two of us there. I'll take 50% of the blame. He can take the other 50%, and it is what it is. It just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. Now, I realize when I say that seems like a very flaky kind of flippant answer. And I don't mean to diminish when someone spent obviously more time, that there's children involved, and I don't mean to take away from that, because that does sound like a very flippant answer. I guess where I'm coming from with that statement is that I was resolved to the fact that I had a part to play in it as well. And it wasn't going to serve me to walk around for the rest of my life going like, you ass, you did this to me, right? It wasn't going to serve me to do that. And I knew that then. I did know that then. And I will tell you that when I came out of my divorce, it was more like this. If I can explain this really, really briefly, it was more like this. No one is ever going to make me feel like they've got me like this. They've got me under their thumb, that they are in control of me. No one is ever going to do that to me again. I am going to be independent. I am going to be tough. I'm going to be vulnerable. I'm going to be strong, but gosh darn it, I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet, and I'm going to propel myself forward with my own power. I don't need anyone to look after me. I need someone to love me. I need someone to love me. I don't need anyone to look after me. I can look after myself. And I think that was my way of dealing with my divorce, was to say, okay, there's 2 people here, right? You take 50%, I'll take 50%, because you did this, and well, what about that? And you said that, like, who cares? Moving on. And I was able to get through it by telling myself that on a consistent, sometimes minute by minute basis. So I don't know how helpful that is, but that's how I did it, right? And I'm telling you, man, it was tough. I got divorced, and it was like, I thought, oh yeah, look at me, I have, job, and I got on a place, and Jesus, you guys, I couldn't afford to do my laundry. I was doing my laundry in my bathtub. I couldn't afford cable. I couldn't afford a phone. I could barely afford food. I was working 2 jobs. At one point, I was on government assistance. I lost everything. It was awful. It was awful. It was friggin' awful. But somehow, I got through it. Somehow, I got through it. See, that's really interesting that you say that, Anna. And I think that's a really, really valid point. Like I said, I don't know your circumstances, right? But that's really interesting. So, again, I'm not trying to dive into your personal business, but I think that's a really interesting statement, because when you all had that, conversation, or that point in time occurred, when he made you aware, or when you realized, whichever way you want to say it, that he wasn't happy, right? And you made that statement to him, something inside you went, hold on, you need to pay attention to this, girl. And you did something to help yourself, right? That's when you got off the medications and tried to fix yourself, as you're saying, right? So you heard what he said to you, as I think Linda said earlier, communication is listening, right? So you heard what he said. You took it in. It resonated with you, and you put your best foot forward to try to fix it, which is fantastic. So if anything, and all I mean by this, and I mean it from the best place forward, I hope that I'm articulating this right, and it's difficult because I don't know the whole story. But I guess the best thing that I can say to you is that moment when he said to you, whatever, that made you go, wait a minute, you know what? I need to look after myself. I don't need anybody else to look after me. I need to get off these medications and get my stuff together, right? You empowered yourself and you started on your forward journey, almost like in preparation, because it was like a warning to you. That's how I feel that you took it. It was like a warning that you need to be solid on your foundation, so that if this does happen, I got this. That's really interesting. And thank you for sharing that. I know it's not easy. Right. I will also say this to you, my friend. When someone makes all kinds of excuses and blames, it's the weather because it was Thursday, because my dad died, whatever. It's just my personal opinion. It says an awful lot about them, not so much about you. Right? I don't know anything about your ex-husband. I don't know anything about your marriage other than what you've shared here. But I dare say that there was a lot more going on behind the scenes than you were ever aware of, my friend. And that was guilt talking. That sounds like to me, that's what that sounds like. That was pure guilt on his part talking. He could not handle what was going on in your home. And he felt bad for it. And so he started throwing all these things out, telling you to fix it. Basically is what he was asking you to do. You fix it and make it go back the way that it was, because I'm not feeling right. I learned that I would never allow myself to be abused or controlled by a man, or even rely on one to support me by the bad example my parents displayed. Gotcha, Suzanne. Linda said, when I forgive someone for past hurts, I also ask for forgiveness for any pain or hurt I may have caused others. Good point, my friend. Anna says, oh shit, I never tried that together before. Faye says, you need to forgive him because it is forgiving yourself. You are not taking that hurt with you in the future. Also, very good point, Faye. Thank you. Anna says, 3 months later, I shaved my head as a new start to life. I mean, if it worked for you, if it did what you needed it to do, then great. Great. And just so that you know that I know what that feels like about that anniversary part. And I am in no way, I'm not doing this like, oh, well, that happened to you. Listen to what happened to me. I'm just letting you know that I sort of understand, the emotions that you were feeling at that particular moment. And again, I wasn't married any kind of length of time, like 30 years, but I had still, made that commitment. I still believed in what I was doing the same way that you did. Right. So we were having lots of issues. It was coming up to our 2nd year anniversary. We didn't have a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out of. Even though Kelly had 2 jobs, he had 0. And I said, we've got some problems here and we need to work them out. I don't want this to go by the wayside. It was important to me that we gave it everything we got before we would call it quits. And I said, we need to do something for our upcoming 2nd wedding anniversary, which would have, at that point, we had been together for like 6 years, right? And so I said, our 2nd wedding anniversary, or 5 years, whatever. And I said, our 2nd wedding anniversary, we need to do something. And so I said, what about camping? I can borrow all the camping equipment. It'll cost us like $100. It's not going to be expensive. There'll be lots of time spent together where we can just sit and talk, just chill out with no distractions around us. And he said, okay. So borrowed all the equipment. I reserved the campsite, figured everything out, bought the food, got it all on Thursday. So we were supposed to be leaving on Friday after work. And on Thursday, I came home in between my two jobs. And I said, why don't you pack a bag tonight, so that you're ready and we'll go as soon as I'm done work tomorrow. And he's like, I don't want to go. And I don't know why, my friends. I don't know why. But just like that moment, hi Jane, how you doing, love? Just like that moment, Anna, that you're speaking of where you decided to get off the medications, I had a moment like that where I said to him, and it came out of me, there was no thought behind it, just right out of my mouth. And I said, if you don't go, we're done. And he just looked at me and he walked away. And I stayed where I was and we didn't speak. And it was a horrible weekend. And I knew in that moment my marriage was over. Because I couldn't deal with the games anymore. That constant up, down, up, down, up, down. Like being so high up and then boom, down. Whenever he decided to flip that switch. Yes, I was talking about my ex-husband. Which feels bad, by the way, to be talking about him or those things. For some reason, it feels like I shouldn't be talking about it, but there you have it. I was talking to an old coworker today. I have to tell you guys this. This is kind of funny. So out of the blue, she texted me. I haven't heard her for a while, and out of the blue, she texted me today, and she knew me then, like when I was married to my ex-husband, and I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" or whatever, and how's it going with you? And she said, what's going on? And I said, Ed died. She was like, what? She's like, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm like, and she said he treated you like crap. So and she said, what happened? And I'm like, I don't know the details. And the point that I'm trying to make is that, those people that you have in your life, those people that will say that, well, he treated you like crap, The whole point of that is when someone says that to you, 9 times out of 10, they're coming from a good place when they say those kinds of things to you. But really really how I take that is I was an idiot. Like, don't. I made a decision and it didn't work out. I don't think I intentionally married a loser. I would like to think that I was smarter than that, right? I didn't intentionally set out to have a marriage where I was with someone who was a narcissist and who, emotionally and verbally abused me on the hour. But that's what happened. And I've come out on the other side of it, and I'm okay. So my point is, speaking about what we were speaking about before, about people who say that they're there to support you and say things, sometimes, it's not really the best thing for them to say, if that makes sense, right? Thank you, Faye. I appreciate that. And thank you, Jane. That's very kind of you. I feel bad. So my ex-husband passed away yesterday, and so I feel bad talking about anything, derogatory towards him because he passed, and it somehow seems wrong. Anna says, have actually been having the urge to shave my head again, almost a rebirth. Just not sure I want to wait another couple years to get my hair the length I like. Decisions. Laugh out loud. Yeah, maybe try what Suzanne's saying. Oh, did you, Jane? Good for you, my friend. Good for you. Well done. Well done, Jane. Well done. Okay, so Anna, why don't you try where you can just color like the tips of it? Like, don't go up here. Don't go up at the top where the roots are. If it's thin, go down the bottom. You know, you've seen those where they have like a stripe around the bottom. Don't shave your head off. It's too friggin' cold, girl. All right, so we are pulling from our deck just for fun. Listen, the one thing I'm going to say to you is this, right? Sometimes we do these things because we want like an immediate get rid of it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. I want it over with, right? We need an immediate shift in direction or a shift in thinking. Shaving your hair off is a huge direction, right? Because 2 minutes after you're done, you may be like, oh, snap. Probably didn't really want to do that. So if you don't want to wait 2 years for your hair to grow back, then put a stripe on the bottom of it and see what the hell happens, right? Don't do something silly like cut all your hair off, because you may turn around and regret. Like, to me, that's way too drastic. I would never do that. Are you kidding me? I am attached to this puppy. I'm not giving this to anybody. All right, my friend. Here we go. Let's pull a couple of these cards to see if they can make us laugh. What do we need to hear today, my friends, for the collective? Oh, that one wanted to come out. All right. That one came out. We've got 3 on the table. Oh, really? That was too many. Excuse me. Can we have one more card, please? One more card. Come on. One more card, Spirit. Oh, that one flipped over, so we'll take it. All right, so we've got this. The artwork in these is really cute. We've got have a meditation staycation. Have a medication staycation. Or not a medication, a meditation staycation. That's hard to say. Sweet. I didn't make the cards. I just bought them. All right, we have show up and throw it down. Show up and throw it down. Like, take action. Right? The other side says don't phone it in. Weird. That's all I'm going to say. We've got fresh out of F's and embracing inner peace. The wine is helping. The wine is helping. I am blessed with thick hair. My female doctor complimented me on my hair today and asked if I dyed it. I told her no, but I do hair gray, and then laugh out loud. I thought that might have been why you were thinking about it. On a banana, she shaved her head, and it is grew back and she loves it, but it is cool. Yeah. We have chakras loaded and ready. We are Zen as F. I don't need you guys. I bought this deck because I thought it would be cute, and so far I'm not really sure what I think about it. What's one thing you're grateful for? Blessed as you know what. I think the important thing, we say this all the time, right? Listen to yourself. You know better than anybody what you need. Sometimes you don't need a drastic change. Sometimes you just need to, a change of scenery. But sometimes maybe you do. You know better than we do whether you need to cut all your hair off or not, right? Aw, that's funny, Anna. All right, so this is just popped out. I am curious about my true nature. I seek to understand myself. I think that message applies to all of us, because don't we all seek to really, really understand why we do what we do, or why we say what we say, or why we feel the way that we feel about a particular situation, right? I think we all seek to understand ourselves like that. Now, Quincy's trying to open up the drapes, stick his head outside. It is so cold here, you guys. I'm worried that his little nose is going to stick to the window. It's that cold. And he's exactly the kind of cat that would lick a window. So, yes, that is the reasoning for the classes. I get that, Anna. All right, my friends, here we go. Here we go. Let's pull a few more cards. Whoops. Those two came flying out. So we've got surrender to receiving support and love. Look at the image on that card. That's just gorgeous. Surrender to receiving support and love. I love that card. And the second card that we got is a card that we've seen before, surrender to spirit. Equally a gorgeous image on that card. So surrender to spirit says, once you've done everything you can to achieve a goal, turn the situation over to the divine, let spirit work its magic for you. Right? Which I believe is everything that we've been talking about so far today. Message on the surrender to receiving support and love. Allow the love and support of others in, rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. Right? Which I realize is a little bit difficult in these times when we all feel, a disconnect with people, right? Because, some of us are in isolation, or not able to see our friends as we once would, right? That's why I think this community is so fantastic. It allows people to come together and, hopefully creates an environment where you all feel safe to share. Quincy's having a full-on bath there, as you can see in the background. We've got Sacred Mountain from the Native Spirit deck, which is just beautiful. It's a beautiful image, right? Sacred Mountain. I mean, the protection of the mountains around the town, right? Everything is like down in this little sort of like valley or whatever. And you've got, the mountains like protecting everybody and everything all around it. Beautiful, beautiful image. Gorgeous. Oh, that would be difficult, Jane. Wow. That is a huge compliment, Anna. Thank you. And I know I feel the same exact way. So I get it. I get it. I only wanted to come out. All right, my friends, we have Moon and Taurus, self-esteem. Beautiful. Love that image. Personal growth. Personal growth, which, you know, so many of these messages that we're still getting still resonate with the first message that we got about, you know, going within, listening to ourselves. You know, we don't want to feel like we're left out in the cold. We don't want to feel like we're living in the past. I love it. 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 We all have many things in common. We are speaking our truth and supporting one another. It is priceless. I'm telling you, Suzanne, you got a future in writing greeting cards, girl. You really, really, truly do. Or like a really, really like a book. My friend, I would never slap you with a card, but I got you. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, my friend. I know what you mean. Aw, Faye, that's so kind. That is kind. What did you just say, Suzanne? There you go, my friend. Growth. Growth. You know, every time we do one of these get-togethers, chats, I feel like I grow a little bit. I feel like each of you in the chat grows a little bit because somebody always is able to come forward and share a part of themselves, and you know, we are all able to show who we are in terms of, you know, how we can support each other. It is a beautiful thing, my friends. It is a beautiful thing. Jane says today the moon is in Pisces. It is waxing crescent 23%, just in case you haven't mentioned it. I have zero idea what that is. Jane says I like to use the moon's energy. Right on, my friend. I'm a loss when it comes to astrology. I love it, but I'm at a loss of it. Don't know it. Thanks, Cartomancy. All right, my friends, we're going to pull a couple more cards here. It is 3:08, meaning we've been on here for 3 hours and 8 minutes. And I do need to eat something. It is 9:08 where I am, and I have not eaten any food yet. So, as a hungry girl, Okay, my friends, I don't know if you're going to believe me or not. So this is my little deck of gratitude cards. And in the middle of this deck was this card. And when I picked it up and started shuffling it, I turned it around because that's how I picked it up. It was inside. Then I shuffled it and that card came out. So that's interesting. It reads, the roots of all goodness lie in the soil of appreciation for goodness. That was written by the Dalai Lama. That's interesting. The roots of all goodness lie in the soil of appreciation for goodness. I like that. Let's see if we can get another one. Yes, we do. We do. Definitely. Suzanne. Oh, you're funny. Where are the Brazil nuts? We grow a little with every chat, do we not, my friend? I love that. I love that, Cardmancy. Great. Hopefully the astrology club will teach me so I don't feel so lost. Laugh out loud. The moon affects to body as we are 80% water. That's the only reason why I mention it. That's why people get all crazy when it's full moon. 100%. There we go, my friends. The true purpose of a present is to be received. And I think of you all as my presents, right? Because I have received all of your love and your support. I don't want to sound wonky, but there you have it. Well, we appreciate Jane sharing with us about the moon. It is important that we learn something new every day, and it is very true what she says about the moon's energy and how it affects some people. Whether it's some people that notice it and some people that don't notice it. So it is important that we learn about it. There was I did not catch the video. I haven't watched it yet, but I did notice that there was someone on Heart and Soul Connected, Allie's channel today. Cosmic Owl, I think was the name of the person, the username, and she does astrology. So, right? Thank you, Jane. That's very kind. We have self-esteem. Self-esteem. I possess gifts of the soul that benefit me and others. Wow, you guys, I love that. I possess gifts of the soul that benefit me and others. Beautiful. Love that card, my friends. All right, let me pull one of these little puppies out here. Yes, customer service is no joke, especially in the times that we find ourselves in. Where are you, Suzanne? I will remember this information. I will remember this information. That's funny. You know, I find that if I'm interested in a topic, that I can usually figure out a way to retain said topic, you know, information about it, you know, the W5 of it. But if I'm not, and I'm supposed to know it, this thing up here is like a steel trap, folks. Not much getting in, not much coming out. It's difficult for sure. All right. Now, this is an interesting card. I have a balanced relationship with time. Can you guys see that okay? I use time well. I have a balanced relationship with time. I use time well. Interesting. Suzanne, go back to that video that we watched. Not that we watched, sorry, that we did when Adrienne from Red Lentil Healing was here, where she talked about chakras. She went through all of the chakras, what they do, what to do when they're out of alignment. And she also showed us a book to purchase, or that could be purchased, that in her opinion was very easily interpreted by someone who, you know, really doesn't have a lot of knowledge about chakras. Maybe that will help you, my love. Oh, there you go. There you go, Suzanne. Anna Banana is on it. That book is The Chakra Balance by April Fender. So there you go. Yes, Jane, don't say that. Don't diminish your power, my friend. Well, see, here's the thing, right? Like, I don't think, and this is just my opinion. So, you have decided that you're not going to understand it already. You've decided that you're not going to understand it, and don't chakra. Like, to me, this is just my opinions, and this is why I'm saying what I'm saying to you, Suzanne. Chakras, I'm like, I don't know, right? Crystals, I'm fascinated by, but I'm like, it's like speaking Japanese to me. I am so like deer in headlights. I have no idea where to even begin, because it seems to me with crystals, and I could be totally wrong, that I have to memorize these names that are like this long. I'm never going to retain that. So I've decided I'm never going to remember anything that you tell me when it comes to crystals. However, chakras, I mean, there's only 8 of them, right? So, I mean, it's 8 things that you need to remember, truly. All you can do is try, my friend. That's all you can do. Alrighty. If we could get a card in the near future. Yep. Forget me not, remembrance. Suzanne, seriously, I can't make this stuff up. I really can't. Oh my goodness, you guys. Memories and the past hold the key. How funny is it? Because that's what we were talking about earlier, right? Memories and the past hold the key. So, when Anna was asking us earlier tonight about the attachment, perhaps, my friend, a little late, but better late than never, right? The past holds the key to unlocking the mystery, right? The past holds the keys to unlocking the mystery to whether it is something that you need to be attached to, or something that you can actually like forgive, let go, release, etc. Right? Interesting card, my friends, is it not? All right. Interesting card. There you go, Suzanne. See, look at you remembering a fact. That's neat. Yeah, it's a good note, Linda, for sure. Yeah. All right, my friends, we have two of these color cards that have popped out. We have Ruby, which is just a gorgeous image. Rejuvenate your body. Rejuvenate your body. And the second card that we have is Purple. Beautiful image. Develop mental clarity. Something that I am striving for every day, my friends. All right. Oh, we will reach over here. I love that, Suzanne. I love that. So, just before I forget, before I let everybody get on with their weekend, please don't forget to like, share, thumbs up, subscribe. I really appreciate the support. I'm trying to get myself over 100 subscribers, and just a little goal that I set for myself. So there you have it. And don't forget that I will be back here on Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern with Ali from Heart and Soul Connected and Michael Dyer, where he will be using his own relationship cards that he has created, and we will be taking a deep dive into that. So I hope that that's going to be interesting for you all. And then on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back here with Heather from Indigo Crystals doing some healing readings. And you never know, I may pop up over the weekends. You never know. All right. We have another card that has popped out. I felt that was what was wanting to happen. Oh, excuse me. All right. Let me do this here. Oh, that one flew out. All right, so apparently we are supposed to be working on the crown chakra. The crown chakra. All right, Jane, good night, my love. Sleep tight, sweet dreams. Blessings to you, my friend. And congratulations again on your achievement. Well done, my friend. Proud of you. It says oneness from the root chakra. You are part of the universe and always will be. For all of us that feel at one point or another that we don't belong, we do belong. We do belong. We belong. All right. Oh, my stomach is growling. Sorry, friends. I am absolutely freezing and absolutely starving. And I need another cigarette because we're 3 hours and 22 minutes. It is 9:23 p.m. and minus 15 degrees. And I don't know what the wind chill is, but it feels like it's like somewhere near minus 19 or minus 20. It's supposed to be minus 23 tonight. And I know that somebody, not mentioning any names, said that they were going to start dinner 15 minutes ago. That was almost 45 minutes ago now. Just saying. And I think they might have forgotten. Anyways, I'm just bugging. We have Reach for the Stars, which is a glorious image in its own right. Reach for the stars. You have barely scratched the surface. You have unlimited potential, and you are getting ready to experience this firsthand. Love it. And we have Share Your Gifts. Get ready to see movement when you choose to share your gifts. And you know, the gifts that we're sharing are I would love some pasta. I haven't had pasta in a long time. Thank you, honey. You want to just put some water on for me? That would be great. Oh, good night, Faye. Thank you so much for joining us, my love. I do appreciate it. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have sweet dreams. Blessings to you. I think that the gifts that we share is the gift of the support, the gift of just the sharing, right? The gift of ourselves, the gift of the support that we offer to each other, right? And you know, the love and the blessings and all the things that this community does as a collective when we join hands and sort of put that back out in the universe. I think that is sharing our gift. There's many people here, myself included, that don't think that we have a particular gift. And I don't think that that's true. I think that we all, because we all have a special something, right? We all have something great to offer. And I think as a collective, we are a force to be reckoned with. So that's sort of how I'm choosing to read that card, that it's a gift. I need to close the patio door is what I need to do. But I don't want to like untuck my chair because I'm tucked in perfect. And if I move my chair, I'm not going to be able to get it back to where it was. Oh, honestly, I have my big blankie here. Yes, exactly, Suzanne. Exactly. Burr, 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 burr. Ugh. My cats are running. Things are good. The cats are running. Like a dingbat, I opened up the patio door, like I said in the beginning, because I was hot. Well, I'm not hot anymore, friends. I also turned the heat off in my room too, because I was hot. Okay, so all you crystal folks out there, I need a good crystal for grounding. What is the crystal? Is it the black tourmaline? Is that how you say it? Tourmaline or tourmaline, whatever. What is a good grounding crystal? I don't want something that is going to make me feel any sort of way. I just want something that's going to make me feel like rooted to the ground. You know what I mean? Like kind of keep me where I'm supposed to be. So any advice would be ever so appreciated. Ever so appreciated. I can almost hear all the pages turning in the books. Hematite, black kyanite. Okay. Thank you, Carmanti. Hematite, obsidian. Ugh, it's hard to shuffle the cards when you're wrapped up in a blanket. Can I just share? What? Black tourmaline, yeah. I heard that the black tourmaline was like really powerful, or is it the obsidian that's powerful? One of them was, and it kind of made me a little bit nervous. I don't know the difference between crystals. I use whatever calls to me in that moment. Petrified wood. Interesting, Linda. Now, I'm new to the whole crystal thing. I showed you guys the crystals that I got off of Amazon, which is probably not the place to get them, but that's the only resource I have available to me. It's like the deck of character, right? Like I want to get the deck of characters so bad, right? But I live in Canada. So the deck of character is $27, which then I have to convert to American dollars. But to have it shipped here, I have to have a total order of 125. So it's going to cost me like $60 to buy the deck of character. And I'm sorry, it's not worth $60 to me. We've got Balance from the Guardian Angel Oracle deck. Difference is a necessary part of human evolution, and everything in life is comprised of opposites, which together make life whole. If you light a candle in a room already flooded with light, the light of your candle would be indistinguishable from the light which already exists. Because of darkness, we are able to perceive light. Both are necessary. Interesting. Both are necessary. I didn't order it at all. I'm just saying, like, I looked into it, but I wasn't paying that. I was told where to go for the deck of character, and I went to that website, and it's, I think, in American. So anyway, you got yours from England. Sheila was showing the other day that she had a grounding wand, and I don't know anything about those things. I've never even heard of it. I don't know what you do. I don't know how you operate it. I don't know where you get it. I have no idea how much it costs. And, you know, here's what I will say, okay? And I'm not saying this because I want anyone to feel sorry for me, right? I started this channel because I wanted to, so I'm not going there for this reason. I'm just keeping it real. I don't have a job, right? I've spent an awful lot of money on my cards, which I totally enjoyed, right? And I'm glad I did it. But you know, I need to pay attention to what I'm spending my money on, right? I would love the deck of character cards, but I'm not for $60. It was my point. Cool. Oh, okay, Linda. That's good to know. It's interesting. I love that you guys teach me so many things. It's fantastic. Sharing our gifts, right? Anna Bonanno, my go-to stones are black tourmaline, citrine, amethyst, and tiger's eye. I have rose quartz, clear quartz, and amethyst. And I have to tell you that the amethyst seems to be the thing that I'm always like reaching for. But I know that it doesn't necessarily ground me. So, honey, I'm always saying that because I wanted you to say that. I know that you're totally cool for that. So. Oh, do you cartomancy? That's cool. The website for the deck of characters has several locations to order them from. If you go to the last link, it originates in England. I got it faster than expected. Cool. Yeah, me neither, Suzanne. I know that amethyst is like a protection. You know, clear quartz is supposed to help you, like, you know, open up, you know, be more receptive or perceptive, however you want to say it. And rose quartz is supposed to be like a calming. I only have the three of them. I'm just, like I said, I'm new to the whole crystal world. Mark, if you can hear me, is there any way that you can come back here and turn my heat on and close my door before I literally like form icicles on my body? Please and thank you. Honestly, I'm so high maintenance. I'm not. Really. Well, sometimes I am. Let's be real. Sometimes I am high maintenance. Oh, forget it. You eat last piece of cake. Yes, because you said you wanted to make a new one. I want you to make my favorite cake, which is chocolate cake with vanilla icing. Yummers. 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 I'm about ready to break out the cheesies, honestly. Did you guys hear that? You are. Thank you, honey. But it's freezing. It's freezing cold. I need a hug.
Mwah.
Thank you.
Can't believe you ate the last piece of cake.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? It was pretty simple, last piece of cake. I mean, I know I gotta make more now, but...
Well, I was trying to give you a subtle hint.
I like how you covered it up, though.
Well, that's because it couldn't fit into the sink, so... Yes, I do that, Linda. I do. I Googled the crystal. Hey, you guys want to know something really, really interesting? Speaking of Google and looking for things. So if you're sitting at a PC or a laptop that has a keyboard on it, right? If you go to the numbers, the row where the numbers are, not the number pad to the right, but the numbers up at the top on the left, or up on the top, across the top of the keyboard, right above the tab and right next to the number 1 is a little squiggly line, right? And if you go into Google and press that button for the little squiggly line, and then type in the word tourmaline, you will only get the definition. That little squiggly line is a signal, apparently, to Google to give you definition for whatever word you put after the squiggly line. And you're welcome for that tip. Cool, on a banana. I'm getting stiff from sitting here. That was me, sorry. Yeah. It's, you use that to get a definition. Instead of typing into Google, what does tourmaline mean? Or the meaning for tourmaline, or something of that nature. And you won't get 98 things below it. You will just literally get the definition of it. You're funny, on a banana. You are funny, my friend. All right. Oh, I'm so cold. All right. I'll be honest. If I need to know what a crystal is, I just look it up in this little mini chakra deck because they're right there. If I can read them. I'm kidding. Sometimes I've done it. Not gonna lie. Well, isn't this fun hanging out together on Think Spirit It's Friday? Right, Suzanne? I'm telling you, my friends. Some days I do wonder about myself. Alrighty. We have third eye chakra, lepidolite, I think is how you pronounce it. Don't know. Signs. There will always be signs to guide you on your true path. There will always be signs to guide you on your true path. Sorry, I just threw that right at you guys. Sorry about that. Interesting, right? So last week I seen like 222, 333, 444, 555. It was really, really, really interesting that I seen those all in the course of a day. What are you doing? Oh. Um, so I've never seen that many angel numbers in a row, and it was like all day long that I was seeing it. It was kind of weird. Yes, Linda, that makes sense that it does that. Absolutely. And it happens again, seeing the shadow of a cat trying to get into the trash. Neither of my girls are in here. Seems like I am expected to connect again. Yeah, the other day I fell asleep on the chair right here. Oh, and I think I've explained this before. I like live on YouTube, right? So I sit here when I'm not online, obviously, and I have like my monitor is the size of a TV. And I will watch stuff on YouTube. So I was sitting here the other day and I fell asleep on my chair. Like I just kind of dozed off after dinner kind of idea. And as I was waking up, and I don't remember this happening before other than when I had that one session with Butterfly Kisses Healing. I had something coming in. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like it was the same similar experience where something was coming, you know, like almost like being drawn towards my eyes, and it came in long enough for me to go what, and then boom, it was gone. It might have lasted for 2 seconds, and it was so random. So it was green grass and a pair of shoes. So someone was standing in their shoes on the green grass, and that's what I was focusing on. So I don't know, but there you have it. So, I let go of the anxieties of others. I let go of the anxieties of others. And I've got, I am honest with myself and others. You know, that is something that I have struggled with for the last 10 years, is being honest with myself, not being honest with others in terms of like, I'm a liar, but in terms of how I'm doing. Like if someone I care about says, how's it going? How are you doing? I'd be like, oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Because I don't want to go there. Right. Sometimes it's just too difficult to explain. Sometimes it's too hard for me to understand. Never mind explain it to someone else. If that makes sense, what I'm saying. The reason why I thought it was cool, Suzanne, I mean, I don't even know that it's worth mentioning, but I thought it was cool because like that's never happened to me before. So I thought that was interesting. And cartomancy, see, this is why I mention it, because you guys will help me. So that was on like Monday or Tuesday night that happened, right? Then I got the stiff neck. Right. So maybe I thought I got stiff neck because I said to you guys, I slept funny. And if you think about it, my neck was really, really bothering me on Tuesday when I was in different chats saying I had the ice on my neck, and then Wednesday, and it was really bugging me. And then I found out yesterday that that's what happened. So it's interesting because when I had that reading done with Scott and Kevin and Mark and Sheila, when I asked, am I missing the signs that my guides are sending me? I don't know how to connect with them. You know, is there something that you can do to help me like access this, right? Is there something that I could do differently, better, or something else I should look at, those types of things? And what I was told was that I needed to be grounded. So interesting that cartomancy said that. Sounds like someone wants you to ground yourself. So like preparing me for what was coming, what was coming, to get my drift, right? Which is really, really interesting because that's exactly what all four of them said about I needed to be grounded. So it's just interesting to me, that's all. preparing me for an upgrade or preparing me for something that was about to happen. Because I'm telling you guys, like, all joking aside, if this had to happen a year ago, a year and a half ago, I wouldn't be able to discuss it. I would have been a hot effing mess for weeks, if not longer. I would have been a hot mess. And that, my friends, I can guarantee you. The fact that I'm sitting here 2 days later and I'm relatively okay is a miracle. And it's all thanks to this community and the things that I've learned and the things that I've, taken in and like the information that I've received and taken on and worked on, right? So, interesting card. I love the image on this. It's like a sun shower. I don't know why that's what I thought of when I looked at it. It's in moments of surprise, we catch at least a glimpse of the joy to which gratefulness opens the door. In moments of surprise, we catch at least a glimpse of the joy to which gratefulness opens the door. I love that. Suzanne says you're opening up to spirit for sure. Anna says preparing you for an upgrade. Cardamancy says exactly. Some days I need to ground 4 or more times. Both, I think, ground and update. When I first started experiencing all of the spiritual growth stuff, I thought that I was losing my mind, so I had a CT scan done. Laugh out loud. No, I mean, I don't think that would be an uncommon thing, because honestly, if this stuff just started happening to me and I wasn't aware of it, I would have crapped myself. Like, all joking aside, I would have crapped myself if I didn't have, all of you guys saying it's okay. This is totally, all good. Yep, 100%, Linda. 100%, my friends. Actually, you know what? Here's the thing about losing your mind. Like, all joking aside about that. I think that you would notice it even more if you were losing your mind. And the reason that I say that is because from my own personal experiences, I have become so in tune to listening to my body and the reactions of my body, my fears, my insides, that I tend to forget what's happening on the outside and only focus on the inside. So I personally think that I would have been, if these things had happened to me before I knew what could be happening, and even though I know what could be happening, I'm not paying attention. The point that I'm trying to make is I would be like, oh, something's happening, and then I'd freak out because something was happening that I didn't understand. But I would totally notice it, because I would be fearful of it, is my point. Okay, so Anna says technically both, you need the grounding for all around wellness. With that, wellness clears the way for guide messages to come through. Had you been grounded, you might have been informed of what was coming. You have been drawn to the community for a reason. Aw. You're so kind, Suzanne. That was sweet. Right, Anna? Who would provide us with the cake? Oh, the man is a gem. Well, that's the thing. That's the whole point, Suzanne. That's kind of where I was going with that, right? Like, you just don't know how people are going to react, right? Does it not, Leah? It does, totally. I mean, this has nothing to do. Virtual cake is the best, is it not? It is totally the best. Oh my God, these cards just don't want to fall out. May I have a card, please, Spirit? Can I have a card, please, Spirit? Okay, one is all you're getting, folks. Sorry. So this one came out. We've got Crystal Cave. It's funny that we were mentioning crystals. Trust. You know, I really do think that speaking about all the things that we're talking about here, right? Like, you have to trust your instincts. You have to trust that the information that you're being given, whether it be from your guides or from within this community, is you know, for your highest good, for your best self, if that makes sense, right? I think that's the important part, right? And we also have to trust the information that, like, I'm saying that wrong. I think that it speaks to the level of trust that we have for each other within this community, that when people say things to you, like what we're saying in here, right? That, okay, it's a message of you being grounded, or this is the crystal that you need, or, you know, try this. It speaks to the level of trust that we have with each other, because we take that information and we take it in and we apply it. You know what I mean? So I think it speaks volumes about who we are and what we do for each other as a group of people. Suzanne, you know what? I could sit here all night with you guys and talk to you. I mean, as long as you guys are here, I'm here. Hell, I'll eat in front of you if you need me to. My dinner isn't ready. I don't have anything to eat yet, so until I have something to eat, right? But I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, no, I know, Linda. Sometimes I just felt like there was another card coming, but it just didn't want to do it. It didn't want to do it. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I just sort of go with how I feel. Whoop. So that was 5 cards. We don't want that. All right, there we go. There we go, my friends. All right. So we've got Moon in Sagittarius, discovery, freedom, and adventure, which we were speaking about earlier when we were talking about finding that joy, right? We also have Eclipse in Leo, compassion, speaking about chakras. Whoops, over here. Right? Shine brightly like the star you are. And as I said in my my last video and in the mirror video, or not my last video, but the video before that, on Wednesday, and in the mirror video, don't ever let anyone dull your sparkle, because we've all got it to share. I did not cover it up like there was some left. I left the foil on top of the pan because I couldn't fit it into the sink, and I didn't want to leave it exposed. Smurry pants. No, he's ratting me out, Anna, because I ate the last piece of cake. I mean, you left one piece of cake left in the pan. What was I supposed to do? Leave it sit there? Sorry. I'm not sorry at all. Absolutely, Sharon. How are you, love? Yes, that is something that I need to do, Suzanne. I need to really get that thing moving. Which is why I said that I wanted to do this first. Thanks, Spirit. It's Friday outside, but at minus 15 degrees with a wind chill of minus something or other, like minus 18 or whatever I was. Forget it. Sorry. I'm not going outside. You're on the fence about Cake Gate? I love it. Awesome. No, it wasn't intended to be a marathon at all. It was just, I came here, Sharon, I came on, and the idea was today to do a reading for the weekend. What did we need to know? I pulled some tarot cards, my friend. I was very proud of myself. Everybody said I did a good job. We pulled some oracle cards, and we've been going strong ever since, and we are still getting messages that resonate with our original message that we started with, which is awesome. So all in all, good stuff, my friend. All right, so we have Wounded Healer. It's a lovely image on that card. Wounded Healer. I just have to look at this closely. Can you hear my stomach growling? I'm trying to figure out what, whoops, wrong way, what this is. And I can't see it. Everybody get up close to the screen and try to see what that is. I don't know what that is. It is interesting for sure. Where's the box? Oh, it's way under there. That's an interesting card, Wounded Healer. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Have PJs bring someone on while you eat, turn camera off. You're so funny. Suzanne says, PJs in my near future, laugh out loud. Yeah, resistance is futile. Go with the flow for a better, healthier you. Yeah. I have never been a person that has been able to follow a diet or a exercise routine or a regime, shall we call it that. Really, I haven't. But I also know that I have the willpower to do it, although I tend to think that I have no willpower. I love to go for walks. I used to have a treadmill. I used to walk on the treadmill all the time. So I just have to find something that's going to work for me. Right? And I will get back on that horse again and get started. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Okay. This message is for a few of us. Surrender procrastination. Surrender procrastination. And notice the stairs, because that's what I need to be running up and down, is the stairs. Now is the time to jump on a goal instead of putting it off. Taking action will attract success. Right, Suzanne? Sorry, my friend. Cosmic 2x4. Yep. I love that, Suzanne. That is funny. That is funny. All right, my friends. I don't know. I feel like pulling a card, but I don't know which card I want to pull. Let me pull. I'm going to pull that. Suzanne, I needed it too, my friend. I needed it too. I needed it as well. And may I just say, while I have you all here, that I really appreciate what you all did for me yesterday. I did say that in the beginning, but I don't know how many people heard of me. And I also appreciate you all being here today with me. Together, you have helped my mood immensely, and I am so grateful for your support, your friendship. Thank you. Yesterday was a difficult day. It was difficult because I was so shocked, and I'm still, trying to process that information. And so I just really want to say thank you. Well, whoopsie. So we have this lovely, lovely, lovely image of the flower, orange. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous image. Nurture yourself. No, not at all, Anna. I appreciated your email. Thank you. That was very kind of you. We also have Emerald, which is also an equally stunning image. Sorry, you guys, getting lots of reminders. Oh, Mark, honestly, it's like... Oh, Mark. You're so funny. He's just trying to make me laugh, you guys. Calm your mind, body, and soul. Calm your mind, body, and soul. Beautiful. Yeah, great. Let's recap. I've been replaced by the group, and he ate the last piece of cake. You're hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. Is he not, my friends? Yes. In time, all will be well. Time does heal. It can heal if we allow it to. Excuse me. Oh, Linda, that's funny. You can almost hear it, eh? Wah, 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 wah. Aw, thank you, Suzanne, for saying that. He'll be all happy now. I'm kidding. We have peace, my friends. That looks like, every doily that I ever did see at my grandma's house. Does it not? It's gorgeous. Intricate pattern. Or it reminds me of those, I'm not sure what you call them, those like needle points, the ones that are on the ring. Is that what you call them? Needle point. That's what that looks like to me. Peace. I am a being of love and I release all negative energy. I am a being of love and I release all negative energy. I'm a being of love and I release all negative energy. Sounds like something that you're supposed to keep repeating to yourself, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Wishcraft, celebrate the season. Magic happens at all times of the year. I love that. Thank you for pulling that card, Anna Banana. Sorry, I was going to call you Suzanne because her comments above. We have got this lovely card from this Grateful deck that I purchased, which again is not a typical Oracle deck. Let us be grateful to the people who make us happy. They are the charming gardeners who make our souls blossom. My friends, lovely way to sum up how I feel about each and every one of you. Let us be grateful to the people who make us happy. They are the charming gardeners who make our souls blossom. Beautiful. Oh, Anna. Oh, Anna, you're going to get him going. I'm just kidding. Exactly, right? Like, Don't bitch about it. Just do it. Oh, here comes, folks. Woo! Yes. Look at the service, my friends. Oh, don't. It'll fall right out of the plate.
Almost. Yep. Well, I made the plate all pretty for you, too.
You're good. Thank you.
Mwah! I gotta go bake another cake.
Now he's got to go bake another cake. So, my friends, what I am eating here is my version of comfort food. So it is pasta, so spaghetti. If I hold it up, you might be able to see it. There you go. So some spaghetti. You've got tomatoes, and there's a big old slice of cheese on there because we don't have any cheese in a like to cut up. Good grief. Find your words, Kelly. Find your words. So we have the cheese like that will melt, and then I just keep stirring and stirring and stirring until I'm happy with it. And I eat spaghettini, not spaghetti. Mark doesn't really care for spaghetti or spaghettini to be. No, it's not grated. I normally, like if I had cheese that would come in a bar, I would cut it up into little pieces. I'll use grated cheese, but I don't necessarily like it. That would be my go-to. I like the little chunks. And I have no idea why, my friend. I really don't. So, we make the spaghettini or the spaghetti. It's like, there's no rules for that. And then when you're ready, you just get a can of tomatoes. You save a little bit of the water from boiling the pasta. You put a dab of butter into the bottom of the pan. Let that melt. Add a little bit of the butter. And yeah, you never know, Sharon. Sure. Pop back in and I'll send you the link if I'm here. Sure. That would be fun. That would be really cool, actually. Sounds like a plan, Stanley. So I would do that. And so I melt the butter, right? Add a little bit of the water back in from when I boiled the pasta. And then I throw in the can of tomatoes and use the masher. And okay, bye, Suzanne. Have a good night, love. Sweet dreams. I don't have Messenger, but here's my email. Just email me and I can send it to you. Hold on one sec. Yeah, sweet dreams, and I hope you sleep well, Suzanne, and happy studying. So then I throw in a can of tomatoes, mash them up with a masher, and then I add just a couple of shots. I just eyeball it from the the tomato puree in the jar is Passante or I think that's what it's called. And I add some of that, and there you have it. I throw my spaghetti back in, and here we are. This most definitely is my comfort food, you guys. I mean, as you can see, my plate is full to the rim with brim. And of course, we have a slice of buttered white bread. There you have it. Talk amongst yourselves. Hopefully I don't get spaghetti all over the screen. And I apologize I'm going to put my head down, so hopefully you can't see me too much. Oh my gosh, it's so hot. It's all good. I have no problem with people that drink. I just don't drink. So very good, dear. Thank you. You guys all see the cats running back and forth here? They're going absolutely bonkers. Right? The steam rising over my plate. That's funny. What a wonderful husband. Okay, no problem, Cardamanti. What a wonderful husband I have to make me something to eat. Oh, fastest way to cool off your dinner. I listen. You want me to ever come to your house for dinner? Do not. I will not be happy if I'm eating cold food. My food needs to be this hot, or I'm not happy. I don't like my food being cold. In fact, and that's a learned thing from my mother. My mother used to put the plates in the microwave or the oven to heat them up before we ate because it had to be hot. You're so funny. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it very much. You know I do. I love you dearly. And maybe, just maybe, I'll make you breakfast tomorrow. I'm just kidding. You know I will. I'll wake up to pancakes and eggs and bacon and all sorts of things. All right, my dear, no problem. I know this isn't much fun watching me eat. Sorry. I'm eating spaghetti. And a piece of bread. I haven't eaten all day, so it's 10:12 here where I am. So my stomach was growling like so loud that it was over the top of what I was saying. So I thought maybe I needed to eat. I know it's not much fun watching me eat, sorry. But we're talking about all kinds of interesting things here today. And I think it's really interesting that the cards have continued that message. So that's really cool. It probably would have been easier to choose something different to eat rather than spaghetti. But hey, what can I tell you? What can I say? So that's cool. Sharon said that she'll pop back when she's finished her dinner and maybe pop on the screen with me. That's neat. It's just pasta, Jalicia. So just boil water and stick the noodles into the boiling water. It's really simple. And then when the pasta is done, which is usually like 7 to 8 minutes, you drain it, save a little bit of the water that you boiled it in. You drain it, and then you make whatever kind of sauce you want to either pour over the spaghetti or mix in with the spaghetti. Some people do like a cream sauce. Some people do a tomato sauce. Some people put different kinds of meats into it, like a tomato sauce. Some people make it just plain with like butter and like tomatoes or whatever. It's always been my comfort food, Linda. I cannot explain it to you. I don't know why, but it's always been my go-to. My whole family, like it's not just me. These noodles, like, well, any kind of pasta really is referred to as Auntie Kelly noodles at my sister's house. Like it's my mother, my aunts. It's just what we do. And I don't even know where it came from. So no, well, I mixed a bunch of different things together that are store bought to create my own sauce, but no, everything is bought from the store. I have to be careful about pasta, like fresh pasta, because I'm allergic to eggs. So, we're glad you're back, my dear. We're glad you're back. Oh, my friends. I don't know why this just popped into my head. So, when my grandmother died, my mom's mom, we went to my grandmother's apartment, and my mom made macaroni and tomatoes, another version of this. And it's the same thing, just with a different type of pasta, right? Different type of noodle. And we sat down at a table. My mother and I were sitting next to each other. We did the exact same thing at the exact same time with our pasta, like the way we put the way we mix it in, the way we mix it with the cheese, the way we put the salt on it, right? The way that we dig into it. It was hysterical that at that point in my life, I was like 40 something. And I never noticed that before. It was funnier than heck. And just at that moment, I said, wow, that's really funny, Mom. I didn't know that you did the same thing as I did. And then the light in the kitchen kept going out. Remember that, Mark? It was funny as crap. My Nana was messing with us. Like I said, the whole family considers this comfort food. So. Felicia's going there with you, Mark. Be careful. Be careful. She's a smart girl. Not saying that you're not smart, but you kind of walked right into that one, Mark. I love spaghetti and meatballs, by the way. I love spaghetti and meatballs. Hi, Soul. How you doing? Sorry, I'm eating my dinner, which is not at all the intention for the show, but there you have it. We've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and this is what we're doing. How are you doing? Thank you for joining. We will get back to slinging some cards in a moment. So I'm interested, Anna, how many decks of cards do you have? How many cards? Do you have any cards, Jalicia? Oh, cool. And are they all mostly all Oracle decks? That's a lot of decks. Interesting. Yes, you did tell me it was an addiction. And do they resonate with you guys? Do you like do you pull them? I'm just interested. I'm just making conversation. Do you pull them for yourself? What about you, Soul? Do you have any cards? Like, do you pull any for yourself? Linda, my husband loves rice pudding. There's nothing wrong with that, Anna. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people read quite differently, so don't compare yourself to other people. Jaleesa says I don't read much. I'm more of an intuitive. Awesome. I knew what you meant, love. We're almost done my pasta here, folks. Sorry about that. Depends on the emotional state that I'm in. Some days, even with the books open, I cannot decipher the message. Other days, I can just look at the pictures and get the whole story. I got that. What about you, Linda? Do you have any cards? Or Soul, do you have any cards? I'm just curious. Just making conversation while I finish up my dinner here. I think that you raise a good point there, Anna. That like for me personally, when I started doing the tarot cards, I would pull cards and I would be like, that makes absolutely no sense. Like, not at all. And I was hesitant to say out loud or admit that didn't make any sense and that perhaps I should start over or shuffle again or reform my question. I was hesitant to do that because I was coming from the mindset that whatever spirit says is the way it must be, if you understand what I mean. And I now listen to myself and say, like, if that doesn't make any sense, perhaps I need to form the question differently so that it does make sense, right? So now I do that, and then it usually does work itself out, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't like rice pudding either, Anna. So I'm right there with you. I don't know what how do you pronounce that, Jalicia? Is that Kier? Like, oh, that's great, Linda. Good for you. Yeah, I got you on it. I've never heard of Kier before, Jalicia. That's interesting. That's excellent that you do that, Linda. Good for you. Especially the part about journaling it, um, so that you can decipher the messages. Sometimes it helps to have it all sort of written out in front of you. You know, have the story in front of you, so it makes sense. Good for you. I know that Cartomancy has cards, obviously. Sorry for the smack. That was my fork. Interesting. Um, yeah, rice pudding here, like, our kind of traditional rice pudding that we would make, it seems to have so many adaptations to it. People have added all different sorts of things to it over the years, where I dare say no two are the same. That's funny, Anna. I was just thinking about what Jalicia said, trying to imagine in my mind what that would taste like. Usually here, in our, I don't know what you call it, the American version. It's not really even American. Didn't rice pudding start in England? Wherever, it doesn't matter. Some people will put raisins in it. Other people don't like it, but a lot of people put raisins in it. So I just wonder what it would taste like with the nuts in it. Interesting. I don't enjoy it at all. It's just, I'm not going to say it because I'm eating and I don't want to make myself nauseous, but anything that's like that texture, it doesn't. We don't get along. Mark, if you don't behave yourself, I'll rent you out. You can go to Jalicia's house and make her a cake, and go to Anna's house and make her a cake. Suzanne's house and make her a cake. Cartomancy's house, make her a cake. Linda's house, make Linda a cake. I told you, Mark. Don't mess with her. Thank you, Jalicia. Mark's only kidding. French vanilla, please, not regular vanilla. Oh my God. I cannot believe I just ate that whole thing. Look. So big. So much food. I am a total pig. Oink, 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 oink. And then some. And then some, my friends. All right, let me clean myself up a bit. Now, clearly, I don't care about what I look like when I'm on here, but I couldn't take the orange of the pasta that was all around the outer side of my lip. All right. Better. Oh, friends. So, do you remember the other day about me saying the position of my neck and where I could move it to? Right? Let me show you, shall I? Here we are. How is that for progress, my friends? Right? Check it out. How is that? All right, Sharon. All right, my friends, bear with me for un momento, please. Oh, I'm so excited. Sharon's coming for a visit. Now, bear with me, everybody. I'm just going off screen for a moment while I send Sharon a link, okay? It's been a rough couple of days, Jalicia, with my ex-husband dying and anyway, I'm doing pretty good, but I did fall off the wagon. So, Mark, you need to turn that down because I can hear myself talking in the background. It's annoying the crap out of me. I don't know why my email is taking so long, but anyhow. Whoops. As soon as I figure out what I'm doing, it would be fine. All right, all right, Sharon, there you go, love. Yes, absolutely, my friend. Well, my friends, this is a giant surprise. Miss Sharon from Strawberry Rhubarb Tarot and the Nasty Women Tarot is coming to join us. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of Think Spirit It's Friday fun. So that is awesome. Unexpected surprise. We love unexpected surprises, do we not? Oh, thank you, Linda. Very kind of you, my friend. I appreciate it very much. And ta-da! Oh, thank you, Linda. Very kind of you, my friend. I appreciate it very much. And
Sorry, I'm fooling around with my camera here.
it's all good.
Just a minute. It's not. Sorry, I'm fooling around with my camera here.
It's all good.
Just a minute. It's not. Sorry, I'm fooling around with my camera here. Okay, I'm here. Can you put me on the?
Yes.
No, I guess it's okay.
You like it like that
great.
better?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like my face up in my face.
I gotcha. But no, it's cool. It's totally cool. When there's two people on the screen, I like it this way myself. How are you doing, love?
Yeah. I'm doing well. So I got a new arm, one of these swing arms for my microphone. So I have it hanging now, which is
Cool.
great. And I got it on our local, it's called the Salt Spring Exchange.
Mhm.
Hold on here. I'll put it away. But do you hear me fine?
Yes, absolutely. Coming through loud and clear,
good.
my friend.
Yeah, I've got the hat on because my hair looks not in the best of a shape today.
You do not need to apologize.
And,
I think
you can see I'm in my penguin jammies. Yeah, I don't have any mascara on or anything, just lipstick. So yeah, you gotta take me the way I am.
You have your lovely red PJs on. I think you look fabulous.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say, Anna Banana, that's amazing. That's cool.
Just a minute, I'm just gonna change my sound here. I'm gonna put my headphones on.
All right.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
Well, this is a treat.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Awesome. I said this is a real treat.
Oh, thank you. What do you want to do? I could do some readings if you want.
Yes. So Sharon, I pulled my first ever tarot cards in public here for the collective.
Oh, really?
So proud of myself. Yes, my friend.
Oh, yes, you should be.
And
now
go ahead.
I didn't know that you read tarot.
I'm learning.
Oh, good.
So
for you.
I've pulled a whack load of cards. Look at all the cards I've pulled tonight in my 4 hours and a half that I've been here. And I would say,
have you been on that long? Oh my God.
Yeah, 4 hours and 38 minutes. I would say that a good 95 or 6% of these cards all speak to the original tarot message, which is completely flooring and totally cool to me. I don't really know other words to use, but I'm just amazed. So
yeah. Oh, what have I got on my hat? Oh, well, we'll look at it later. So Anna Banana says, I saw the mic and the first thing that popped into my head was the red light district. Yeah? Really?
That's funny.
Yeah.
That is funny, my friend. Yes. So how's the weather out there for you?
Oh, it's been crazy this week. It's been a big dump of snow, about a foot, and then the temperature changes to milder temperatures and it all starts to melt. And then it snows again.
Yeah.
You know, it freezes and it's, so that slushy snow that we now have turns to ice. And then it snows again, or, 6 more inches, a foot the other night. And again, melting and then freeze up again. So it's been crazy. It's, this has been all week, just off and on snowing and melting and then freezing up. And so it's treacherous driving conditions. That's for sure.
Very dangerous when it gets like that. We live, like, if to access the main road in the town that we live, you have to go up a hill. And we are right at the base of the bottom of the hill. And my husband was saying yesterday that when he was coming home, so he came up the hill, and when you go to come down the hill, it's like a total sheet of ice, and like
Yeah.
never going to
Mhm.
make the stop sign. So you almost know that you're going to have to like go down, go around, and come back again and try again, because we're having the same thing here,
Wow.
right? You know, we've
Yeah.
got really mild temperatures, everything melts, and then it snows. And like right now, we're sitting at minus 16 Celsius, and
Oh,
I think
wow.
the feels like is like minus 20 or something. So it's colder than you know what out.
Now, I forget where you are. Are you outside Toronto?
Yeah, I'm I don't know, like 2.5 hours south of Toronto. So past
And what's
Perry Sound kind of way. Do you know where those are?
okay? Yeah. What's the name of the town? Are you in a small
Um,
town?
I yeah, I'm in a really really small town. So the biggest town that's closest to me would be Aurelia.
Oh, okay. Right.
That's a name
How
that
many
people like.
how many
In the
people
town
there?
where I live, there's about 1,500, 2,000 people that live here. Like we
Oh,
don't even
that's
have
tiny.
we don't have a traffic light. We just have stop signs.
We don't have a traffic light either, but we've got 11,000 people,
Oh, really?
and but it swells to almost twice that when but not in the COVID years, but it can swell to like 17,000 during the summer.
Yeah,
I never go down to our little village in the summer. It's just nuts.
right. Yeah, we're known here for like they call it like cottage country where I am. Well, all
Oh
surrounding where
yes,
I
yeah,
am because I'm on the shore of
right.
Georgian Bay. So Georgian Bay is a big cottage country
Oh,
area, and
right, right.
our population quadruples in the summertime to
Yeah.
about the first six towns that are all around me.
Yep.
So yeah, and then
Yeah.
we don't leave our houses on the weekends because we can't. You know, we want the city
Oh
folk
no.
to go back to the city.
No, exactly. I never go downtown, or at least I try not to. But if I have to, then I take my motorcycle because
Right.
otherwise I wouldn't find a parking spot. It's just nuts.
Yeah, it
But
is a bit cray cray for sure. All right, my friend.
so
Does anybody
I
want?
see that
Go ahead.
I see. No, you were showing the folks that you've got a lot more mobility in your neck now.
Yes.
It reminds me back in the early '80s. I was a young teacher in Surrey, British Columbia, and
Hmm.
this woman came on who was quite spiritual. She talked to all the teachers in our district, and it was a huge high school gymnasium, and it was full of teachers. But what she demonstrated was basically the power of your mind.
Yes.
She split the gym into half,
Hmm.
okay, this side is going to be doing this and this side's going to be doing this. And what she
Right.
did is she had you take your thumb and take it, around, how far can you go around,
Yep.
without turning your body. So it's about
Right.
there. And then she had us, limber up and practice, right?
Yeah.
Kept limbering up,
Yeah.
limbering up. And then, okay, let's see how far you can do it now.
Right.
And okay, I'm not very limber right now. But anyways, there was quite an improvement. But the
Yes,
group
there
that
is.
I was in, yeah. So the group that I was in, we were told, we were next, and we were told just to see ourselves doing it in our mind.
Right.
So she talked us through it. Okay, take your thumb, put it back, mark, oh yeah, and you had to look and mark to see where
Yeah.
your
Find
thumb
your
got
spot
to.
on
But
the
anyways, we
wall.
did
Yeah.
this. So we visualized. We did. She took us through the steps, and we visualized it. And then she said, "Okay, now, oh, I know what she did. She had us physically do the first one and mark
Hmm.
where we were, and then we did the limbering up exercises just in our head, and
Right.
then." We were told, okay, now see how far you can go. And of course, it was a big difference, and we hadn't done
Right.
anything. It was all in our head.
Yeah.
And that
It's
my side of the room, everybody gasped.
yeah.
Now this is going
Well,
back,
I mean,
40 years ago.
it is completely. I mean, I've seen many experiments like that before, and I mean, it's fascinating
Yeah,
when you realize the power of your own mind, right?
yeah.
Um,
And
that
that's
you
why they
do
have,
have.
Yeah.
these abilities.
That's why they have
right?
Olympic athletes visualize going through the race. They actually, yeah,
Yes. Yeah, I
visualizing
think
doing the race.
that's great. One of the things we discovered here today, possibly, well, I don't know that we discovered it, but it was brought up. So, yesterday, I think you were in the chat with Ali when I asked the question. So yesterday, I found out that my ex-husband passed away.
Yes, your ex. Yeah.
And
I would feel devastated too the day that my ex-husband passes.
Yeah.
He's a
I'm not,
good friend of mine.
Yeah, I'm more like in shock than I am anything. He's 51 years old,
Yeah.
and
That's so young.
That's really young. We were divorced in 1998, so that was a heck of a long time ago. And I've only spoken to him one time since then, which was in 2018. I don't know him to be the person that he is or was now.
Right.
Dealing with all of his addictions and stuff. And so it's hard for me to hear of him that way and picture him that way. And he was not nice to me. I mean, there was a lot of verbal abuse in our marriage and whatever. But the point that I'm trying to get at is that, I felt something.
It still affects you.
No, absolutely. Like I felt something and I wasn't really sure how to sort through the feelings. And normally the old Kelly, with all my anxieties and my fears and my phobias, I would have freaked out, buried my head in the sand, and I'd be dealing with this for a week or two. And I had come on the night before, not knowing that he had passed. And I had talked about my neck being so sore. And I had said that, I don't know, I just slept funny. It's an old car accident injury. I was on your channel saying the same thing, right? Couldn't figure it out. And what's funny about that, or this, and this is what we talked about in the chat just while you were off having your dinner, or before that, I think maybe, I don't know, that on Monday night, I was sitting in my chair here and I had fallen asleep. And when I woke up, I remember distinctly having a vision. I've never had a vision before, ever. I had one when I had an energy healing session with Butterfly Kisses Healing, and I just assumed that it was, something that she had done to give me the energy to be able to do that. I didn't think that this was something that I could do on my own because I've never experienced it before. So I was sitting in the chair. I woke up, and I honestly, I don't know if it happened in my dream or if it happened when I woke up. I believe it happened when I woke up, but it was like 3 seconds long. And it was so weird because it was green grass, like fresh green grass, a big square, like this close to my face, and someone's shoes standing in the grass. And I was like, that's random. So, yesterday, on Wednesday morning, afternoon, I went into Scott's show where Scott was doing that show with the pets before I realized it was about pets. And I said, I've been told that I'm missing like the signs from my spirit guides. And I don't know how to connect with them. Is there something that you can tell me to do to help me access those? Like, give me some tips or whatever. And they did a reading on me, and it was Sheila, Kevin, Mark, Spirit Whisperer, and Scott. And they all said, you need to be grounded, ground yourself, and more grounded.
Oh, wow.
So here I am sitting
So
here.
you got the message.
Yes. So my point is, I'm sitting here in the chat. Instantly, my neck is better. Like I could, woohoo! And other than the icing, I didn't do anything. And it's almost like I got signs, I got messages, but I didn't know what the hell they were. And how weird is it? I've been asking all week. I asked on Nasty Women. I asked Scott.
Yes, I remember. Mm-hmm.
How weird is that?
Yeah, I remember.
And that's what everyone in the chat
That's
said.
Weird.
That the grass in the shoes was probably that I needed to be grounded because this
absolutely
crazy, really. I mean, not crazy in a bad way. I'm like, wow.
Well, I'm realizing since I've been, really opening up my gifts this year, those random thoughts, I just thought they were random thoughts, and now I realize they're not. I'm getting messages all the time.
Yeah. It's just.
And And in fact,
I
I'll
don't
be
know.
thinking about, where did I put that so and so? And and I don't remember where. And then maybe about 3 seconds later, I get a flash.
Interesting.
And so it's not me thinking. I just get a flash. I know when it
Right.
comes quickly, that's a
Yes.
message from spirit. Yeah.
Interesting.
And it's
That's
like,
really
yeah,
interesting.
go check here. And I look and there it is.
Very cool. Hi, Sharon Sipe. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Hey, Sharon.
It is really interesting to me how spirit works, and I'm just starting to recognize how spirit works. And
Yeah, that's what it is. It's been there for me the whole time. I just didn't realize it. These really random thoughts.
yeah, I
That
know what you mean.
Yeah. Also, I can pay attention to them better now because since I retired from teaching, my mind has really settled down.
Well, yeah, because you don't have all
I
that
don't,
outside noise going on around you, right?
well, not only teaching, but you're always thinking about teaching. Like your mind's busy all day long till you go to bed. And now I'm finding it's very clear. It's just nothing much happening there
That's
except for
awesome.
these random thoughts. Yeah, it is good. Yeah, it
Lisa
is
just
good.
popped on live.
Who did?
Lisa,
Oh, wow.
Spirit Intuitive.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just really interesting to me. That's all. And the chat was like, that was a message that you needed to be grounded, and I was like, wow, that's fascinating to me. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay.
Oh, so what did we say when you asked us? I don't remember the readings. They just,
I think that Lisa basically said that like my gifts are coming, that I have to be patient. I need to slow down and not because I'm overthinking it. I'm trying to say like,
yeah.
This is my sign. Okay, I can see that, because that's how I think. I'm a very kind of like, you have to explain something A to Z for me to understand how it works. And I think that is why I'm like, can you just tell me exactly what I'm supposed to be looking for? Right.
Mm-hmm. I think I remember, I might have said like, just get out of your own way.
Yeah, I think you did say get out of my own head. I believe that when at the end of you got the 5 of Wands, I think, and you said like, I need to sort of get out of my own head, my own way.
Right. All those thoughts. Yeah.
Well, because I'm thinking too hard. I'm thinking that it's going to be like,
exactly.
This is a message, right? And it doesn't say that.
I know. When I look at a certain place, I look over here and I get what Debbie says is like a metaphor.
Yes.
And so I'll see a scene, and I can't even remember what the question was. Oh, I think the question was a political one about somebody. That Don Jr. marrying that Kimberly Gills boy. Was it to shut her? So anyway, so I look. What was that all about? And I looked, and I saw her in a wedding dress, or I saw a woman in a wedding dress, and then all of a sudden there was duct tape over her mouth, and so it was just a flash. And I looked at her and I thought, okay, I know I didn't manufacture that. I mean, you just have to get out of your way. Oh, okay, yeah,
interesting. But, it's funny that you mentioned that, because Debbie does do that. Debbie does look off to the side.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have a certain place I look in, and then I have a scene. It's kind of like it's almost like a dance studio that I'm looking at. It's just an open room, but there's a door. Sometimes it's open, sometimes it's closed, but the person comes through the door, and spirit shows me what they're wearing or what they're doing, and I have to interpret what I'm seeing. Yeah.
I've always felt that I had, I don't know that I would call it like a knowing per se, when it comes to everybody, but I definitely have always known like people that I'm close to, people that I'm like, I can hear it in your voice that something's not right with you. I can,
Oh,
when
yeah.
I'm talking to my sister or like my mom or like my grandmother or people that I'm really close to, I'm like, something's wrong, and I phone them. Like I don't know how I know it. I
Yeah.
just do. I've always felt
Yeah.
like I had really good gut
I
instincts in it, and I get a vibe about people. I've always had that. But since my anxiety, I don't trust my gut instinct anymore because I'm always coming from a
mm,
place of fear and negativity. So I have a tendency to be like, "Oh, that's not right." No, like you're making more. So I don't really trust it anymore. So since I came into this
right.
community, I'm learning to trust my gut again, which is a great thing, because it's never really steered me wrong before. So that's wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I had something pop into my head. Now I forgot what it was. I've always been able to, like, family members or close friends. I phone them up, and they say hello, and just the word hello tells me
Yeah,
volumes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know how or why, but I just always
I
like,
think it's an automatic a spiritual connection, and I can tell also there's certain qualities in their voice. They're sounding upbeat, or they're sounding meh, or down, or whatever. I
yeah,
mean, there's those things, but also I get an instant connection. And okay, I'd say, okay, what's going on?
yeah. I've even
Something's
been
up.
able to tell, like when my sister texts me that something's wrong because she doesn't communicate the same way.
Right.
I can't explain. I cannot explain it. I don't know how I do that. That doesn't happen all the time. That's random and rare. But there are
Yeah.
times when, like, my husband's texted me and I'm like, "What's wrong?" He's like,
Hmm.
"Nothing." I'm like, "No, no. What's something's going on?" And he's like, "How can you tell through a text?" I'm
Hmm.
like, "I don't know."
The energy comes through.
Yeah, I guess. I never really would put that much thought into it. I would just be like, "I don't know how I know. I just did," and I would leave it at that. I wouldn't really question it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now it's
I mean,
interesting
you're
to
reading
know
the
that,
text. Yeah, you're reading the text, but you're tuned into the energy.
yeah, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does somebody have a question? I would love to read.
Yeah. Does anybody have a question that they want? Anna Banana says she has a tendency to feel pain of family members.
Mm,
That's
yeah.
interesting. And Linda had said earlier that when her ex-husband passed, her bathroom light bulb was going off and on. And I thought of him
Yeah,
before
I
I
see
found out
that.
he was gone.
Yeah.
That was before her
Interesting, huh?
awakening. Yeah. Well, I was telling
Wow.
a story while I was eating my pasta that the night my grandmother passed, we were at my grandmother's apartment, and my mother had made us all something to eat, and we were sitting there, um, eating our macaroni, and we were laughing because we did it in the exact same way. Like, we spread the cheese the same way, we put the salt on the same way. Kind of funny, right? And the kitchen light kept going on and off. And we both kind of looked at each other and looked at the light and just went like, okay, if we don't say anything, then it's not happening. And then my mom went into the bedroom and said, like, for me to come in there and change the light bulb because there was a light missing. And I said, "Mom, the light's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not burnt out. It's Nana messing with you," is what she's doing. Or Papa, whoever. Anna says, if they ask for healing, I literally absorb their pain. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so there's a question. Do you want me to pop it up there so you can see it, Sharon?
I see it. Okay, yeah, I see it. When's
When's
your
your birthday?
birthday?
When's your birthday, Anna?
Okay, let me see if I can see anything. Okay, I did see something. May 4th.
May the force be with you.
Yeah, right.
Right?
May the 4th be with you. Yeah, exactly. What I saw was her tending to this little garden of these flowers, and she's watering them. And the message I got was, you've planted these seeds, and you're kind of expecting, she's impatient. She wants
Right.
results right away. And they're saying, no, you've got to tend your spiritual gardening. It will, it will grow, but you have to tend to it. Like if you're trying
Absolutely.
to open your spiritual gifts, you have to practice, you have to meditate, that sort of thing. And so
Yeah.
they're saying you have to practice patience and also tending, you have to put the work in.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting without throwing any cards. Let me see. I don't know if this is the right deck for me, but I'll throw a few cards here. Does that make any sense to you, Anna? Linda, could you narrow that down? I hate doing a shotgun approach. If you could think about what area in your life you would like to have a message, could you please think about that and type it in the chat? Thanks. It really helps. Yeah, these aren't the right cards. I'm gonna see.
I got this new deck of Oracle cards, and they're great, but they're friggin' sticky. All right, so
Hey, Anna says actually that is perfect.
Yeah.
Because I was looking to redoing the mediumship class for better understanding. That class will end close to my birthday. There you go. You've got to practice and you've got to tend to your spiritual garden.
Yeah. I just got this card for you, Anna. It says, I believe I pulled this for you before, surrender to effortlessness. And it's more the image on that card that I'm looking at, right? And
Right.
I'll read this message to you, and then I'll show you the first card that I got with the tarot cards. Stop pushing so hard. The art of living means going with the flow instead of trying to force the river. So the first card I pulled for you is the Judgment card in reverse. And if you look at this card, right, how she has the vision of the woman sort of springing up out of her,
Mm-hmm.
right? It reminds me very much of that card image.
Yes. Right? Yes. Yeah.
So I got the Judgment card in reverse for you, Anna. Right? I've got the 10 of Cups for you. I'll tell you what all of this means. I'll just show you all the cards here. I've got the 3 of Cups, which is a lovely card, as well as the 10 of Cups. I've got the King of Wands. And I've got the 9 of Wands. And I've got the 9 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. So I think from the way that I'm seeing this, you're gonna see your way through this. Like you're eventually going to get to the point that you need to get to. But right now you're stuck. You're literally stuck. You're not. It's almost like what I was just saying to Sharon about my signs. Like I'm looking for the word, and an arrow pointing down. This is the sign that you're looking for, Kelly. Pay attention to this. And I'm never going to see that. So I think that you need to be a little kinder to yourself, like Sharon was saying, but you need to stop trying so hard. I don't know how else to say that, but literally you need to stop trying so hard because you've got everything sitting here. You've got the wish fulfillment card. You've got celebration with your family, your community, right? And all the joy that brings. You've got the King of Wands. You've got the fire, the power, the strength. You just have to sort of stop trying so hard. I don't know how else to put it. but you need to stop trying so hard. It's going to come to you if you let it flow, just like that card said, right? That's what I got. I just want to, Sharon's putting a message in here. What is Sharon saying?
Yes, I noticed that.
Oh, sending tiny trinkets and tarot and sending prayers with love to her today, her grandmother 87th birthday, and she just found out her grandmother is in hospice and not going to make it. That is awful.
That is so sad. Yeah. You know, my
Of course
mom
we-
died when she was 82. And really the hospital really bungled her care, and it was really because of that she died. But she could have lived much longer. But anyways, you know, I think about her every day. It's been 6 years, and I still, you know, I still so miss her.
Yeah. It's difficult, you know, when that person that has always been there is suddenly not there. It's difficult to know, you know, what to do.
So, yeah, I did throw cards for Anna.
Okay.
I mean, I told her what I saw, but these cards, they support what I said. Number one is the Magician. These cards are kind of hard to see, but it's the thing. Like, I think she wants to kind of snap her fingers. I want it now.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I said. She gotta stop being so hard on herself. It's all right there. It's all like right at her fingertips. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I got the Seven of Pentacles, and that's the harvest. Right.
Yeah.
She's got to tend to her garden, and she's going to reap the reward, the harvest. And she's got the Judgment card, the call. You know, she's got the call to raise her vibration and to develop her gifts.
I had that for her as
she's
well.
Got the World card. She's got the World card.
Nice.
You know, that she's going to go through a lot of changes. And then the Six of Air is the Six of Swords, and that's the ship going to calmer waters. And, you know, she's going to get there.
Yeah.
So the cards completely support what I saw, what Spirit showed me.
That's great.
I just love it when they.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, it's validation for you that you're on the right track, and validation for the person that asked the question.
Exactly. That's right.
I love that.
Now, Linda Kelzer had a question. I asked her to kind of narrow down what she wanted, her message from Spirit. Did she do that?
No, I didn't see it. Linda, can you tell us, like, can you be a little more specific, love?
She says, do I have messages? Yeah. And I asked her to please narrow that down. I don't see it. Yeah, she hasn't. Are you still here, Linda? Hi, Sharon. Hi, Sharon Sipe. Super mod.
She needs a cape over her S.
I know. I've made there's some cards I've made for myself, and there's one here I just love, and made me think of her. Let's see. Well, we're waiting till Linda to respond here.
Anna says, that makes me feel better. I realized the day before the last class that I was using the class to not deal with my personal demons. Well, thank you for sharing that, Anna, because that's not easy to admit to.
Thanks for the feedback.
But, yeah, absolutely.
I think this is going to be the last card. All right. This is, I hope you can see it. Hold on. My little super person card. That's what I think of Sharon Sipe there.
Yeah.
She's the super mod extraordinaire.
Yeah. I got some interesting cards for Linda. I just pulled 3. I've got some interesting cards for her,
Okay.
but I'm gonna pull some oracle cards too.
She says she is working on a specific topic. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Um,
I'm sorry.
No, that's
I
okay.
didn't see that.
It's okay.
Anna says that
Let's see if
made
I
sure
could.
to apologize for wasting their time, but that did me a world of okay. That's why I wanted to redo the class. Interesting.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what that was talking about, Anna.
Well,
That surrender to effortlessness. That's a hard word to say.
yeah.
Effortlessness.
It is. I'm just gonna see if I can tune in for Linda.
Yeah.
See what I see. Oh, interesting. I see that she has a shield in front of her. She's basically really trying to protect herself, but it's like she's overdoing it. Like she needs to open up more. She needs to open up to people, open up to herself, open up to spirit. She's got the shield that she's clenching, trying to protect herself.
Well,
Does that make
before she
does that
said
make any
anything,
sense to you, Linda?
this is what I pulled, Sharon.
Yeah.
So that's what I pulled before she said anything. So I got the 5 of Swords.
Oh wow.
I've got the I got this one next, the 9 of Swords. And then I got the 6 of Swords. So feeling some sort of way. Definitely sort of like dealing, for lack of a better way to put it. Dealing with her stuff. So she says any direction of what class might benefit me. Like when you say class, Linda, do you mean like a mediumship class or something like that? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm wondering, Linda, are you very anxious? Do you suffer from anxiety? Because I just see yourself holding yourself so tight and protecting yourself.
Yep.
Does that make
I
any
don't see
sense?
that, but I see that in the cards.
Oh, I see it in the cards, yeah. I don't know. I'm feeling any class that would help her be less defensive and less anxious. Doesn't even have to be a mediumship class. I think that's where she has to start.
I think you know what?
Oh, yes, I've had that experience, so I do extra protection.
Yeah. You know what might help you,
Yeah, well, I'm
Linda?
getting the sense is you're...
Sorry, go ahead, Sharon.
I'm just getting the sense that it's too much. Yeah, Linda, I'm just getting the sense that it's too much, that you need to relax. I mean, yes, you can put yourself in a protective, bubble of energy to help you, not have any sort of toxic or negative energy. But I just feel like you're just really hanging on for dear life. You fear, you're living in fear. And so, relax. But you can put protection around you, but just, that ease card, being at ease.
Well, you still need to have some joy too, right? You can't just, and I'm speaking from
you got to have feeling joy. Yeah. Yes.
To allow yourself to feel joy.
And
I'm gonna show you the
letting
cards
people in
for you, Linda. This is, I think it's kind of cool in terms of Sharon's talking and I'm throwing cards, and the cards that I'm getting is exactly what Sharon's saying. So I thought that was interesting. So the first oracle card I pulled was from the Soul's Journey, which is service. And I love the image on this card. It reminds me of like an antique old brooch or something. It looks like a piece of jewelry that the queen would wear or something, or like your grandmother would wear. Beautiful.
Right.
Very interesting.
Yeah, right.
So the message on the bottom of the card says, I feel good when I can help others. I feel good when I can help
Yes.
others. And then I pulled from the power of surrender, and I've got the surrender to wonder and awe. And if you look at the image on this card, you'll see that it's very dark and blah on one side. And then as she allows things to flow through
There it
her, it's
is.
coming out on the other side, very colorful, right? So the
Yes, and there's
message,
that word surrender.
right? And the message on the card says, open to the magic
Yeah.
of every moment and sense the awe and wonder in all of life. This attitude will keep you connected to the ecstasy of flow. And maybe that's what it
Yes,
is. Maybe you just
yes.
need more flow, right?
And being in the moment.
Yes, yeah. And when I
I've
pulled the
got
tarot card, sorry, go ahead, Sharon.
Oh, just that I've got a little it looks like it's a wise old Chinese, teacher that I've got here.
Right.
It was on my mother's bulletin board. It says, if you were you've heard this before. Probably all of us have heard it. If you're depressed, you're living in the past.
Right.
If you're anxious, you're living in the future.
Right.
If you're at peace, you are living in the present.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
So, yeah. And she says, I'm working on opening up. Okay, great. And I'm starting a 21-day meditation program to tune in to my guys. Yeah. That was the first thing you said, class. I thought meditation.
I thought manifestation, something to help you visualize where you want to see, like where you see yourself, where you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So I got the.
She says, yeah. Sorry, she just said something here. Yeah, I've always taken care of everyone else first, working on all that stuff, and sometimes getting overwhelmed. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Yeah. I've got the 5 of Swords, which shows that you have you got some conflict going on. You're inside your head. If you notice, he's scratching his head, going like basically, I need to get out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 9 of Swords talks about the same thing. If you look at the image, it pretty much says it all, right? The woman's got her hand in her head in her hands, and she's just sort of, and this is supposedly your current energy. Like, why can't I make this make sense to me? Why can't I move forward?
Yeah.
Why can't I figure my way out of it? And then you've got the 6 of Swords, where you're starting to realize that there is a shore right next to you, right? That you can get off the water and go to the safety of the shore. It's right there. It's within your grasp. You're almost there. And the best part, my friend, is that at the bottom of the deck, you have the 10 of Pentacles. And I know not everybody reads the energy of the bottom of the deck, but this is you, this is family, this is community, this is love, this is joy, this is support. That is what's coming for you. That's what's that's what's on shore waiting for you. Right? I love that. That's beautiful. Hopefully you love that too, Linda. I love it. I love it, love it, love it.
Okay.
Anna chose Anna Banana pulled a card for Linda. Spread your wings, Archangel Ariel. Do not hold back right now. The timing is perfect, and you are ready to soar. I love that. That was so sweet,
perfect
Anna.
Card. And I pulled 2 cards because I pulled one and then I felt I had to pull another. This is The Language of Letting Go by Melody Beattie. I really love this deck, and this is a deck that I inherited from my mother. Okay, it says, and this is about her caring for other people. It says, healthy giving. Perfect, huh?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. It says today, I will practice healthy giving, understanding that caretaking and compulsive giving don't work. I choose what I want to give, to whom, when, and how much it takes time to learn how to give in healthy ways. It takes time to learn to receive, balance will come.
Mhm.
And
Which
then
is
the
exactly
next
what
card
you
is
said before.
standing. Yeah, standing firmly in my truth. And this is about, not listening to those outside voices, right? The things that she's defending herself from. It says, today I will acknowledge that my knowledge, feelings, and beliefs are all mine. And they're just as valid as anyone else's.
Love it. That's
I'm open
perfect.
to learning from others and I'm open to learning from others and their experiences, but I will stand firmly in my own truth. So those are
Beautiful.
perfect cards.
Love
Yeah.
that.
Thanks, Mom. I love these cards.
Those are really beautiful cards. I've heard you like
love
pull
these
from them
cards.
before. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I use them a lot. And the other one that I use a lot too from my mother is Healing Cards by Carolyn Meese. These are wonderful too. And I got them.
What a
from my
lovely
mother.
gift to have from your mother, right?
Oh, I know. Well, it was, as we're cleaning out her apartment, my mother did say before she died, I mean, she didn't know she was going to die, but she said, I've boxed up a lot of cards from my daughter, Lauren, and she says, I want to send them to her. And if I don't get to do that, would you give them to her? And so, yeah, she said things like that before she died. And she was telling me things she had never told me before. Like I really, on the reflection, she knew on a spiritual level she was going, but
Yes.
it was a surprise. It just, yeah.
Interesting. Linda says, I think you are all on top of it. I didn't think I was shielding myself that much, which explains why I feel like I wasn't moving forward.
Yeah. You were hanging on for dear life.
Yeah.
and in fear with this big shield in front of you. Yeah. So you can let that go. I mean, again, have that nice spiritual energy around you that, is protecting you. I put white lights and roses of protection.
Nice.
Yeah.
I would just say to you,
and
Linda,
also if you don't want any,
sorry, go ahead, Jen.
The other thing is if you don't want anybody getting into your energy, you can also put mirrors up so that people that are sending or trying to look into you, it bounces off and sends it back to them. And what they see is their stuff, not yours.
Yeah. I think that you also need to remember to be kind to yourself. Above all else, you need to remember to be kind to yourself.
Absolutely.
I think that, it would, as the card said, it would service you if you took a little time took a little me time, right? Take yourself like a nice bath, curl up in front of the fire with a good book. Just have a little moment where you're just doing whatever, where you're just being chill, being relaxed, getting that balance. Because if you're constantly, and I know this from personal experience, has nothing to do with spiritual things, but if I am constantly fighting my nervous energy all day long and I just cannot shake it, the best thing that I can do for myself, as I told you guys the other day in the video, was to do a visualization technique where I can literally transport myself out of that nervousness. I need to get myself out of the wheel, so to speak. So you could, transport yourself by reading a book. Maybe you do some crocheting or some coloring or something of that nature. Just take a little me time, right? Do something to sort of relieve that bouncy butterfly kind of like, oh my God moment, right?
Well, also, if you're constantly taking care of other people and you don't recharge and you don't take care of yourself, then you're not going to be in any shape to give to people.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to. Yeah.
We talked about that
good.
tonight.
She says, I'm upping my.
Yeah. We talked about that tonight.
Yeah. Okay. She says.
Way earlier. It was awesome.
Oh, okay. So Linda's responding here. Yes, I am upping my self-love and self-care routine. Good. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
And that meditation course is also fantastic. So You know what to
Probably,
do, and you
yeah,
knew it all
probably
along.
really, really help her for sure.
Yeah, just
For sure
relax
it
and
will
let
help.
that shield down. Yeah.
You know what you said to me earlier, Linda, when you first came in the room, at least I think it was you, Linda, that said to me that my shoulders look like they're back down where they're supposed to be. I don't know
Good
anything
sign.
about I don't know anything about what you look like, but I dare say go take a look at yourself in the mirror, and I bet you your shoulders are up near your ears. And the goal is to bring your shoulders back down
It's
where they're supposed
interesting.
to be.
It's interesting you say that, because I think during that whole reading, I was up, like now that I've started to realized it, just before you said that, I went, oh, I'm really, yeah. So I was picking up her really tight in the shoulders. Yeah, she
Yeah.
needs to release. Whoa.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, it wasn't you, Linda. Someone said it
yeah.
in the chat today that said that they noticed that my shoulders were back down
But
where they're supposed to be. And I've had people say that to me,
yeah.
like I've met in the store like years ago, saying, "Oh, you look fantastic. Your shoulders are back down where they're supposed to be." I'm like, "What?" I didn't even know what the hell they meant. I
Yeah.
know now.
Yeah.
I know now
Yeah.
what it means, but the point that I was trying to make by
Yeah.
that is just to say that when you tense up, you don't realize that you're carrying yourself so tight, and that shield that you're wrapping around yourself could be doing that to yourself, meaning you could be like tensing up and
Yeah.
doing this but not realizing it. So
Well,
if you take that self-care and
yeah, I
that
didn't realize how tense I was.
Yeah.
So I was definitely picking up her energy.
Yeah.
You a lot of times you're not aware of it. You don't even know you're doing it. Like I
I know
sometimes
I'm
I'll
not.
catch myself with, oh, and you have to just just
Yeah.
release.
And if
Yeah, I
nothing
catch
else
myself
helps,
doing that.
Linda, not at all being smart when I suggest this, but if nothing else helps, you can always go to the tapping video that I did. We did it earlier tonight because I needed to do it, and it works. Are you at all stressed in any way, Sharon? Or are you feeling quite relaxed
Me?
right now? Yeah.
Oh, I'm still coming down from that reading because she was so tense, or at least the energy
All
that was
right.
picking up was
So
so tense.
I want you to
Now
try this.
tap.
It's going to take 20 seconds. I want you to
Okay.
try this. Well, not 20 seconds, might take a minute.
Sure.
All right. So hands right here on your cheekbones.
Oh, Linda, hold on. Linda
Yep.
says, stressful job. I think it's my biggest challenge. Been doing it for so long. Don't realize it. Yep. I was in teaching for 40 years, so.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
So you're going to do some
this
tapping.
with me. Do this with me. Put your fingers up on your right here, right above your cheekbones, right? And you're going to tap very, very, very lightly. You're going to do that for a count of about 15 or 20. You don't have to say anything, or you can say something. It's totally up to yourself, right? Then you're going to move down to your collarbone here. And you're going to do it for the same count. And this is when you would take in a breath through your nose. And then back out through your mouth. And you're going to take your right hand and you're going to put it over your heart in a fist really lightly and just tap over your heart for the same amount of time. Do another breath in. And then you're going to go underneath your rib cage and you're going to tap right, sort of like right where your bra strap is. And what you're doing here is there is a vagus nerve that goes all through your body that pumps the adrenaline through you. And you're just slowing down the pace of that adrenaline, which is ultimately calming you down. Right? And if you go back up to your cheeks and tap on your cheeks one more time, we'll just go through it once more. So back up to your cheeks. To your collarbone. Go to your collarbone and tap there. Once again over your heart with your right hand. And then once more to your rib cage, which I don't know why this one always makes me feel like I'm doing chicken dance, which is not at all unstressful, but it is kind of funny, right?
It is, yeah.
And there you go. But do you not feel like a sense of calm when you finish doing that? It's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It always totally, my therapist gave me that. That's not me coming up with that. My therapist gave me that. And it works like anytime. And the reason why I enjoy that is because no matter where the upset hits you, meaning wherever you are, you can do that anywhere. You can do it in the car, you can do it at home, you can do it like in the lunchroom, at work, in the bathroom, whatever. And it's almost like an instant kind of, whew, okay, I got this. So always try that.
Yeah, I had, of course, when my wife and I were in this terrible car accident in 2006 and we lost her son, my stepson, I took extensive, counseling. And what this counselor did for me was, because I was suffering PTSD from the accident, she went through it. There was prep work I had to do. So one day I had to go through the scene by scene of the accident.
Yeah. Wow.
And also, okay, what? Yeah, it was quite, a lot of tears. But anyways,
I can't imagine.
And she would say, okay, from 1 to 10, what are your emotional pain?
Yeah.
What does it feel like? I'd say 11.
Yeah.
12, that kind of thing, and with each scene. And then the next time I went to see her, which was, I think a few days later, we did it again. And when it came up, it came up and all that emotion, she did tapping with me.
Yeah.
First she said, just follow her finger.
Yeah.
And I was doing it I was wearing contact lenses, and it all that back and forth motion was making my eyes dry. So she just tapped between my two knees. Anyways, she'd tap, and then all of a sudden I would feel this whoosh, this big release.
Yeah.
And she'd say, okay, how are you feeling now? And this is with each scene. Okay, how are you feeling now? Give me a number, and I'd say 2 or 3, which was quite
that's huge.
an improvement. So
it's
it
remarkable.
was absolutely, she went through every scene. Yeah, it was remarkable. And so I was able, to, after that, when people, were talking to me about it, I was able to, and this was quite a few months afterwards, I think, I was able to, talk about it, but not dissolve into a puddle of tears.
Right.
Yeah.
It's there are so many different forms.
I was detached. Yeah. I was detached.
Well, I mean, I think
detach myself.
I think that exercise of the tapping that she used with you was allowing you to sort of not like relive the actual scene that you were like talking about, the scene that you were telling her about, that you were seeing. She was asking you to detach yourself emotionally from it and just recount the scene and not feel the scene, if that makes sense.
No, I felt it. No, she says you're going to feel it. And so I went through each scene and I really felt it. And I told her, from 1 to 10, how do you feel? And, 1 being, really, the good part of the spectrum, 10 being, you're in quite a bit of emotional pain. Absolutely. And I would say, 11 or 12 each time, right? It was that bad. But then the next day, so that was the prep work. And then the next day we'd go through it, and it would come up. Yeah. But then she did tapping, and that released it.
Right.
So
I got you. Okay.
It was really, really fantastic work she did with me.
There's lots of different kinds of tapping that are out there that for all different types of reasons or situations or different kind of stresses. And the one specifically that I just did is the one that was given to me by my therapist to help with that fight.
Oh yeah, there's lots of them.
Every time flight or fight mode, in terms of when the panic is rising up in me and I'm somewhere where I can't put myself in my happy spot, or I can't like I'm in the middle of the store or I'm at work or something like that, and I need like an instant, whew, that's when I do
Yeah.
that, and it really does
No,
work
that's
to
a
calm
great
down.
exercise. It's a great exercise.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Anna, I'm glad we did that earlier tonight, the tapping exercise, and Anna felt nauseous, but Anna picks up on how I feel. So she was picking up on me and I felt bad. And Linda says, I need to do the tapping more. I think I've been in tense mode for a long time and it's difficult to change that. My mind relaxes,
Yes.
but my body doesn't always follow along. See,
Yes,
I'm the opposite
exactly.
of that. I am, sorry, I'm laughing because you can see Quincy's head.
I know. I was just going to comment. It was so cute peeking over.
Yeah. I'm the opposite of that, Linda, where my body, like two-way street. So most of the time my body will be more relaxed before my mind will be relaxed. If I am holding on to the anxiety and I'm not aware that I'm anxious, like I was with my neck when I'm like this, and I wasn't aware that something was wrong, then that's when it works. And that body is just like, yeah, sort of like that to me, going like, you need to pay attention. And that's usually when I'm like, okay, I can't pretend like this isn't happening. I need to deal with this. So it's like my body's way of telling me, like, pay attention. So it works both ways for me, but usually it's my mind is sorry, I just got a weird reminder. Normally it's my mind won't settle down, that I need help with, and then that's when the tapping really does it for me. That and the visualization. Yeah. We were talking, I did a whole visualization video the other day, and where I sort of talk people through a visualization, and just something that I've always done for myself, and everyone was saying like, wow, it really worked. It was relaxing, and I had to turn the camera off, and I was trying to talk really quiet like that. So it was really interesting. It was funny. It was good though. It was good. Does anyone else have any questions? Anybody else have any questions? How's your daughter doing, by the way, Sharon? Your daughter's doing okay?
Yeah, she's a lot better than she was, but it's, she'll never, I shouldn't say that. No, I won't say it that way, but she's kind of come back to where she was before, where she was, she got so much worse and couldn't get out of bed and, that kind of stuff, and couldn't stand for any length of time, and was having terrible zaps of, of pain.
Yeah.
But that has calmed down. I think that mostly what she's experiencing now is that she's feeling so much better that she tries to do too much, and then she pays for it the next day, where she's, she can't do much. But I'm hoping, because, the condition she have is, as I said before, is of a virus that she contracted 7 years ago. And she's got lingering effects from it, called POTS. Even if I told you what that stands for, basically it's your autonomic system. All the things in the background that are ticking along automatically, they're not anymore for her, like her, her blood pressure, her heart rate, her regulating her body temperature, hormones. Anyways, all those things are ticking along in the background. So she's had that for 7 years. But what happened was, because her hormones, it was affecting her thyroid.
Yeah.
And her thyroid was so out of whack.
Yeah.
That's how she became so much worse. So she's been going to this internist who seems to be on top of it. And she thought of several things, but the first thing she thought of was thyroid. And I do believe that she was a kind of person that goes with her gut, right?
Yeah.
And so as soon as she put her on thyroid medication, she started to improve. It was quite dramatic. But but she's back to where she was before. She still has the condition. But what I'm hoping, and what she's hoping too, is because most doctors, or any doctor she went to, they didn't have a clue about, they'd never heard of what she had, POTS. Didn't know what it was. Now with COVID, and people having what they call,
Yes.
I've read in the States, like the Washington Post and so on, what they're calling it long COVID,
Long
is
COVID.
these
Yeah.
lingering effects. And what it
Yeah.
is POTS. So she's hoping that because doctors now know, they know what it is
Paying
because of
attention to the
COVID.
signs. Yeah.
And she's hoping that there's going to be research done into this,
Right.
because there's virtually none. And
Right.
so, so she's hoping that there'll be a flurry of research and that maybe they'll come up with, some solutions.
Interesting.
But it's changed her whole life. She's had to, withdraw from her university studies, although she did finish her degree online this year,
Wow,
this
good
past
for
year.
her.
And yeah. And, but she can't work.
I don't think that there's when I say that there isn't anything worse, I don't mean a specific in terms of a specific situation. I just mean like for your own person, for a person that is trying to, figure out their path or achieve their goals. I don't really think that there's anything worse than trying to come back or propel yourself forward from a debilitating situation, whatever that situation
debilitating chronic illness. Yeah.
Like I don't have a chronic illness. I don't have a debilitating illness, but the fears and the phobias that the anxiety has created are every bit as real to me as your daughter.
But that's condition. Yeah, exactly.
No, but I know that.
That's a
but
condition.
what I'm saying is that to me, while I was in the thick of that, those were every bit as real to me as what your daughter experiences, even though they're not at all the same thing. And I don't know that people realize the intensity of your anxiety can bring on physical symptoms that make you think that you have an illness. And those are extremely difficult to talk yourself out of, right? Because what you've done is you've created, like, I'm in pain inside, so now my arm hurts. Well, now my arm hurts, so now I've got a pain, right? Because you needed me to have something, so here it is, right? You almost can do that. It is really amazing, the power of your own mind. And
absolutely.
And it really is difficult to, like I said, to propel yourself forward sometimes when you feel like it's hijacked you, your person, your life, your ambitions, your goals, that kind of stuff. It really, really is. And so anyone that has done that, I find truly inspiring, right? Your daughter should maybe consider, I don't know, does she like to write or communicate and, write poems? Maybe she should start a vlog and tell her story and get her word out there to educate and inform and to support other people that may be going through the same thing as her. That would be a great way for her to.
Yeah, she does write. She does write.
Oh, does she? Yeah. Sorry. Anna says, honestly, I think it is easier for someone with a physical issue to move forward than with an emotional or mental issue to move forward. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know what I think is interesting about that is that a lot of people don't recognize that they have an emotional issue, right? Whereas a physical issue, you know something's not working right on your body, right? So you try to like get that fixed or looked after or medicated or whatever. When you have like a emotional scar, you don't always know that you have an emotional scar until one day you hit a trigger, and then your whole world goes sideways on you, and then you're like, whoops, what am I supposed to do with that? And I'm telling you, that digging deep inside yourself to refix, the way that you think about things or the way that you feel about things or whatever. It's it's constant. It's not like, you go in therapy because you broke your ankle and you need to, you know what I mean? Or you break your hip and you need to go for therapy or rehabilitation. You do it for 6 months and then you're okay. It's not the same kind of thing when it comes to emotional stuff, because you're constantly working on bringing that stuff up and sort of teaching yourself how to look at things so that you don't get triggered, so that you don't react the same way. It's a lot of learned behaviors that you have to erase and sort of implement new behaviors, right?
Yeah, I actually suffered from panic attacks. Oh gosh, this is going back 30 years. And for me, what I was doing was remaining calm, but really I was kind of dead. I was dealing with my sexuality. It was in my face 24 hours, 7 days a week. And because I was living this lie. I wasn't living an authentic life. And so anyways, it really, really made me anxious. But I didn't know I was feeling anxious. I was always very calm. But what I was doing was stuffing down the emotions. And I can remember, having these attacks, and it was really interfering when I almost drowned from having an attack when I was, because underneath the water is a symbol of emotions.
Yes.
And I suddenly became afraid of what was underneath the water. And I'm not afraid of that, but I had this attack in the middle of the lake and I almost didn't make it back. But anyways, I went to a psychiatrist and I kept saying to him, I'm full up. I'm full. I'm full. And what it was is that stuffing down of all those emotions. Yeah. So now, many years ago, more than 20.
And so you in your life, up until the point that happened to you, so you're the person that handled everything. You were always in control.
I handled everything. I was calm.
To control the situation, but you were the voice of reason. Everyone came to you. You were like the mediator or the person that reasoned with everyone. You're standing there in front of the class. You're controlling that learning environment. Everyone's going at your you're the mom. Yeah.
My learning assistants, the education, they're called EAs, educational assistants. They would say to me, "Oh, I love coming into your room. It's always so calm." But then of course, that was after I dealt with stuff. That was, but I was doing that. I was calm in the classroom, that kind of thing. That's why I was so successful with kids with behavior issues. But
tell me all the time,
or special needs kids.
I used to work with special needs kids. I was a TA here in Ontario. I was a TA in the public school system.
Same,
supply teacher. But I used to. I was the person that everyone came to tell all their problems to, because I would never react. I had, and when I say I didn't react, the calm thing that you just said is what resonated with me. I wouldn't like, oh my God, I would just be like, it's okay. Like, we got this, we can. And I took everyone else's crap on me and just shoved it down. I used to, I've said that I've referred to myself as like a patty stacker, which is that old hamburger thing that you used to have advertised on TV.
Stuff it down. Stuff it down.
Yeah, I just literally ran out of room. Like you said, I just literally got full. My tank
I went through therapy.
I exploded.
Yeah, I went through therapy for that. So, this was more than 20 years ago. So, dealing with my issues. So now I'm still that calm person. I'm still the person that, the staff comes to. In fact, this is how calm I am. This, something was happening in the hallway. These parents came, and they're really, really good family. And they wanted to get their kids like, they got to take them right now. And they were agitated and panicked. And we couldn't kind of get from them what was going on. And so I looked at the mom and I went right over to her and I just said very calmly, I said, "Oh, is it your mother?" I thought maybe her mother had died, but I knew something had happened.
Excuse me.
And I, is it your mom? And I went to her and I just hugged her. And she said in my ear, "My nephew just killed my sister."
What? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was still loose in the neighborhood. So we had to go into lockdown.
Wow.
But see, even then, I'm the calm person. I just, everybody else is going, and I just went right up to her. And I thought, I knew it was a death. I knew that. But that's what she whispered in my ear. And yeah. Yeah,
Well, there's a
they had
lot to be said
taken
for the people
her
that are
sister had
calm.
taken. Well, just a minute. I'll just finish this.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
her sister had taken her son, the one that beat her to death, to the hospital because he was having problems like schizophrenia. They were, they needed help for him.
right.
And anyways, they discharged him. Like it's terrible. And then the next day, he bludgeoned his mother to death with a baseball bat.
Good Lord.
I know. And it's I hate to say it's not his fault. He was crying out for help, and he was so
And they let
mentally
him
ill,
down.
schizophrenia.
Yeah,
They let him down. Yeah.
yeah. Schizophrenia is no
But you
joke.
were no. So you were
Yeah.
saying that, yeah, you're the calm person that people come to.
Well, no, I used to be the calm person, and
Oh,
it's funny because since my anxiety has creeped in, I just wasn't able to ever get a hold of it. And when I say that, I
mm-hmm.
went to the doctor, and they were like, "Okay, we'll send you to someone to talk to." I'm like, "Okay." So the first one was someone that I paid $185 an hour to, which was a complete
Oh
joke because
God.
all they told me was that I was angry. Which it's not that I wasn't angry, but that really wasn't.
There's so much more to it than that.
So after 4 sessions, which is all I could afford through my employee benefits, I went back to
Right.
the doctor and I said, like, this isn't working. I don't have there's no
Yeah.
connection here. And they recommended me to a psychiatrist. And I had to wait 9 months for the psychiatrist. So for the first 9 months of having, 8 panic attacks a day and being poked and prodded for a bunch of different pills that were being handed to me without actually knowing what the hell was wrong with me, I was still trying to do what I was still like my regular life. But then these panic attacks would come
Right.
on and they would literally scare the bejeebers out of me. And it happened like at work, in the car while I'm driving, at home in bed. Like I became so fearful of these panic attacks that I sort of like clammed up in a little shell. And then like, I didn't want to leave my house because it wasn't safe for me to do so. And, the best help that I got was through the employees assistant program at my work, where I called in and I could speak to a therapist over the phone. She was the best help that I had. But here is what set me on my quest for the worst possible thing that I could have done. And this invoked a fear that I wasn't even, I mean, it's not rational by any stretch of the imagination. And I didn't even know that I did it to myself until this summer. I realized what I had done.
Mm.
She said to
Oh,
me,
wow.
"What makes Kelly happy?" And I said, "Well, I like to garden. I used to garden with my mom." She said, "That doesn't count. It needs to be what you do. Like, what do you?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, I like to cook, but I cooked with my mom, and I like to shop, but I shopped with my mom, and I used to like to watch TV, but I didn't have anything. I couldn't think of a friggin' thing that I did that made me happy, that brought me joy, that didn't involve my family or my mother." And all of it, and that sent me into a tailspin because I couldn't figure out, as an adult woman, which almost makes me want to cry, I couldn't figure out what made me happy. And so what does that imply? I don't have a job. I don't have a purpose. I don't have a function. What does it all mean? Like that's what sent me on my spiral. And I developed all kinds of fears and phobias, and I just went, okay, I'm never leaving the house again because it's just the only safe place to be. And I just hijacked my whole life from myself without even realizing that I did it. And then this summer, after coming to this community and hearing a few things and talking to a few people and watching people share and listening to readings from other people, I went and sat outside on the front step, and it was not intentional. I was just looking up at the sky, and, I love that time of night. And I was just sitting there, and all of a sudden I was like, what the hell have I done? I did this. I did this to myself. Shit. I did this to myself. and the tears started rolling down my face. And it was like, I don't even know how I came to the conclusion. I don't know what I was thinking. It just like was like, boom, you did this. And I got up with not an action plan, but like, okay, this has to stop. I need to figure out how to get out of the house. And, you know, so whenever I say like this community is done, I'm like, that is not any stretch of an exaggeration. I'm not looking for sympathy or bonus points. I am legitimately saying this has been life-changing joining this community, because that's what it did for me. It made me realize that I did this and I don't have to be afraid of the world. Right. And that I'm not alone.
Yeah.
Right. Beautiful. It was a beautiful moment. Honestly, it really, truly was.
Oh,
a beautiful moment.
An aha moment first. Yeah. Anyways, I don't have panic attacks anymore. And also what's happening, because I'm releasing a lot of stuff, what's happening, you know, how I said I was always calm, I stuff things down, and, you know, including anger and that kind of stuff. Well, now I'm feeling things much more acutely. And I've given up, you know, I think I've told this story many times before, but, you know, I retired from teaching in the end of school year 2019. But since then I've been filling in. And I realized that I can't do this anymore, because I'm not stuffing down anything anymore. And so what's happening is when I see an injustice or I see parents in the parking lot that are dissing, you know, us teachers, and there's no reason for it. If they knew how much we give and so on. You know, I went up to this group of women, these 3 women, and said, you know, told them what I thought. You know, I said, these parking lot conversations do not help. Anyway,
we were talking.
So
I want you to know we were talking about teachers tonight, and we all said that this pandemic and the homeschooling hopefully has brought some knowledge and some insight to the parents that think that teachers don't do anything, because it's not easy, the job that you do. So I just wanted you to know we had this conversation, and we all think that teachers deserve a friggin' medal, and they don't get it. They don't get what they deserve.
Thank you.
Anyways, go on.
No. And also, you know, anyways, I'm being very real. So I just say what's on my mind, and it is getting me into trouble. But I didn't do that before. So I'm feeling things much more acutely. So now I just have, you know, the pendulum swung the other way. I just have to temper that now. Because, you know, even in our live streams, I've said a few things that I regretted, you know, later. It was just escaping my mind. It was the truth, but I could have. The two times I can think of. I mean, yes, it was the truth, but I could have worded it in a much more compassionate way or diplomatic way.
Of course. But I dare say, and I'm not giving you an out here. I'm just making an observation, right? When you are a person that has dealt with, you know, issues of allowing people to see the real you, or do you see the real me? Why are you looking at me through those lenses when you should be seeing me through this lens? It is possible that now that you found your voice and that you found your power, with all the struggles and the issues that you've come through, that when you're given the opportunity to give your voice and your power, that you do so freely, and without sort of, you know, being careful what you say, because that old memory is right there. Like you've got a shot, say it quick before someone takes it away from you. You know what I mean? Because you're not used to being able to speak your own truth. And you're not used to being able to be authentic, right?
Yeah,
in terms of how you were before.
There's still ways of speaking your truth, but
of course,
not being
but that's learned,
it, you know.
No, I agree with you, but I think it's learned.
Well, yeah,
I think that there's something to be said for someone who's been able to voice their concerns their whole life and never be held accountable for saying how they feel, And then there's other people who spoke up
Yeah.
for themselves twice and both times got beat over the head with a bat for it, right?
Oh, yeah.
It takes a little bit of
Exactly. Yeah.
courage,
And that's,
and yeah,
yeah.
you know what I mean. It takes a little bit of courage.
Well, it's just an adjustment. It's just an adjustment period. And,
Yeah.
I mean,
And
I'll
by
still
the way,
speak my truth. There's just,
I think it's bullshit that you have to, pardon my French to anyone in the chat that I might have offended with that. I think it's bullshit that you have to. I mean, no, you shouldn't get in the people's faces in the parking lot, of course, but I also think it's BS that anybody, I don't care what walk of life you're in or what job you do, I don't condone or encourage anyone to get in anyone's face. First and foremost, this is for entertainment purposes only, but I think it's BS that if someone's sitting there talking smack about what you do or the job that you do or whatever, or it's directly intended to hit you, you know what I mean? And you're standing right there, that you can't say, hey, now hold on, wait a minute. Let me just set this record straight right here and right now. I agree.
I mean, the principle, well, the thing is about this. I mean, I didn't swear or anything, but, I was quite firm in what I said. And basically, I was saying to this woman who was going, yeah, was, you need to talk directly to the teacher. And she said, well, I emailed. Well, you need to have a face-to-face.
Exactly.
And yeah. Oh, and do you know what she was going on about?
What?
She said the teacher had name-shamed her son.
Honestly.
You know what I mean? In other words, the teacher had put his name up on the board because he was being a jerk. Right? Mm-hmm. And name shamed my son. And so what does she do? And she's a bully herself, because what she did was she went home, went to her husband about what I'd said. And then the husband phones my principal.
Right.
So it's my principal who's a new principal to it. But no, just hold on. So anyways, he pulls me in and he says, I got this call, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. He said, oh, so the conversation did it, did happen? I went, yep. I said, Michael, the older I get, the more I can't put up with BS. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I will really try, and that will not happen again. But I've just decided over the Christmas holidays. I mean, I had to go look after my daughter, and there's shorthanded in our district for teachers on call, and as you said, supply teachers, and for educational assistants. I'm a double agent. I do both, but I realized that I really have, the filter has come off. I'm not squashing anything anymore, which is healthy. I just have to adjust. I just have to bring the pendulum back just a little bit. So, and also it's time. I got some readings done. They said, yeah, it's time. And I wanted to go out without a scandal.
There's nothing better than finishing something on a high note, right? There's nothing
on
better
a high
than
note. So that's why I've decided I'm not going back. And they've got to figure it out, because I can't constantly get them out of trouble. They don't have enough stuff.
No, absolutely. I get what you're saying. We were just talking about this very concept earlier, and that concept is of, I don't even know how it came to be, but we were talking about elderly people and how they used to handle situations, right? In terms of versus today, how, the instant that something goes wrong, we take to social media. What should I do? Oh my God. I love those people that put those on Facebook. Friggin' sends me over the damn edge. My life sucks, ... And you're all like, oh my God, what? Are you okay? Really? I can't. I don't understand. I don't get the whole concept.
I don't do Facebook much. I may put the odd photo in. I know I put last thing I posted. I mean, I don't post very often at all. Probably 4 times a year.
We were just generally speaking about how the court of public opinion these days is
Mhm.
so dramatic and so drastic that, you know, there's 5,000 comments about whether Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck should be back together again, and if it's too soon and if it's too late, and what he said about, I mean, honestly, who gives a flying you know
I don't
what? There's
I don't give a rat's
so much
ass.
going on in the world. You know what I mean? Okay,
I
Mark,
know.
my husband wants to show everybody something. I mean, honestly.
Oh my gosh, there's the cake.
So he's
Oh,
made it.
wow.
You, Anna.
It's for on banana.
Okay, I want a
Sharon gets
big
your
piece,
half.
please.
Yep, Sharon, you get a piece too. Yep. All right, get in the kitchen
Yeah,
and cut
yeah.
her up.
Oh, please, please. Where's your manners?
Oh no, it's I don't get a piece. The last cake that he made, I had 2 pieces out of because I'm allergic to eggs, so it's probably not a good idea that I ate the cake.
Oh,
So
right.
yeah, the cake's
Yeah.
not for me. Cake's all for
Well,
him.
you know, the thing is, I'm getting back to this parking lot conversation. What I also had done was I had interrupted her drama, right?
Yes.
Of talking to the other, the other mothers. Maybe I interrupted her drama. And I think
Yeah.
that's what's being played out on Facebook is all these kind of parking lot conversations are being,
Exactly.
played out in Facebook where, yeah.
Well, you know what it is? It's the idea that, okay, so I almost going to sound, I stopped myself because I feel like I'm going to contradict myself. I always say here on the channel and different talks that we have, and I use these people for as an example, the people that say, "Oh, how are you?" and when they don't really give a crap, they don't really
Yeah.
want to know how you are, unless you say,
No.
"Okay, fine," you're like, "Great," and then they move on. So here's why I'm saying that. Nobody cares anymore. Everybody's so busy. Everybody's got all these things to do. And then there's all this whining and complaining. My life sucks. My life is horrible. My life is awful because I'm stuck inside and you took my freedom away and I got to wear a mask. My kids are at home. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Oh my God. And I want
Yeah.
to say this,
Yeah.
and I don't mean to be rude. I hope nobody takes offense to it, but like handle your shit. Like honestly, because you don't
Yeah.
know what's going on in other people's lives. Handle your stuff because your stuff really isn't that bad. It's just you're making it horrible, right? And so those kinds of individuals where it's like me, listen to me, pay attention to me, need to go into the parking lot and create a whole situation because they are, no, thank you, not right now. Because they need the love, they need the attention that they're not getting because of the pandemic, because they're
Exactly.
not in office places and they're not
Exactly.
able to, well, pick up the damn phone and talk to somebody. Like, why are you standing in the parking lot yelling at a bunch of teachers? That doesn't even make any sense. But that's the society that we've become. Truly.
Well, they're not even yelling at the teachers. They're just talking smack about them and not, they have no idea.
I mean, I know
I had a friend.
Sorry. I'm just saying,
I had
like,
a
I know
friend
that's always happened, but when did that be okay? That we just stand there and just talk smack about people? When did it become okay that we do that? I don't remember people doing that, like, all the time. I mean, I remember it happening, yes, but I mean,
there was housewives that would hang over the backyard fence and do it with their neighbors. I mean, it's always been around, but it's at a pandemic, level.
Well, in terms of like what you just said is absolutely right. Like back in the day, the housewives would lean over the fence and do it, but it would stop there. Right? Now it's like taking on a life of its own where what the teachers are doing in the parking lot is more important than the insurrection that happened at the Capitol. That's my point. It's like taking on a life of its own, and it's like, my God, we have so many other things to be talking about, people. It's crazy, truly. Did you guys all hear, like, Ted Cruz made some stupid comment yesterday and the whole world went nuts over it? I just heard about that today. And I don't even know what the hell he said. Something about the insurrectionists. but he basically came out and agreed that they were terrorists. And now he's trying to backpedal and, oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't say it. And he was on Fox News, and Tucker Carlson called him out and said right to his face, I watched the clip. It was great. I don't believe you. And I was like, this is awesome. Yeah, it was just like on, but that's my point. Like, worrying about the insurrection,
Linda,
we're talking about what.
yeah. Well, Linda makes an interesting comment here.
Yes.
Yeah, Linda makes an
Yeah.
interesting comment. I had this conversation today, actually, with my ex-husband, who's my friend as well. She says selfish and instant gratification me syndrome. We were just talking about that particular thing and how it's just gotten just so over the top, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I refer an
Yeah.
awful
Yeah.
lot to the Facebook highlight reel. And I don't know that I can articulate how I make this make sense to people, but in my mind, it's the same idea. When you go onto Facebook and you look at anyone's page, it's like my trip to Barbados, my new house, my new living room furniture, my new car. Look at me with
Yeah.
all my people. I went
Yeah.
on a cruise. My life is great. And if you don't have 7,000 friends and 4 billion likes and the cruise and the car, somehow that you don't belong. You're not doing well. You know what I mean? It's this like constant highlight reel of,
Yep.
I don't care
Yep.
who you are. No one's freaking life is that great. You know what I mean? And sometimes we get caught up on outdoing, what's that saying? What's the saying? Keeping up with the Joneses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you, yeah.
Keeping up with the
that
Joneses,
we-
yeah. And
yes, we've become that kind of a society. But we're too
Yeah.
worried about what
Well,
other people are doing and not worried about
we
what
got
we're
into
doing.
this conversation. My ex and I got into this conversation today, and we're talking about, I was talking about how I'm definitely not going back to school, and this is the reasons why, what I've just told you. But also, the kids are, they're expecting gratification, bang, 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 and also,
Yes.
also you can't do anything, with the attitudes, like, for example, with masks and stuff like that, the anti-vaxxers, the anti-maskers. And I do understand some people can't have the vaccinations. I'm not talking about them, but it's just that, they're these kids, not all of them, but there's a good portion of kids where, they figure out, you can't make me do anything.
Exactly. And they say that to you,
Yeah.
right to your face.
And it's right to your face, and they want instant gratification about this, that, and the other. And of course I'm saying, and who are they getting it from? They're getting it from their parents that have that instant gratification, me. They're passing it down. Now,
Yeah.
having said that, there's some still great families out there.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they are
100%.
fantastic.
Yeah. Anna makes a
And
really
they
good point
infuse
here
these
with
wonderful values in their kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anna makes a good point here with, and those are the same people complaining about how the current youth are a me generation. I'm like, what did they have? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, where'd they get it from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I love this.
Anyways,
I find Facebook more, for many,
I've gone
is
out
more
on
like
top.
Yes,
Facebook.
you
Yeah,
did.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, and I can think back to the late 70s when I, graduated from university. I didn't get into teaching right away. There was a glut of trained teachers in the market, but for a year I worked for an educational publishing company. I had to travel a lot, but what I observed of people my age at that point, young people, was that, they went out and they went into great debt, getting new furniture and new this and new that, outfitting their house. And no one told me this, but I knew that, our parents they had to save up for what they bought. It took them all their marriage to have this house full of nice things. It wasn't
right.
just
And
bang.
when
I
they
bought
did,
it,
they
and I
had
watched
it for like 30
and I
years, right?
exactly,
When they did,
exactly. And
yeah.
but they didn't have it right away. So I know when
No.
I moved into my first apartment, I had, I was working for this publishing company. I had a pull-out sofa bed. I had a milk crate that my little portable TV sat on.
Yeah.
I had a probably not secondhand, probably fifth hand table and 2 chairs that I got from my sister and brother-in-law that, little kitchen table, that they bought, secondhand, like it'd been handed around.
Right.
So, I had that and I had my clothes. That was,
Yeah.
that was it. Oh, I had a desk. I had a desk so I could do my work. That was mine. So that's all I had.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I know that you gradually acquire things. I'm not going to get into that.
Well, you
But
see, and
here,
that's interesting because of the time that you were like when you went out on your own, that time versus the time now. And I know exactly what you mean. And this may sound like a stupid thing to say, but I remember my parents when we moved from Toronto to Calgary. We sold our house, we sold all of our furniture, we drove to Calgary, and then we bought new furniture. And we bought brand new living room furniture and bedroom suites. Like I was 8 and had a full bedroom suite. And when we came home, and this is totally stupid, when we came home to Ontario again, and all of our furniture came in the house, I remember my father saying, "You are probably the only kids on the whole block that have a matching actual bedroom suite." And we were like, why is this important? Why do we? I mean, I was like 9, like it's way over my head at this point. But I remember him saying it is my point, and he was right, because most people, if they had money to spend, like to your point, they had money to spend, it was spent on the stuff that other people would see, not the stuff that people wouldn't see. All the hand-me-down stuff went to the bedrooms, right? That's where the unmatching furniture was, and all the matching stuff.
Yeah, that's what I grew up with.
Right? Yeah. And then if you were able to get nice stuff, your parents would have it, until you were 40 years old, right? Because it cost them so much.
Yeah.
It was a big expense.
Yeah.
Although things lasted longer back then too. So
I know it's a throwaway culture. In fact, I often buy stuff that's vintage because it's so well made.
Yes, of course.
Oh, getting back to, I just had a thought. Getting back to what you said, doing something for you. What do you like to do? For me, it's riding on my motorcycle. That's just for me. And it's actually it's being present. You have to be totally present in the moment, present when you're riding a motorcycle, or you're going to kill yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's a great stress reliever for me. I just enjoy it so much. And you have to be in the present. You can't think about
100%.
Things.
That makes good sense.
So in the 80s, I was the weird one that was happy to start it with. Yeah, that was me. The double is my couch and bed and guitar case. Yeah. And double is a coffee. Yeah. Yeah. That was me.
My happy place, just as an FYI, my husband was kind enough to try to help me figure that out, because I mean I was desperate. It became like some kind of fake dream that I was chasing, almost, that I was like bound and determined I was going to figure it out, because it really sent me over an edge, for lack of a better way to put it, when I couldn't figure it out. Anyway, I was making lists, I was doing everything, and he said that remember when we used to have the trailer, like you used to love going to the trailer. And yes, the trailer was ours together. And yes, we spent time there together, but I also went to the trailer by myself. I went there for respite. I'd go there for like a day. I'd go there for a week by myself. I'd have my own fire. I'd do my own barbecue. And I was like, you know what? You might be onto something. And so we went and we bought a new trailer, and it was not new, but it was new to us.
New to you. Yeah.
Biggest trailer that we'd ever owned at that point, and they had brought it out.
I've never bought a new trailer.
Well, we eventually did, but this particular one was like, it was like the bells and whistles had arrived, like it had buttons instead of manual cranks. So
right.
they put it in the middle section, because the site that we had chosen wouldn't be ready until the following season, and there was only 3 weeks left to camp for the season. So it's like the end of September. And it was not nice out. It was freezing, and it was raining, of course, because why wouldn't it be? And there we are in this trailer, and I made breakfast. And I finished making, like, brunch kind of thing, right? I finished making brunch, and there was 2 rocking chair recliner kind of things at the front, and we sat down.
Yep.
And he was reading the newspaper, and I think I was crocheting, and I just started to cry. And he was like, oh God, what now? Right? Like I thought I did everything
Yeah, exactly.
right.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I just
yeah.
said,
yeah.
we just did normal. And he was like, what? And I said, this is normal. Like, I just cooked breakfast. We just ate. Now we're just sitting here. I clean, like, this is normal. This is what I've been trying to do. And I can't do normal. I still have trouble doing normal because I have that fear that something bad's going to happen. The minute I relax, that's when something happens. So I would say, like, I couldn't do normal. And in that moment, I'd had the trailer for like 12 hours. And there it was. There was the normal that I was striving for. That was my happy. And it became my thing. And so we had that trailer for 2 years. Then we bought another trailer. And then we bought a brand new trailer that was 40 feet. And I mean, people were coming in and out of it like it was a show home. I spent weeks there at a time. Me and my cat, Austin. It was just us, right? Mark was at work. And I had the time of my life, and people are like, you're staying alone in the trailer? I'm like, yeah. So I loved it. I'd be out having my own fire and doing my own barbecue.
Alone time to a woman? Are you kidding me?
It was fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
So it was, so my point is, it worked. It really was my happy place. I could really like let loose. And it was such good therapy for me. I would sit on my front porch and I'd have my tea. And there were times at 5 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, I was still sitting in my PJs at the said table on my porch because so many people had come to visit and I hadn't been able to go inside. And for someone who was locked in their house and feeling, isolated, it was so nice that people wanted to talk to me. I moved around that park freely like I was a wild animal. I had no fears or phobias about being there whatsoever because it was a very contained, close-knit kind of, almost like a compound, you know what I mean? So I felt very safe there. It was really, really good for my therapy, and I miss it. I wish I was still there, to be perfectly honest. It was great.
You don't have that anymore?
No. Well, because we moved to cottage country, and we were sort of going camping in the city and living in cottage country. It seemed kind of backwards. So.
Oh, right. Right. I know. Well, here I am. I'm living in my mother's cabin. It's a small cabin, and I'm happy as a.
My cabin.
Oh, that's so
Well,
nice.
yeah,
I would
your
love
cabin.
that, Karen. Don't ever give me your address. I'll be there in a heartbeat. Just saying. I want to build a she shed out the back. Like I want to build my own she shed out there with my little pot belly stove and stuff. I'll be like Red Green Shack or whatever. I'll be out there all the time. I can't that was my goal this summer, was to do that, but it was just too darn hot. But yeah, that's definitely what I want to do.
I refer to it as my mother's cabin. I mean, she did sell it to my ex-husband, so I'll make that correction. But I still refer to it as my mother's cabin.
Nothing wrong with that. It establishes the connection that you have, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that's lovely.
Yeah.
I have lots of things around me from my mom's, and I'll say, oh, that's my mom's. Like, I don't know if you can see on the wall over here on this wall back here, that right there, that is a mirror. That was my mom's. Totally not my style, but that's my mama's mirror, and it's always been my mom's mirror. And it just hung in a prominent place in our house, and I just like having it just because, right? Why not?
This is my mom when she was a child.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Now she's the she's the oldest one here, and
Mhm.
that's her sister Mary, and of course their grandmother. Um, Now, this grandmother, you can see she looks very prim and proper, the lace,
Yep.
thing
Yep.
and all that kind of thing. She also was a music teacher, and
Oh, interesting.
she had 11 gave birth to 11 children.
Wow.
4 of them died at some point in their childhood, and so she'd always say, "I have 11, 7 on earth, 4 in heaven." It's a very interesting story, this grandmother, because um, it, she was born. You know how there'd be the nobleman's estate,
Hmm.
and on that estate there would be, these poor people, these tenant farmers,
Yes.
right? That were working the estate. So she was in one of those, and the master, the lord, right?
Hmm.
He that grandmother's mother was a maid in the main house. So her sisters, they'd go up and they would clean the house. But anyways, he ended up siring 3 children with this maid. And of course, she lived in the house on the property, and his own wife was in the big house. So, anyways, he wanted to take one of the daughters and educate them and have them live with him, with his family. So he chose I think the oldest daughter. She came up, but she was a terror. She was very spirited and had her own mind, and she didn't work out. He sent her back. So he ended up
I love how
taking
you chose the
Annie.
word spirited. Spirited is a
Yes.
lovely way to put it. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. So Annie was very, quiet and reserved and that kind of thing. So she ended up being the daughter that was raised in the house. So she was educated and so on, had very, fine manners and everything, a very refined woman. What did she do? At age 16, she runs off with the butcher boy, the butcher's son.
Yep. That probably got her into some hot water, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that's, yeah, from the Lochran clan. That's the clan my mother's family. But anyway, it's quite the story.
That's neat. Yeah. There's nothing better than
Yeah.
knowing your family history. To know where you came from,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
understand, right? I think that's really neat. When my
Mm-hmm.
grandmother,
Mm-hmm.
I talk about my Nana all the time. Everybody knows that I do. I love my Nana to bits. My Nana, doesn't really know who the heck her family is. She only met her father twice in her life that she remembers. Her parents were divorced, which is very uncommon, when she was 2, so that's 1915. And her and her sister,
Wow.
because their mother was French, like French Canadian,
Mm-hmm.
they were sent to a
Mm-hmm.
convent in Sault Ste. Marie. And my grandmother
Right.
went there when she was 2 and came out when she was, I believe, 9. So my
Mm-hmm.
grandmother didn't speak any English. She was Catholic, and her mother had married an Englishman. And of course, they had to learn English and lose the Catholic and all the rest of it. So my grandmother never knew who her real
Oh, right.
father
Yeah.
was or any of that nonsense. So she used to tell us stories about her childhood. So she never had her own birthday party, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when she was 90 years old, I
Mm-hmm.
decided to trace the family history. And this, I don't even know why this popped into my head, but you said it, and I started thinking about it. So I was like, okay, Nana, so tell me some of the stuff that you remember about your dad or anything that you know. And she said, I think my dad is Irish. And there's something about a jam company from Wales. And that was the information that she gave me in its totality. And I was like, right, okay. What? So anyway, it turns out that her real father is English, not Irish.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that she thought he was Scottish, not Irish, because he had a kilt on and a picture that she had of him. And I'm like, whatever. So I traced his family, the family
Yeah.
history back, and I found out the spot where my great grandfather came from. I found the ship passage that he came to Canada on, which was very cool. I have his army papers, which explains what he looked like how tall he was, the color of his eyes, which is really cool. The address where he was staying. It's just way more information than I ever expected. I found out information about my great grandmother and then her sisters. One of her sisters was a nun, which is really interesting to trace a nun because they don't have a surname. So that was interesting.
Right.
But anyways, I traced all these family histories back. I went back like 4 or 5 generations, and I presented all of this stuff to my grandmother, pictures and all. I had the birth certificate mailed from England over, and all of us took part in making
good for you.
the book. Right, I had my cousins do the video, and this cousin was doing poems, and my mother wrote things. So we all took part. And it was just really, really amazing to have all of our family history down there, like in a book that if anyone ever has any questions, now we know. It was really, really awesome. So
That
was
is
really
great.
my story about family history.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
when I went to visit my daughter, I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. She was going to Dalhousie in Nova Scotia,
Mhm.
getting her master's, and I went to I think they call it Pier 18 or something, or Pier 21. Anyways, there you go down there. There's a museum of the people that came from other countries, the immigrants, and there's a little museum there, and so I was checking that out, and it turns out they had a place there, and they had staff, and they had computers, and you could look up when your relatives came. So I was able to look up my great grandparents on both sides.
Yeah, that's very cool.
That came to they came
Yeah.
into Quebec City. That's where the ship came in. It was to Quebec
Yes.
City.
Yeah.
I think another one was Halifax, but it was really interesting to see a photocopy of a copy of the manifest and the
Yep.
handwriting of
Yeah. Yep.
and
I had the price that was
it was pretty
paid.
neat. It was pretty neat.
Yep, the price that was paid. And
Yeah.
I got so the price that was paid, where he stayed in the ship, where he got on, where he got off.
Cool.
Oh
Cool.
yeah, and I
Yeah.
got a bunch of consensus forms from United Kingdom, from where my great grandfather originally was from, where I traced all of his family history back. Which is, I mean, it's really, really hard because everybody's brother's name is William and every sister's name is Anne, it seems, you know what I mean? So it's like Anne Smith, Anne Smith, Anne Smith, Anne Smith, Anne Smith, Anne Smith. There's like 5 Anne Smiths on the same
Yeah.
street. It's kind of funny. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
fascinating to do
Yeah.
that, to trace your family history. But the whole
Yeah,
point
yeah.
of tracing your family
Yeah.
history is to fulfill that sense of understanding and belonging. And if you've ever watched any of those shows on TV, what I think is really interesting is, you said so that's your great grandmother, right? In that photo? Because that was your mom's grandmother.
Yes.
So that's your great grandmother. So she's
Yep.
a music
Yep.
teacher. So
Mhm.
there you are, a teacher, right? So there you've taken that, you've layered it together without even
Mhm.
realizing that you've layered it together. And that's what I think is the fascinating part about family history, is that when you go down the line, you can see the synchronicities and where the lines cross. And I think that that's really fascinating, right? If you go back over generations, you'll find someone like in that photo. I couldn't
Yeah.
see it really clearly, but your great grandmother
Yeah.
looks like you. Am I wrong? She looks like you, right? Or you look like her?
My great
Yeah.
no, I don't really see it. I see my grandfather in her, but I definitely look like my mother.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
I'm always
yeah, I
I'm
guess that.
always wrong when I say that, but my point is you can see those synchronicities, and I think it's really, really
Yeah.
interesting.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, interesting too because of my cousins, like my grandma. Now this is my great grandmother. This is my
Mhm.
She was my maternal grandfather's mother, my great grandmother. So
Okay.
it was
Yeah.
my mom's. It was my mom. No, it was my mom's dad's
Mother.
mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Anyways,
your
amongst on the maternal side, like my mother's family and
Yes.
her mom and dad. Anyways, they had 27 grandchildren. So now there's 4 of us siblings, so there was 22 other cousins that we had.
Yeah.
And there were a few, gosh, I can think of one. Maybe 2, maybe. But anyways, I was one of the very few. Yeah, I was one of the few female cousins that went to university. I can think of one other.
Yeah. I was the first
Yeah.
child on
And,
my dad's side of the family to ever graduate high school. Out of all
Yeah.
of his siblings
And then
and
my
out of all the grandchildren.
yeah. And I'm the only one in my immediate family, my siblings, that went to university. So that was a big deal. But I was always determined to go. I just knew I was going. I don't know when I decided that. I just knew I was going.
Yeah. I have a funny story about that. Like that ties into what you're talking about. About, you know, when
Mhm.
you realized what career you wanted to be in. So a
Mhm.
long time ago,
Mhm.
my grandfather, my mother's father, he was the overnight janitor at a college in Toronto. And because my grandmother and my grandfather babysat me for the first 5 years of my life, oftentimes when I would visit, I never wanted to go home. I was very fortunate that at home, at my Nana and Papa's house, my Aunt Carol was there, my Aunt Susan, my Aunt Terry, and my Auntie Ann for a little bit of time. So there was lots of people there, and I felt like they were my big sisters. Why did I want to go home? But just me. That was boring.
Yeah, exactly.
So when I would visit, oftentimes I'd pitch a fit, and I would end up being able to stay. And so this one time we went to visit, and I must have been on a Sunday because my papa had to go to work. And so my dad said that we could drive him to work and we could visit. So I was up really late. I was like knee high to a grasshopper. I couldn't have been more than 4. And so we went, and he took me for like a little walk around. And he worked over the overnight shift, and he used to always bring home a honey bun from the cafeteria. Stupid memory. What can I tell you? And him and I would sit there when he came home in the morning, and he'd have his tea, and I would have a glass of milk, and we would split the honey bun. And that's how I started my day, which explains these, right? But anyway, that's what they used to say. These were honey buns. So I would sit there and I'd eat my honey bun with my grandpa. So we went to the school. He showed me around, and then he said, "You want to see my office?" And I'm like, okay. So we went into his office, and his office was the first aid room. So in the first aid room, there's like a desk. There's the big first aid box on the wall, with the big cross. And then there's a cot. If you got sick, that's where you'd lay down. And I was like, "Oh, Papa, are you a doctor?" And he's like, "Yes, I am a doctor. Do you want to be my nurse?"
Yeah.
I'm not joking, you guys. That is the God's honest truth. And so from the age of 4, I told my grandfather that I was going to go to that college and I was going to be a nurse. I was going to be his nurse. I was devastated, FYI, when I found out that he was not a doctor. Not that I thought that janitors were lonely on the totem pole, but I was just devastated. Like, you lied to me? What? Anyway, I did want to be a nurse. I applied to nursing college. I got invited at the time when I was applying to nursing college. Basically, there were so many qualified people to be wanting to be nurses that they would just pick a letter out of the alphabet, which is really sad. And if because there was only like 200 seats available or whatever. So I got selected to go to that particular school for an orientation. And I was so excited because my dream was about to come true that I remember standing outside at the phone booth, and I phoned my Nana and my Papa, and I said, "Get ready, get my room ready." And they're like, "What?" they didn't remember. And I was like, what? How can you not remember? I've been basing my whole life off of this. Anyways, I did not end up being a nurse, and I
Yeah.
did not get to nursing school. But the whole point was that was what I wanted to do my whole
Well,
life. So
why didn't you get into nursing school? You were so close.
I was very close. My parents, that's when they got divorced, and I
Oh,
kind of had a little bit of a stumble. And then I went back
yeah.
and I did a semester of grade 13 and I applied again. And then it was not meant to be because I applied for 2 years and I just couldn't get in. Could not.
Oh,
And I had
no.
chemistry and math
Wow.
coming out the wazoo. I even went to summer school to take like extra math classes and science classes. I could not get in. And so I ended up,
Oh,
I
that's
ended up,
so sad.
yeah, it is sad, but I still ended up doing what I was intending to do, which I didn't know that I was intending to do
Mhm.
it. So I worked for a Parks and Recreation department, and I used to do youth groups, right? And my boss called me in one day and he said to me, you can take this in school, right? I said, take what? Like a youth group? Why? I was totally confused. And he said, you got some skills working with the kids. And so he said that to me, and I started branched out and I started working with every department that I could work with, meaning all different age groups, all different sectors within the Parks and Rec department, just to see if I really, like, if I belong there, if I had a feel for it. And then that's what I took. Such a stupid course, but anyways. And when I came out of college, I went to work in the group home for developmentally handicapped people. I worked in a high medical needs house where
Right.
everyone was nonverbal and immobile, as well as, so they were basically brought there to die. I also worked for the Board of
wow.
Education to supply teach for the special assistants. Then they called it TMH units, which is a horrible name. I used to work for the Ministry of Community and Social Services, where I go into people's houses and work with their children based on whatever a behavioral therapist or, sort of gave them to work on. I would do that. And I did that 3 times. Like I did that while I was going through college. And then I did it again after college. And then I went back to the group home and I worked at the group home part-time because I loved it. I loved working with the individuals in the house there. But it's very consuming. You don't have much of a life because you work like every holiday, every evening. It's very difficult. But I mean, my whole family knew all of them. They were always at my house. I don't often say nice things about my ex-husband, but the one thing I will say is that we used to have a client over at least once a week for dinner, and he had no problem. He'd be down on the floors painting their toenails or painting their fingernails, or letting them friggin' tie his hair up in bows or whatever he needed to do. He was pretty open to it, and I will give him that credit. But yeah, my family was part of their family and vice versa. It was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful experience. And I dare say I would never be able to repeat an experience like that, but it was amazing. It was the greatest experience of my life working in that house.
I just have to go off camera for a second. Just hold on.
Yeah. Amazing, amazing experience. Sorry, guys, I'm not reading any of your comments, and I do appreciate or apologize for that. Sorry, Anna Banana says, "Oh, I'm really flexible here, just a procrastinator." Cecile says, "Many Acadian-style memories of everyone playing the spoons and jigging on the kitchen linoleum." That's funny that you say that, Cecile. My father used to play the spoons till his fingers bled, and my dad's whole family is like musically inclined. They play musical instruments. The buck stopped with my sister and I, may I just tell you that, but all of them, like, gifted singers and musicians, but self-taught, never took any kind of lessons, professionally or anything. And Suzanne says, my grandparents were not musically inclined but loved to dance. Yes, my parents used to love to dance. My parents used to do like a combination of like a swing jive kind of dance. And
Oh, I love that.
my sister and
I learned in later years how to do that.
Yeah. My sister and I often have tried to sort of mimic their dancing, but it's difficult because neither one of us are playing the lead role. So it's kind of, we're not successful or coordinated at it, but we give it a good old college try. And luckily we have two aunts, two of my mom's sisters that can dance that way, that will help us out. But my parents would dance and like everyone would clear the floor. And they would win contests and competitions all over the place. I mean, they weren't professional, but they were darn close to it.
Wow.
And there's nothing better of a memory for me. It wasn't even about watching them dance. It was about watching the other people watch them dance. That was really kind of a cool thing because people were like, wow. You know what I mean? It was neat. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to go.
All right, my friends.
I can see my eyes beginning to droop.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you for popping on. That was quite a treat.
Yeah, I might pop on tomorrow on my own channel at 4:00 Pacific Standard Time. I want to do a live stream. I've put feelers out to a few people to come do it with me, but I haven't heard back yet. So I might be on there by myself. It's just that, I hadn't planned it. So, you do have to plan these things to invite people. So
sometimes
thanks,
you do,
Suzanne. And you take care as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be back here on Sunday.
Anyways. And
we're going to be doing relationship cards. There was a gentleman that EQ invited on the Soul Sisters that has come up with his own relationship cards. His name is Michael Dyer. So he's going to come on Sunday.
Oh yes, I've heard of his name.
Yeah, and we're gonna take a deep dive into sort of like the W5 of relationships. So pop on by and chat if you're by. That'll be great.
What time?
What time 8 o'clock on Sunday. Eastern time.
Okay, 8 o'clock. East. Oh, 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, not 8 a.m.
Yeah,
I don't do AM.
Yeah, I'm going. Well, I wondered. I most likely will be on with Kathleen Stafford on Kathy's Guided Light Tarot.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So Sundays, 1:30ish, 1:45 Pacific time. So thank you, Anna Banana and Linda. Yeah, and I know we only did a few readings tonight, but I enjoyed doing that. So I have to read every day.
Listen, here's the thing, Sharon. I like I said, it's like my fourth reading on YouTube with tarot cards, so I think I did pretty good, and it was a thrill to read.
You did.
It was a thrill to read with you. So I'll check that off my list.
Yeah. All right. Great. Okay. Good night.
All right. Have a good night. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, you too. And say hi to Mark for me.
I will. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Bye, Sharon.
Okay.
Blessing.
Good night.
Oh, that was so nice of Sharon to pop by. I got used to seeing myself from a distance, and now that we're up close, it's like you're a hot mess, girlfriend. Anyways, all right. All right. Well, I guess we should toss some cards. Hey, guys, we haven't tossed any cards in a bit. Are you guys still with me? Do you want to like call it in a day? You want to go? What do you want to do? I'm here as long as you are. Anybody feeling brave? You want to join me on the screen? Mm-hmm. All right. Does anybody have any more questions? Want should we just toss any old cards, or do you guys want tarot cards, or what do you want? You let me know and I will make it happen for you. I will make it happen for you. Suzanne's hanging. Awesome. You're good for about 10 more minutes. All right, Linda, we'll pull some cards then. Yeah, if you guys want a question like specific, just type her in the chat. Let me know, darlings. Let me know, my darlings. I think we lost Cartomancy. I don't know. She may be lurking. You want to know if Santa is really purple. And Cecile says, I'm in my pig woman attire now that the grandsons are finally asleep. Laugh out loud. I love it. Why do you think Santa's purple? Oh, that's kind of you, Linda, to say. Yeah, sometimes it's fun just to chit chat, right? It is amazing how many similarities and things that we have in common when you start talking, right? When you start getting down to it, it is interesting. We have Transformation. I love this card with the butterfly spirit. It's a beautiful card. Gorgeous card. It's a game that you used to play with your kids when they were little. Is Santa purple? Interesting. All right, so we have from the solar plexus chakra, confidence. No one will believe in you if you don't believe in yourself. Be your own cheerleader. Nothing wrong with being drawn to the pearl. I like that too. No one will believe in you if you don't believe in yourself. Be your own cheerleader. And this one also popped out. This is calmness. Can you see that? Sorry, the glare is bad. Calmness. This is from the crown chakra. To calm your monkey mind, do not feed the animal. Do not feed the animal. I would love to give you an answer, Anna, about is Santa really purple, but I dare say that I don't trust my skills well enough to know whether or not I would get you a good answer for that. They swore up and down if Santa was real, he would have been purple from all the blood rushing to his skin in such a cold climate. I don't think so. This is an interesting card. Surrender to attachment results. Oh, gotta put my foot down. I've been sitting here this whole time cross-legged and like my hip is killing me. The formula for success is to do all you can to make things happen. Then let go of the results. Holding on too tightly to a desired outcome can sabotage it. Interesting card. My nose is itchy. What does that mean if your nose is itchy? Oh, good night, Sharon. Have a good evening. Sweet dreams, my friend. Sleep well. Many blessings to you. Many blessings to you. I think that's an interesting card. To surrender to attachment. I think we all, I mean, I know I do. Sure. Give me 2 seconds, Cecile, and I will answer that for you. Thank you, Cecile. That's exactly what my mama used to say. So this is from the gratitude deck. We've got, if you concentrate on finding whatever is good in every situation, you will discover that your life will suddenly be filled with gratitude. Interesting. Interesting. All right, for my friend Cecile. All right, I'm going to pull 2 oracle cards for you. And then we'll pull you some tarot cards. Where should I focus my attention for the remainder of January? Talk amongst yourselves while I get myself situated. I'm kidding, of course. It's dry here too, Sharon or Suzanne. It's killing me. I hate it. I don't care. It could be minus 30 and I still have to have a window open. But now the door is closed and I'm feeling some sort of way. Might have to get up in a moment and do the 7-inning stretch, as it were, my friends. Message for Cecile. Thank you. All right. All right, angels, ancestors, and spirit guides. Whoop, I lost my question. Message for Cecile. Where should she focus her attention for the remainder of January? For her highest good, where should Cecile focus her energy for the remainder of January 2022? Where should Cecile focus her energy for the remainder of January 2022? Where should Cecile focus the remainder of her energy? January 2022. Interesting card, Suzanne. Or not Suzanne, Cecile. Sorry, I said Cecile because, or Suzanne because Suzanne's the last name that was up there. Gosh, I got like a pain in my side. I've been sitting too long. Or because I ate like 3 pounds of spaghetti, that could also be the reason. All right, so Cecile, my friend. So, you've got denial from the Soul's Journey Oracle. It says, I acknowledge my fear, but I replace it with the insight of awareness, which is interesting. Because you also got, from the Sacred Forest, you got Phoenix Transmutation. And then when I pulled the tarot cards, the first card that you got out was the Hanged Man, which is exactly this insight that this denial card is speaking about. Sorry. Then you got the Wheel of Fortune. Sorry, guys, about the reminders going off. Then you've got the Wheel of Fortune next to it. And then you've got the Four of Cups. And then you've got the Seven of Cups. And then you've got the Queen of Pentacles. And on the bottom of the deck, you've got the Knight of Wands. So I'll tell you what all of that means. So the Hanged Man, I had to make sure that I got this one right. That you're surrendering to the will of the cosmos, letting go, embracing a new idea, a new concept, right? Spiritual teachings or enlightenment. The Wheel of Fortune is, what the heck is the Wheel of Fortune? The Wheel of Fortune is your destiny, your fate, changes that might be occurring, something that you might be going through or that you've just been through recently, some sort of a turning point. So these two cards are cards of past energies, right? So these influence your current situation. The Four of Cups is an interesting card. And the reason why I say that it's an interesting card is because I think it's one of those cards that can be interpreted as a negative card, but it isn't necessarily a negative card. So it talks about missing opportunities. It's a time to meditate. It's a time for introspection, and it can be viewed, if you just look at her face, she looks kind of bored. She kind of looks like whatever's happening, it's either not fulfilling her or not doing enough for her, right? Like, to me, she almost looks like she's daydreaming while she's working, right? So now you said in your question that you're juggling a lot of plates. And this woman, to me, if you look at all those cups, those are all the plates that she's juggling, like you're saying, Cecile. And she's just looking off in the distance as if you're standing at the sink washing the dishes and you're just staring off out the window going like I would rather be anywhere but where I am. Does that make sense? So then next to the Four of Cups is the Seven of Cups. And the Seven of Cups is fantasies, choices, but you can think of or see in the image that he's got some sort of like nervousness about his decision, right? He's really trying to figure out what his next move is. He's really trying to figure it out. So it's moving forward without knowing all of your options, right? Good night, Linda. Sweet dreams, my love. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Blessings to you. Hope you have a great weekend. And then you've got the Queen of Pentacles next to it, which these two last cards, the Seven of Cups and the Queen of Pentacles, are talking about sorry, this is your future outcome of the situation, right? So a healer, working parent, self-made person, material wealth and abundance. It's strength in family and community. Being down to earth and being grounded. So that's 3 times that the word grounded has come up, or not 3 times that the word grounded has come up, but 3 times that it has referred to sort of awakening that spiritual side of yourself, or diving further into that spiritual side of yourself, if that makes sense, how I'm saying that. And I do have to look something up here. Just bear with me. So on the bottom of the deck, you've got the Knight of Wands, and the Knight of Wands. So this is the overall energy, okay? And it's charisma, it's passion, it's spontaneity, it's pursuing your dreams, which is, I think, the most important part, right? Taking inspired action. So you feel like you have too many plates that you're juggling. You're looking for something to focus your energy on. According to the message, what you're supposed to be focusing on is, going within and like getting a deeper connection with spirit. So maybe you need to manifest, maybe you need to visualize, maybe you need to ground yourself. Maybe you just need to take some, I don't know, do some meditation where you can connect with spirit a little bit more. That's going to be able to then help you figure out what it is that you're wanting to do. Now, this doesn't say it in the cards, but my question to you is, you're juggling a lot of plates. Is it like, I don't know why you're juggling a lot of plates, right? Are you juggling a lot of plates intentionally, or is it just situations that have you juggling a lot of plates? Like, are you doing it to keep yourself busy? Are you doing it to keep yourself occupied? Is it just the situation that you find yourself in? Maybe if you meditate, you can figure out those answers. That's what this is saying to me. I hope that makes sense to you. And it's hard when we all have so much on our plate. It's hard to figure out what, how to move forward, what the truth is, where we want it to be. You know what I mean? Sort of hard to see the forest for the trees, I guess is the best way to put it. Oh, God, you guys have got to get up. My cigarette burnt out. Oh, it does make a lot of sense? Good. Sorry, that's my door going. Move my chair back. 7th inning stretch, folks. 7th inning stretch. All right. Oh. Stretch. Oh my God, I'm stiff. Holy moly. Oh, hi, Quince. I didn't even see you sitting there, buddy. Oh, God. Oh. I'm like a 100-year-old woman over here. I can't even move. All right, here. I'll just put this camera up a little bit. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to stand up for a minute. All right. Oh, not yet. Hold on. Hold, please. There we go. All right, now you can see me. Oh. We're doing the 7th inning stretch. Oh, hey, I got something I could show you guys while I'm standing here. You're darn tootin', it's a long time to sit. All right, my friends. My kitty cat plates. This plate is named a string quartet. So I have to, I have frames that these all go in, but I've never had them out in my house here. So I just got those out. This is a gift that my mother gave me way back when. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm doing this because I need to stand up. I need to stand up. This is one of my favorite plates. I don't know if you guys can see that. This is called Frisky Feline, or Felines, not Frisky, yeah, Frisky Felines. I love this. I love this little guy right here. This one, the black and white one on the chair leg. I love that. Oh, that's what I do all the time, Suzanne. I stand here and I just kind of like I'm running on the spot. So this is one. So my mother bought my sister and I a set of plates, right? And mine were the cats and my sister's were the kittens, and my sister wasn't really feeling the vibe, so she gave me the ones that she didn't like. But just to prove a point to a particular person who's listening, which has nothing to do with this conversation, but I just want to say, you know how I'm always saying how my mother keeps everything and never throws anything out, right? And how she's so careful with her paperwork. Certificate of authenticity and a date that she sent the check is written right here inside the box. Tomar, if you're paying attention. Craziness. Anyways, my friends, here is the plate that is called Vanity Fair. So this is the plate that my sister got, her series, and she didn't like it. And I'm not going to show you all of them because you'll be bored out of your tree, but I have 4 more. Now, this is back to my series. This is called Daydreams. I think that's beautiful. Love that. Love it. Hi, bud. What are you doing? Can you come say hello to the people? Austin. I won't bore you with any more of those, my friends. But yes, those are some of my kitty cat plates that I have up here. Well, I think they're especially lovely. Thank you, by the way, Suzanne. I think they're especially lovely because my mama gave them to me, so that's why I think they're especially beautiful. What else can I show you while I'm standing here? What are you doing, bud? Such a good boy. Oh, hello, hello. Did someone call your name? Wake you up? What? Want to say hi? Want to say hi to the people? What are you doing? Hey. You want to say hello? Do you want to tell everybody how much you really like your new brush that you got for Christmas in your stocking? How you like to be brushed with it? About for 3 seconds, and then she likes to chew it. You want to tell everybody how much you like it? Right? How it makes you so nice and soft and shiny. All right. What else can I show you? I don't think I have anything else to show you. All right. It's not going to be low enough. So, Charlotte is right here. Austin is over there. And Quincy is on the bed behind us. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, it used to be a thing, right? That everybody did was collect plates and spoons and stuff, and it's not so much done now, but like when I first got them, I wouldn't have all of them on display, but I would have a couple of them on display at all times. And I have different kinds of, like, I have some that sit in easels, and I have some that are like wooden frames, and then I don't know what you call it, but it's like a metal thing that sits on the wall, and you can put like 2 or 3 plates in it. And I usually always had them upstairs in my office, which was, kind of like my personal space where no one else would really go, where I had my shoes, my miniature shoe collection, and what else? Oh, do I have any of those in here? Bear with me. I'll show you something. I don't have it. Oh no. Yes, buddy. I was just going to show you guys my mom. My mom used to collect miniature clocks. I was going to show you some of those, but I think that they're up in the living room. Do you guys want to hold on and I'll show them to you? I'll be right back, okay? Bear with me. I'm going to grab a water while I'm out there. Charlotte will entertain you while I'm gone. You okay, bud? Sorry about that, my friends. All right. All right, what am I missing? Okay. have one plate hanging of the Medicine Hat Catholic Church. I give my, oh, that's nice. Hell no, we won't go. You guys are funny. That's neat. I wouldn't be surprised that she's got split personality for sure, but I don't know. So these are some of my mom's little miniature clocks, which I think are totally interesting. I don't know where they ever, like where, I don't know how it ever came to be that she started collecting these, but anyway, there you have it. So we have, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this. We have this dial here, right? Which is like an old, sort of looks like a Victorian mantle clock. We have this clock here that is like a heart. Whoops, sorry, it's got angels in it. I'm not sure if you could see it. It's got hands and numbers, right? It's quite heavy, actually, for a little wee clock. She has two, which I'm not quite certain why we need two, alarm clocks. One is gold and silver, and one is just silver. So those are that. Yes, just like Beauty and the Beast, Suzanne. Absolutely. Then she has the sand, which if we turn it over, it is still running. I don't know that you can see it, but it is going. See? Hi, JR. You can actually still see the sand running. See? That's very cool, the hourglass. And then she has this clock, which mimics a like a grandfather clock. Each of them do have a place for a battery on it. So yes, they can absolutely work. This is also what's known as a mantle clock. And I have a mantle clock over on my bookshelf. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's right above the chair where Austin is. And of course she has this, or had this, whatever, that someone bought her. So yeah, so those are some of my mom's miniature clocks that she had. Funny the things that you collect. Oh, thanks, JR. I'm doing okay, love. I'm doing all right. Yeah, they are kind of neat, right? I don't even know where she ever came up with the idea of collecting them, but it is interesting, the different things that people collect, right? Like no one's ever seen my miniature shoes before. People are so freaked out by that. Like, why would you bother? And I don't even know. I was in a store one day. We had a store in the local mall that kind of sold like collectibles, like plates and those sort of things, right? And it had those shoes. And as soon as I seen it, I'm like, oh my God, those are really cute. And I bought it and I showed it to everyone. And the next thing I know, I went back to the mall and I bought myself another shoe. And then I went back to the mall and bought myself another shoe. And I started asking for shoes for gifts. And before you knew it, I was collecting shoes without really knowing that I was doing that, right? Yeah, that's interesting, Suzanne. And I don't know that I've heard anyone collecting phones, but I know people that have have different styles of phones. I like anything that's like old, vintage, antique, whatever the case may be. I'm all about it. And in my living room, I have a old phone that's new, like it looks like an old phone, right? it's a replica of a 1940s phone that I got from, where the heck did I get that from? Amazon, I think. Yeah, from Amazon. Oh yes, and I have I bought a telephone table. For those of us that are of a certain age, we know what those are. I bought myself a telephone table, which we refinished, if you want to call it that. We spray painted it, and redid the fabric on the seat, similar to my Nana's chair right there that Austin is sitting in. I did that to that as well. And oh, do you, Suzanne? Love that. I wanted to get that kind, but I couldn't find one. I looked for months for a real one, but I couldn't find any, so I ended up going to Amazon. It cost me like $70, and it has push buttons, but it looks like a rotary dial, or like a rotary phone, right? It's heavier than crap, but it actually does work. It's a real working telephone, so that's cool. So yeah, so I got a telephone table, and what else did I get? Oh, I bought a mantle mirror. So when I moved here, I found online a mantle mirror. So back in the day, they would have a fireplace in the living room, and the fireplace would go from the floor to the ceiling. And when you got above the fireplace, it was normally a mirror. And the reason that they used the mirrors is they would have candles sitting on the mantle, and then the light would be reflected off of the mirrors and shine back into the room. And that's how they lit the rooms, right? Before there was electricity. So anyways, I bought one of those, and I still have to refinish that or refurbish it, redo it, whatever you want to say. So no, I love things like that. They make me happy. And I'm not afraid to try those things, which is also good, right? There's some things that I won't touch, and then there's other things that I can't wait to get my hands on and see what I can do to it. So there you have it, my friends. There you have it. So 7 hours and 26 seconds, my friends. Almost ready to flip to 7 hours and 27 minutes. There we go. 7 people watching, or 7 people watching. Wow. Can I just say? Longest time ever we have now established, and by a long stride. So the record was currently 6 hours and 12 minutes. We have surpassed that by a huge margin. And this has been awesome. Has it not, my friends? It is 1:27 a.m. here where I am. We are sitting at minus 17 degrees Celsius. Let's see what the feels like temperature is, because I'm curious. Okay, so my phone says it's minus 20, and it feels like minus 22. So basically, it's just cold as you know what. Right, Anna? One day we will get there, my friends. One day we will get there. All right, so I'm going to have another smoke. Going to get ready for my second win. Just kidding. Well, now we only have 6 people. Who left? Who left? Okay. Listen, at 7 hours and 28 minutes. Oh, now we're back to 7. 7 people watching is amazing. At 7 hours, and that's 1 person for every hour. That's great. Those are pretty good odds, my friends. All right. Oh. All right, so let me ask you guys some questions. -13 in Montreal. Oh, you're headed to bed? All right, Suzanne, my love. Thank you very much for being here, for hanging out with us. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for your lovely comments earlier. And just thank you for being here. I hope that you have a good night's sleep, and I hope that you have sweet dreams. And I hope to see you soon. So many blessings to you. My nose is super itchy from opening up those cat plates with all the dust. Oh my gosh, you guys. Sorry. So I'm thinking, Oh, I know what I was going to ask you guys. I was going to ask you guys if you have a deck of cards that you would recommend, like an oracle deck. I do have on my wish list right now, and I put the order, like I thought I was going to put the order in. Let's put it that way. I was going to put the order in, but then I sort of am hesitating about doing my own oracle deck. I don't know why I'm hesitating. I should order it. I think I'm going to. But anyways, my question was, do you have an oracle deck that you would recommend to me to purchase? That's where I was going with it. That was my question. Do you have an oracle deck that you would recommend for me to purchase? Holy travelers. Please do let me know in the comment section if you have a deck of oracle cards that you would recommend. All right. So we had two cards fall out of the Guardian Angel Oracle deck. One is prayer, one is judgment. Prayer. Dear Guardian Angel, help me dissolve past guilt or regret. Help me to see that all is always in perfect and divine order. Help me to let go of the fear that I project on my future. Help me to live fully within each precious moment and feel your eternal love within and around me. Help me to realize and fulfill my true potential. Thank you. Beautiful card. Beautiful message. Judgment. Let go of your fear of being judged. Oh, I got you, Cecile. No problem. That's so cute. I love that, by the way, that you're doing it like that. That's dedication, my friends, right there. That is dedication. Let go of your fear of being judged. You are good enough. It is time to release all that you have kept safely locked away in your heart. Your true essence and potential have been restricted by structure and method for long enough. There is no right or wrong way. Just be you. Gotcha. Yeah, I've watched her use it before on a banana, and I think honestly, like the only reason why I held back, like I don't mind buying stuff off of Amazon when I know that it's going to come directly to me, and I don't have to like worry about shipping and any kind of like border or customs brokerage fees or anything like that. That's my fear with ordering stuff that isn't like here. But I do love her deck. I do love her deck. I do love her deck. All right, what else can we talk about? What else can we talk about? Do you think I should make my own oracle deck? I kind of think that I might want to do that. I just don't know that I want to do it right now, if that makes sense. It is something that I want to do. And I don't mean like an oracle deck that, you know, I can like make and sell. I'm just saying, like, for me to use personally while we're here on the channel. I would like to do that. Oh, okay, cool. I could definitely try that. I could definitely try that. She is just like a wealth of information, that woman. Truly, she is. She is gifted. A gifted woman, for sure. For sure. The cats are running again. Still, whatever you want to call it. You know what we haven't read in a while, or we haven't pulled in a while? It's a postcard from Spirit. I don't think we pulled one all night. Let's do that. What's the matter, dear? You okay? All right. Yeah. No, I get you, Anna. Absolutely. I want to create my own oracle deck because I want a deck of cards that feels complete to me in terms of the message that it can offer. I just feel like right now, like I need, you know, like 10 decks of cards to be able to tell a message. And I kind of think that that's a bit of overkill, right? So I'd like to create a deck that had a more complete message that I could deliver, if that makes sense. Obviously, depending on what the situation is. One day they can give you several ideas and then your mind is blank for an extended period of time. Awesome. My mind is never blank, so that would be a welcome distraction or welcome change for sure. All right, I need to do something because this is driving me absolutely bonkers. Jeepers. Yep, there. Sorry, that thing was just sending me around the bend there. Thing going, like you don't even notice the banner going across the screen, and then all of a sudden it's like that's all you can see. That makes sense. Whoop. All right, my friends, we've got one. Yeah, you're probably right on. Well, you're not probably right. You are right. We got the same card that we got the other day. Dear wonderful you, intimacy is scary sometimes. It means you have to let someone else get to know the real you. Not the perfect, flawless mask you wear for others. No, it's time to reveal the cool one the passionate one, the imperfect one that is totally you, without artifice or walls. Yes, you will be exposed and vulnerable for a time, but it will be so worth it. This is the only way you will know your true closeness with others, and you will also be close to spirit and to us. There is amazing freedom that comes when you let go and just be yourself with another or a group. Release from the invisible bindings that keep you from intimacy is truly empowering. So may we support you wholeheartedly in this choice. You will know yourself better, and we hope learn to love yourself as much as we do. Life is about who you are with others, so share it. You will be so glad that you did. Loving you so, so, so much. Love it. I love it. I love it. All right. I'm thinking. Yeah, practicing. I've been practicing the tarot cards with Cardamonsi. She's been kind enough to pop on my test stream with me, and we've been throwing some practice rounds back and forth to each other, and it's really helped me to feel, more confident about reading out the messages. So I truly appreciate, her time that way. She's been great. I pulled this card here, Geranium, Virility. Shake it up a little. You've got this. Shake it up a little. You've got this. Shake it up a little. I'm just warning you guys, I might get goofy. When I get tired, I get goofy. I get goofy. Cool. Thanks, Anna. That's kind of you. That's a lot of money for a deck of cards, though. Not that it's not worth it, but that's a lot of money. I've got, I will persist, my will is strong. I will persist, my will is strong. So that's an interesting card. And I don't really want to get into a deep, deep topic at this particular time of the night, but I do want to talk about that for a second. Do you think that it would be an interesting topic? I don't know that it fits with overall wellness or achieving wellness. I mean, I personally think that it does, but I don't know that other people would find it, interesting. I want to talk about like willpower, motivation, or lack thereof, how to increase it, how to keep it up. I personally struggle with motivation. We've talked tonight, other people said about procrastination. I think you said it, Anna, about procrastination. I want to talk about that because I think that we're all sort of suffering from that right now, and I'm not sure why, but I've suffered from it my whole life. I've always thought that I lack motivation, and I do know that when things get tough, I have a tendency to bury my head in the sand, so one could call that procrastination. Yeah, I get that, Cecile. I mean, to answer your question, I will refer to Honest Point, right? Many times people have said, like, you're a reader. I'm like, no, I'm not. And I don't even know why I say that. But I've proven it many times that like I am interpreting the cards. I guess I just don't believe that I have the ability to do it. And I get what you mean when you use the word qualified, because I have stated before that if I was doing a general reading for someone, as we do or we see in most of these rooms go to in this community, to me personally, it seems like a giant responsibility to be giving someone a message of, like, you know, how do they heal, or what should they do to heal, or whatever. It seems like a huge responsibility, and I want to be as accurate as possible. But that sort of contradicts the tarot cards, because the tarot cards are based on the person's energy that's doing the reading. They're not like, you know, a truth thing. You have to take it how it resonates and apply it, if you know what I'm saying. I think that that's just the way that I learn. Maybe that's the way that you learn too, and you've convinced yourself that you need to do X, Y, and Z when you really don't. And I'm not saying you shouldn't feel that way. It's just a note, right? That's an interesting point, Anna. I definitely need to do that. I need to block out other people's voices in my head for sure. Now, Anna, when you said how to keep OPO from sabotaging your goals, what is OPO? Or other people's opinions. Never mind. I got it. I got it. I don't know that I do that. I mean, maybe I do, and I'm just not like conscious of it. I think that I sabotage my own self. I've always told myself I wasn't motivated enough, right? Like, if there's an excuse to sit on the couch and do nothing, I'm the first one there, right? It's kind of where I was going with that. I don't know. I hate sitting here saying things like this, because it sounds, I mean, I can hear the negativity in what I'm saying, and I don't want to ever sound like, I don't like the way I feel when I talk that way. I don't like to sound negative. I try very consciously, as I've said many times, to change the wording and try to make it more positive, because it's just, you know, better for me. Oh, hi, Lisa. How are you? Girl, we were working on a marathon of sorts over here, even though it was not intentional. What you doing, love? How are you? We had Sharon up here with us. I read some tarot cards tonight. Woohoo! My first time ever reading tarot cards. Do you want to come up and join us, or are you just saying hello? People's opinions are always there because we hear the voices in our youth constantly criticizing. Yeah, I mean, I get that, Anna. I don't know, like, I don't really know how to articulate this. I'm not conscious of those voices in my head. Maybe they are learned behaviors and I'm just not aware of it. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I got from the Little Mini Chakra Love deck security from the root chakra to feel more secure, deepen your connection with nature, which is something that I have been told many times to do, something that I don't do often enough, something that I need to motivate myself, as I was just saying, to pursue. on a more frequent basis. I really need to get out there, so shall we call it. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that I know of and that I'm conscious of that I have when you hear that, like when you say the little voice in your head, is the voice of, you know, don't disappoint your parents. And honestly, I don't know where that comes from, but I definitely am aware of that little voice in my head. But I don't know that anyone ever said that to me in those ways, but I honestly don't know. Yeah, that's funny, Anna. So Lisa, what are you doing? You're just chilling, sitting on the couch? How's Axel? How's Charlie? I feel like there's 8 people listening and Anna and I are having a conversation with 8 people listening. Oh, that's funny. All right, my friends. 7 hours, 50 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. (1:50 a.m. minus 17 degrees Celsius where I'm sitting, with a feels like temperature of minus 22, which is just cold, for lack of a better word. We're just chilling. I mean, I came on to do my show at 6:00. Thank Spirit it's Friday, and people said let's hang out. I hung out, and I'm still hanging out. Want to come up here? Come join me. Let's have a convo. That's true, Cecile. That is very true. That is very true. And look at the card that I just pulled, you guys. Surrender your belief in scarcity. I can't even say that. The message reads on this card: the universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. Which is really interesting. The universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. So if you look at this card, if you really, really look up close to the image, the man is like hiking or sitting. He's got a backpack on and he's staring out. And there's a light that's illuminating. See that circle right there? Where is it? Right here. The circle of light is illuminating that tree off in the distance. Beautiful. Now, considering that we just pulled the card previous to that said, for security, to feel more secure, you're supposed to spend more time in nature. Those two cards really go together. It is definitely a pretty card. I love it. Hi, Spirit Nose Tarot. How are you, love? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just sitting here doing a mini marathon, an unplanned event. We're pulling some cards. We're chatting about all manner of things. Thank you for joining us. Hang out. All right. So let us pull a language of color card and see what we get from that. Where do you want, Lisa, you want it to Nasty Women or to you at Spirit Intuitive? Bear with me, folks. There's nothing wrong with being a night owl, my friend, right? Nothing wrong with being a night owl. Just bear with me for one moment while I send Lisa the link here. It's not what I meant to do. There we go. But yeah, I did send it to Sharon, but I'll send it again just so you have it, love. There you go. And the back. Listen, you know what's really funny about the night owl thing? I am a total night owl, and I always had this thing in the back of my mind where I would call myself Night Owl Tarot, because I just thought it had a certain ring to it. Except for the fact that I didn't throw tarot cards, so it seemed like kind of like really, who cares? You can't really call yourself by a name that you're not, you know, that doesn't resonate or that doesn't make sense. So there went my name right out the window. Plus, you know, it seems weird because everyone knew me and knows me as Dozen Cats. So why would I come up with Night Owl, right? So Spirit knows Tarot. I'm trying to play, and I'm sorry, forgive me, but I've been on here entirely too long at this point, and I'm trying to place where I know you. I know the name, but I can't place where I know you from. I'm sure I've seen you before. I will have to check you out. Absolutely. Just to make sure that I haven't lost my mind completely. All right, I'll put my keyboard back. Oh, you were on for 3 hours today. Wow. Good for you. Good for you. It's not easy when you sit here for a long period of time, right? You get a little stiff. If you, I don't know, like half an hour ago, I had to like stand up and stretch my legs. I'm so sorry. All I can say is that I'm a little tuckered out at this point, so I apologize. I'm sorry. Lisa, did you get the link? She's probably putting her lipstick on. I'm joking, of course. Let me just make sure that went okay. Yeah. Yeah. I actually did just get up and walk away for a few minutes ago and said, sorry guys, I have to take care of business. I was getting a pain in my side literally because I was sitting here for so long. So anyway, all right, my friends, let's pull a couple more cards. Whoops.
Hang on, I'm busy putting my lipstick on.
Hang turn your windows off, girl.
Hang on, I'm busy putting my lipstick. Oh, something's on, isn't it?
Turn your
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Hang on. I probably got too many windows open. Hold on a second. How's that?
Perfect.
Cool.
Do you know what I think?
Everybody. And I heard you say, well, I heard you say that you're getting tired. So check out whenever you want to. That's fine. I went live earlier tonight too. I was just up and I saw that you were on. So I was like, oh, cool. Because I didn't know you were live tonight.
We got a notification. Sharon was here. And I was like, oh, Lisa's on live. And she's like, oh, is she? And I'm like, yep.
How long was Sharon on?
I don't know. She's maybe here for like an hour and a half.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It's been a situation, I tell you. So I did my show, right? And next thing I know, I'm like eating my dinner here, like in front of the screen, which was not at all in my intention. And here I sit. So everyone kept saying like, yeah, hang out. I'm like, okay.
I hear you.
So how you doing? You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. And thanks for having me join you. I'm just going to hang out. I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm here for moral support. And I don't know. Are you doing readings? Are you just talking about something?
We're doing whatever. We're chatting, right? I don't even know what to say.
Okay. Well, whenever you get super, super sleepy, let me know.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just stating facts. So, yesterday, I found out that my ex-husband passed away.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, regardless.
No, I know it's weird. It's weird. But so like I was like, what? I was totally shocked, completely surprised. He's 51 years old, so and I mean we were divorced like in 1998 for God's sake. So I've only talked to him one time since 1998. So I just was like, I didn't really know what I felt or how I should feel or what I was supposed to be feeling or whatever the case may be. And so I popped online yesterday and I told everybody that I was home by myself and I didn't want to freak out. Right. And I started to panic. So everybody came to my defense. There was a bunch of people in the chat and we just had a good chat. And then I'm supposed to come on today and do my show. And, everybody was asking me how I was. And I felt good. I felt comfortable. We were talking and sharing all kinds of good stuff. And here I sit. So once again, proof positive that this community is awesome. So
yes, that's a fact. But I am sorry for your loss. Like I said, or like I really didn't get into it. But whatever the situation, a loss is a loss. Yeah.
Well, exactly. It is.
Yeah.
It was a shock, that's for sure. He had some addiction issues, so I understand, and I know that because when we spoke in 2018, he had told me that he was out of rehab from cocaine addiction, which I don't know that person. When I don't drink and I've never touched a recreational drug in my life, I'm such a wallflower and such a Lulu. So my point is,
shame in that. Yeah.
No, there isn't. But I'm just stating it like that. That wouldn't have been the kind of person that I was with. So that was news to me. I was like, what? Really?
Yeah.
And he just told me that, he wanted to reach out to me because it was part of his recovery process that he reached out. He was sort of, I'm not sure how to articulate this, but sort of struggling with the idea that, in his words, that I was the only person that believed in him, right? And that if we had stayed married, I would have kept him on the straight and narrow because I believed in him for enough for the both of us, was basically what he said to me. And so I'm kind of struggling. That's the thing that's running around my mind, thinking.
Well, that's a tough. Yeah, don't don't latch onto that too hard.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I'm
it's
trying,
lovely what he
I'm trying not
told you, but don't take that on as had I been there.
exactly.
Don't do
That's
that.
that's exactly
Don't do
where I was
that.
going with it, and I
Yeah,
was like,
don't
no,
do that.
no, don't do
That's
that.
not
Kelly.
fair. That's not fair to you. And he wouldn't want you to go there with that.
Oh no, he totally would. He is a total asshole. 100% total asshole. Not nice.
Well, now he
not
would.
nice to say, but it's
He
true.
would not now.
Yeah.
Now he would not.
Yeah.
That's too much of a burden. That's too much to take on.
So,
Yeah.
anyways, my point is that so I was starting to panic yesterday because I was home by myself when I just found out, and that was the first thing that popped in my mind, and my wheels were just like spinning. And this is the first time that I've had to deal with something like that since I've, been working on my spirituality and my healing. And I'm happy to report that I handled it really well. And with the help of all the great people in this community that supported me by popping in the chat and being here for me, I'm coming out on the other side, and I'm feeling okay. And I'm actually like feeling really, really good and really positive, which is why I'm still sitting here 8 hours later like a doofus going, hey.
Like
Let's
a doofus? What? I'm all about the marathons. That's not a doofus.
Well, so far, Lisa, I mean, I've pulled out my cat plates. I've pulled out my mother's miniature clocks. I mean, I'm running out of things. Just let's do readings. Watch me eat my dinner. I mean, really, how boring.
Like I said, if you need to go, you need to go. And and when you're up here doing those things that you're joking about, whoever's here is here because they want to be here. You're not
Absolutely
forcing anybody. So they're enjoying your company, and I just love that. I love it.
Isn't it nice?
Yes.
Isn't it nice? We have such lovely people.
Yes, we do.
That frequent our, as Jay calls it, these YouTube streets. We have such lovely people that are here with us. Thank God for them.
That's right. Right on.
Yes, Sharon, I'm still here. It's not a figment of your imagination. I am still here. Sharon was here earlier, and then she went to bed. She said she was off to nighty night, and yep, I'm still here. So, Lisa,
I'm sorry I missed Sharon.
Sharon had her red penguin pajamas on. She looked very cute.
Oh, was that her slumber party outfit or something?
No, I think that was just her outfit. She had popped into the chat, and then she was going for dinner, and then she said, if you're still on when I'm done my dinner, you can send me the link and I'll pop on. And I'm like, all right.
Oh, that's cute. Well, I'm glad she came on. Yeah, I missed it. I didn't know she was doing that.
So I do have something kind of cool to talk about.
Okay.
I would love to get your opinion on this.
Sure. What you got?
So, by the way, I just want to say to you, epic live the other night, my friend. Epic live. Very cool. Epic live.
I don't know about epic, but it was live.
No, it was epic.
It was alive.
I mean, by the end of it, it's like you were looking sideways because I mean, just poor you. You know what I mean? Like Sonia at one point was like,
it was a lot. It's always a good time when we all get together. It really is. Yeah.
well, just like, I mean, I don't even know how many times I said, okay, good night, I'm going to bed. And then I'm like, oh my God, you're still here. So,
it's crazy. It's crazy.
all right. So the reason I bring up Epic Live is because my story starts with your live. So this is about what I just said about my ex-husband passing away. And again, to the people in the chat that help us out. So I had asked a question, and I'm not asking you to remember because, hello, 11 hours, really? That would be like asking you if you remember what you ate for breakfast when you were 10. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that to you because there's no way you would remember. But I had asked about, like, if I'm missing the signs and the signals from my guides, I don't know how to connect with my guides. Like, am I missing something? Like, how do I, You know what I mean? Because I don't know how to do that. I've never connected with my guide. So I had asked you guys that question.
Oh, I do kind of remember that question though,
And you gave me a lovely
because I said something
said-
about the way you. Yes.
Yeah, like like you're kind of trying too hard. You're trying to like make like sign with an arrow right here, Kelly. Like it's not going to work like that, right? I have to be patient. I do have gifts. Just let them sort of flow naturally. That's kind of where you were going with it, right?
Yes.
So then, and why did I keep popping on and off? Because my neck was sore, and I kept saying to everybody, like, my neck, there's something bugging me. So what you don't know is that on Monday night, I fell asleep in my chair here, and as I was waking up, I had this weird vision. I've never had a vision before. Never had anything like that happen to me. I didn't think it meant anything. I thought it was just, because I'm crazy. And sorry, I keep touching my nose. I have like a cat hair or something. It's driving me crazy. So I had this weird visiony kind of thing. As I was waking up, I seen, like, lasted for 2 seconds. I seen a patch of grass, like bright green grass, and a pair of shoes standing in the grass. Whatever.
Okay.
No, don't think about that. Just as a footnote. So wake up with a stiff neck. I come into Nasty Women on Tuesday. I keep saying my neck is stiff. I ask you about those things. Wednesday, Scott's doing a show about pets. And yep, that's right. Kelly goes into the room, doesn't realize the show is about pets, and asks, how do I see the signs and the symbols? Like, tell me, right? And so him and Sheila and Kevin and Mark Spirit Whisperer answer my questions, and they all tell me basically the same thing you told me. I need to ground myself. I need to, like, just let it happen. I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday, I'm supposed to be doing a show Wednesday night where I'm doing healing readings, and I'm sitting like this, and I'm like, I just can't do it. I'm not into it. So I'm just going to come on and I'm going to talk. And so I come on and I talk. And Thursday, I find out that my ex-husband dies. And my neck, I mean, I'm all better. I got no pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
I come in here tonight and I start saying about that vision that I had, and I'm talking about the grounding. And they're like, Kelly, that's what it was showing you, the grass and the shoes.
Okay.
I'm like, oh my God.
You.
So the point is, I needed to be grounded. They actually showed me the symbol of being grounded, and I totally missed it because I don't even know what that is. Like, that's a sign? Hello, I totally missed it, right? Which was the point. That was the whole question. Am I missing the signs in this? I am missing them because I didn't know that that's what that was. Now I'm paying attention to it, right?
Right.
Now I'm probably seeing shit that isn't there, so that's awesome. But looking for things like that aren't there. But my whole point is, I almost feel like I knew something wasn't right, and that's why my body reacted the way that it did. Because I've always had that, like, feeling, like, not a feeling but a knowing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I knew something was going on, but I didn't know what it was, because now it's totally gone.
It's very possible. Yes.
Yeah.
I believe in that. Yes.
So I just wanted you to know that you played a part in all of that. So that was why. And it was really difficult to articulate that in 200 characters on, in the chat when you're trying to ask the question.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And not only just sharing your story, but thank you for showing that I was a part of it, because you went to 4 other readers, and got that validation there too. So that's cool. So yeah. Yeah. So how are you feeling?
I feel fine.
Okay. That's the important part.
Yeah.
Aside from all the background stuff.
Yeah, no, but I just mean, like, it was just it was one of those things where, like, I didn't stop to think about what I was feeling, what I was seeing, or that any of it was related. The people in the chat were like, are you listening to what you're saying, Kelly? Because they're the ones that tied it up. And I was like, oh shit, you're right. Good job. They're like my own,
nailed it.
Right? They're my own secret sleuthing machine there in the chat. So I was like, wow. Yeah. So
that's cool.
It was interesting.
That's super cool. Yeah.
So I'm like, bring on the signs.
So
I
who do
don't-
you have in here right now?
Spirit Knows Tarot is in here. Sharon Sipe is in here. Cecile is in here. Anna Banana is in here.
Hi, everybody.
Who else is in
Love
here?
you guys.
JR pops in from time to time.
So they've been with you from the beginning of your marathon, right?
Anna Banana has been here the whole time. We just had a bunch of people leave.
Everybody liked the video. Oh, I need to like your video while I'm here.
Well, yeah, what the hell?
Right? How shitty is that? I'm not liking your video and I'm on it.
Bitch. Like the
Right?
video.
I know. Damn it. All right. You have been liked.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
So what else do you want to do on here? Hi, Cecile.
Yes, a lot of that pain disappeared while we were talking yesterday.
Oh, yeah. What Anna Banana said. Yeah.
It was just, you know what? The power of this community never ceases to impress me, to astonish me, to, you know, sort of like make me smile the way that it works. It's funny because you think that you're a believer, or they think that you know, and then something happens and you realize, I didn't even see that. I didn't get it. I didn't know it. And there it was. It just all fell into place. And it is a wonderful thing, I guess was my point.
Cool. Very cool.
And for me personally, with having anxiety and always freaking out and panicking and all the rest of it, I can't articulate how wonderful it was to go through this experience and not lose my shit, for lack of a better way to say it.
Yeah, I
What
get it.
first time in 10 years that it's like a pretty life-changing experience. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yep.
It does. Hi, Spirit Knows Tarot. Good to see you. Spirit
Yeah.
Knows Tarot went live earlier today. I popped in there for a little bit.
Yeah, they said that they run for about 3 hours today.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So what's your weather like there? Is it cold? Is it warm? What's it doing there?
Girl, it has been in the 60s and 70s until 2 days ago. Now we're at about 12 and snow. It changed that fast.
Wow.
I've gone from t-shirts to turtlenecks in a day period.
Well, that's like Canada weather. We
Yeah,
have
right.
like that, yeah.
But you know, we didn't have our white Christmas. Usually, I mean, we get all the true seasons. Usually, we get
Mhm.
our snow. It starts
Mhm.
in November.
Yeah.
We had no snow. It was hot, or not hot, but you know,
Yeah.
warm, balmy, whatever.
Yeah.
And but we didn't get our first snow until 2 days ago.
Wow.
And yeah, so
It's been snowing here since November, so
crazy.
not missing nothing. Yeah, right
Crazy.
now it's minus 18 degrees Celsius, and it has a feels like temperature of minus 23 or 22. So
Yikes.
that when you get to minus 25 Celsius, it's the same in Fahrenheit as it is Celsius. So it's just cold. We'll just call it that.
Just cold, yeah. Anna Banana said that she's feeling me. 71 to 18. Yes, exactly. That's
Yeah.
it.
And you're still all like, are you still all nasally and got your cold or whatever?
I mean, I think I just am always nasally. I just always sound like this, guys.
Yeah.
That cannot be helped. This is just me. But my cold symptoms are gone. I don't
Well,
feel that at all because I had the sore throat, runny
Yeah.
nose, all that.
Yeah.
But no, all that's gone. And I tested negative for the COVID because I
Yeah.
had that little gathering that went south, and they're all still testing positive. But
Good Lord.
but no, I'm good. Yeah, I lucked out.
Aren't you glad you
Everything-
went out that one time?
Right, I know. And that's me double vaxxed with the booster.
Oh, you have your booster too. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they did too. That's my point.
Yeah.
Everybody there had the same thing, but it's kind of hit and miss on who's getting it and who isn't. So the message is be careful, guys.
Absolutely.
You can have all your little shots and your booster, but still be careful. Very careful.
Be very, very careful.
Very, very careful.
Oh, you say that so much better than me. I love that. You have the right whatever that sound in the back. I can't do that. Like be very, very careful. I can't do it.
I can do random sound effects and stuff.
Cecile is saying nothing wrong with lurkers. I was a lurker for nearly a year before I got the nerve to chat. And Anna saying, so was I. Some chat rooms I still am. I will say hi to a few people I know, but then I'm quiet.
I love lurkers. I'm all about it. There's some weird thrill that I get when a lurker finally does come out. It just means they're cozy, they're comfortable.
Yes.
It warms my heart. So that's why I love the lurkers so much. They can lurk for 2 years, and that's fine. When they finally come out, that's everything.
100%. Well, I mean, that's them saying to you, thank you for creating the space in which I feel, the environment in which I feel safe enough to speak up, share, whatever.
Exactly.
That's awesome. I don't know that I have lurkers or I don't have lurkers. I've never really. Oh,
everybody's got lurkers. Trust me, you've got lurkers.
Well, you know what happened the other day? Speaking of lurkers. So this person popped on the chat just when I was telling them, when I was telling the chat yesterday about my ex-husband passing away. And just before I was finished, I get this name pop up. It says Mr. Pissy Pants. That's the person's name.
Okay.
And it said, what's that red thing on your chair? And I'm like, so literally I'm reading it. I'm looking all around the background, trying not to roll my eyes going, there's nothing red on my chair. What are you talking about? And then he's like, what are you doing? So I'm like, okay, I'm not playing this game. So I said, oh, and by the way, Mr. Pissy Pants, I said, I'm actually here talking about a recent death in my family. So if you're a lurker, if you're a troll, if you're here to cause shit, like don't bother, just leave, please, because I can't. Right. And that was it. Gone. Never said another word. And I was like, wow, could we bring me a troll? Bring me a troll.
Well done. Yeah. Well, that's kind of thing. When the trolls get bored, they're like, this isn't worth my time. But I do see that a lot of the channels are doing that whole thing with the subscriber mode.
Yes.
So that's cool.
Well,
I keep forgetting to do it. So I don't know.
I don't remember when I started doing it, but when I first started doing videos on YouTube, I wasn't going through StreamYard. I was going actually through YouTube. And so it's a lot easier to remember to do it because you're going through YouTube because that screen comes up for you, right?
Oh, okay. I see.
When you do it through StreamYard, like I just go through StreamYard. I don't even go through YouTube, so I don't see any of that stuff. So I forget. And it won't do it unless you turn it on. So
see, I've never gone through YouTube, so
gotcha. Yeah.
I didn't know it would pop up like that, so that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, once you get in the habit of doing it, it's not, you just have to remember to do it. That's all.
Right.
But I was getting a lot of lurkers, like a lot. And I thought that was random because, I have like 9 people in here. Why is there like every 5 minutes there's someone showing up? So I turned it on for that reason.
Gotcha.
Right?
Oh, you mean a lot of trolls?
Yeah, I was getting a lot of trolls in here. So I turned the subscription thing on for that reason, hoping it would stop it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
The
I may look
problem
into that.
is the delay between YouTube and StreamYard, right? Because there is a little bit of a delay. So because I'm watching the comments in StreamYard, if they come in, I don't see them right away. And
right. Same. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm into that too. Yeah. I think I had some trolls tonight. but I didn't see them. I just saw the reaction to them. I didn't see the
Oh,
actual.
I gotcha. Okay. What I think is hilarious is that everyone's like, troll.
Oh, they're not. They are no joke.
They are on it. They are on
They
it.
are all- everybody loves to play Whack-A-Troll.
They are all over
That's
it.
the
And I
best
love that.
Troll Patrol.
I love that. I love that they're all over it. Hey, you know what? It makes everybody know that other people are trying to keep them safe, right? So I love that.
Yeah. The best.
Nothing wrong with that feeling, my friends. Nothing wrong with that. So we were talking earlier about all kinds of things. And something that I had just said that I would like to talk about, which seems like a really lame topic now that I think about it. But I asked people what they thought. If they thought that, I've always thought that I have a problem with like motivation, motivating myself to like do whatever. And I'm like, I'd love to investigate that further in whatever that means. Right. Talk about it, and I don't know if that fits into wellness or whatever, but I love the idea of trying to find a tip or a tool or information to help me feel like I'm more motivated. But
You don't feel motivated?
never have. I'm like Miss Procrastination.
Oh,
So,
I am too, actually.
Yeah.
I procrastinate quite a bit. Yes.
if there's an opportunity to sit my arse on the couch, that's where you'll find me. Like, I'm the kind of person that watch the exercise program sitting on the couch eating a donut going, yeah, I should start doing that. I'll pause it while I go get seconds. Like, that's who I am. Let me watch it once just to make sure I know what they're doing. Like that. Yeah, that's totally me. I'm so bad. I'm
pretty bad about it. I can totally be bad about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But with me, it's more so last minute. I eventually do it. It's just not way ahead of time. I'll procrastinate and then work it out.
I gotcha. Now, do you do that with everything, or do you just do that with some things?
Most things. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, like it doesn't bother me about a
It'll get done, is what I'm saying. Whatever the project is, it will happen.
Yeah.
It just won't happen 2 weeks ahead of time, but it'll get done. So I know the goal.
Yeah.
But I don't plan ahead well.
I gotcha.
That's kind of been my thing. Yeah.
So would you say that you're more of a spur of the moment, not really a fly by your seat of your pants, but are you more of a spur of the moment person, or not? You're not a planner, but you're more of
I'm not a planner. Well, I think that's shown just on here. I think everybody's figured that out. Yeah, I'm not a good planner at all. I like to see how things go, and anything can change at any moment. Kind of go with the flow, and but it'll all work out in the end. Is always my
gotcha.
Yeah.
So basically, you've made it okay for yourself to procrastinate. I love that. That's so cute.
It works for me.
I love that. I think that's great.
It's not recommended. It's unnecessary
entertainment
stress, I'm sure.
Don't try this at home.
It's unnecessary pressure, but yeah.
See, isn't that funny though? Isn't it funny that we say that? Because if you sit there and spend all your time, strategizing, researching, mapping it out, writing a bunch of lists about how you're going to execute said plan, one could say that could be stressful, right? Because you're wasting all your time making all these plans when you could have been doing 5 other things. Yeah. Whereas someone more so like you or I would be like, whatever, it'll work out. I'm not in a rush.
Right. It's that whole type A personality, type B personality. It's all about everybody's individuality. Yeah. If I see somebody that's spending all their time making the lists and doing all this stuff, I'm thinking, whoa, that's a lot. But on the same note, if they're seeing me, watching TV and going, have another hour, that stresses
Right.
them out. So yeah, it's all a matter
Oh.
of perspective for sure.
Lisa, you just totally like hit like I got like a little ding 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 ding. I'm because I am all about that. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I go live at 6. I need to jump in the shower by 4:30. It's 4:27. Sure, I can
Right.
have a pop and I'll just watch this for another 3 minutes. I'm so bad. Like I'm so bad like that.
Right. Yeah, I'm
Right.
the one that's like, oh, it's not raining or snowing outside. I've got another 10 minutes. I don't have to fight traffic.
Oh yeah.
You know, snooze.
Yeah.
Snooze button.
100%. I'm so bad. So Cecile says I'm the extremes. I either procrastinate or bite off more than I can chew. Balance is not among my superpowers. Hi, Mama Bear. Welcome. How are you doing?
Hi, Mama Bear.
Anna says one can say that is a form of procrastination, and that procrastination is not something you can do in spirituality. That's her problem right now.
You know, in a way, procrastination can be a form of planning, because if you can procrastinate well, you're actually planning your procrastination because you know that time frame. It's like, I know to put this off up till here, but beyond here is a no-no. So
Okay,
that's the whole thing too.
interesting. Yeah, when I asked about, sorry, the cats are running back and forth. If anyone see that. When I was talking about motivation, I mean, I can't motivate myself to like do something. I procrastinate and make all kinds of excuses for myself. And I really it's so funny to me because I sound like I'm 11 and I can't figure this out. I know exactly what I need to do. I know exactly what I should do. I know exactly how to do it in terms of the steps that I need to take, but I can't literally push myself forward. And that is because I've created all these things around myself to, that I feel were protecting me, which totally did not do that.
Right.
But I can't seem to propel myself past that. I seem to be like virtually stuck or literally stuck.
Right.
And I'm really struggling with it, and I don't know, like, is that like just a question? And I'm asking everybody, like, do y'all think like if I manifested myself doing said A, B, C, or D, whatever it might be, where you visualize yourself actually doing it, that I might be able to break through those barriers? Do you think if I don't know, journaled about, like, I don't know, do you have like a suggestion or an idea? Anything would be appreciated.
I'm not even going to answer right off. I want to see what they say.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Excuse moi. Yeah, I don't know. And by the way,
Was that a sneeze or a cough?
I'm trying to quit smoking,
Ah.
which did not go well, by the way, because of the week that I've had. But anyhow, the shuffling of the cards is keeping my hands busy, which is decreasing the smoking, which is working. So I'll just sit here and shuffle cards from now till God knows when.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Hey, it works.
And good for you for stopping. Yeah.
trying.
Does hubby smoke as well?
Yes, he does.
Are you both stopping together, or?
His lasted like till he went back to work, and then he was like, no, it's not when it's winter time and you can't go outside and it's minus 23 degrees, and you've just come back from vacation at work and there's 4 times the amount of work that there would normally be when you go to work on a Tuesday kind of thing. It was not the right time to quit, because there's so much. If it was spring and you could go outside, right? You could at least, maybe you make the rule and say, okay, no more smoking in the house, and you sort of like graduate to that program. So
Makes sense. Cecile shuffles her cards when she's anxious.
yeah. Nana says that she has a hard time visualizing, but when I manifest, it is fully based on intense desire. If I want something bad enough, I find a way to get it. Interesting. That's interesting, Anna. I remember hearing Sharon tell a story about manifesting, and I think she said that she manifested like a job and she manifested a car. And I remember, like, I locked that back in my memory when she said that, because I thought that was a really interesting concept.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, manifesting works. Yes, it does. But at the same time, it can be frustrating because sometimes people, I think people equate manifestation with a quick result, and that's
I
not
do.
the
Yeah.
case. Yeah, you can manifest, and it may take a little bit. It might take a while. You might even have a hiccup or an obstacle along the way to get to it.
Right,
But-
right.
But I do think manifestation works. Yeah.
Do you think that, I mean, just when you said that, I thought of like so many different programs or videos, whatever out there say like manifest your dreams. You know what I mean? Like anything you want, $1 million in your pocket. That might be why people assume that it's like almost, I don't want to say like a get rich quick scheme, but it's almost like along those lines that they think, oh, this is easy. I don't have to do anything. I just have to think about it and presto, it's going to arrive. Until you actually try to manifest, then you realize that it's a little different than that.
Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, be reasonable about your manifestations, but
Right.
But I think the smaller manifestations lead to bigger. Like
Right.
indirectly, you can get to
Yes.
so much of a larger goal.
I guess
Just-
so. That makes sense.
Yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
baby steps. It really is. That's just my personal, for entertaining purposes only. This is just my point of view. It doesn't mean it's, that's just how I feel about it.
I think that's really cool, Anna, that you said that you have no problem getting, I have no problem going without to get what I want. It's really interesting. I don't know that a lot of people think that way. It's really interesting that you say that. I like it.
Cecile said, I've never actively tried to manifest anything. I feel like I am not entitled to wants.
It's also very interesting. Cecile, I don't know how old you are. I'm not asking you to reveal that, but and I don't like grouping people into things, but that is definitely a mindset that I can relate to, that my mother, as well as like her, like my grandmother, that generation had. And when I say that generation, I mean not the younger generation. The younger generation seems more like they are, I don't want to say the word entitled, but they know exactly what they want and they know how to go after it and get it. And they are used to receiving things, right? As opposed to an older generation that didn't have a lot of extra money to spend on like wants, right? They more spent money on needs, not wants, if that makes sense. Where I was going with that.
Cecile's 58.
Yeah, so you're the same age as me, Cecile, so you get that, right? Like my grandmother, for example, used to save her money. She got housekeeping money, so that was the money that she was given after all the bills were paid to buy groceries. And she had that money hidden away in her drawer. And even when my grandfather passed away, she still took little bits of money and tucked it away because that was all she knew to do. She would still save money that way. Even though she didn't need to explain it anymore, she still saved money that way. And she would never buy herself anything, what she referred to as frivolous, right? Although if you said you wanted that pair of slippers, she'd buy it for you. But she would never do for herself.
On a banana is saying some stuff in there.
Yeah. Buying a home, you want a home that you live over your head and not have to worry about getting evicted. Okay. I have a funny story about buying a home, right? Well, I don't know that it's funny, but it's a story. I lived in an apartment building that was actually owned by one of my customers from where I was working. And it was a brand new building. It was like a, I don't know, like a sixplex apartment. It was really nice. You know, it had central air and central heat and brand new appliances, whatever. We weren't there like 3 days, and someone, I had a brand new car. It was only a couple months old when we moved there, and someone opened up their van and scratched the roof of my car. The guy who lived below me, and I was very specific about what floor I wanted to live on because I didn't want any running kids above my head. And the guy who lived below me, I was told, was a single man, and all I could hear was him beating someone up. I could hear smacks and cries and screams and swearing, and I would call the owner of the building and complain, like, you know, every 15 minutes. And he basically labeled me a complainer. So, whatever. Sorry, someone's getting beaten.
Right.
Anyway, so I just decided one day, and I don't normally do things like that. Like, I don't usually get an idea filtered into my brain and just go without thinking about it first. I'm not really, and I say this, I'm not a planner, but I'm not a loose ends kind of person either. I don't like a lot of things floating around in the ether, right? I don't like to leave a lot of things up in the air, I guess is my point. So I decided that I would just go to the bank and see. So my husband and I went to the bank, and we weren't married yet, but we went to the bank and we had a meeting with the bank manager or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone else in the chat is here from Ontario, you will know that that was the night of the brownout when we lost all of our power for about 30 and a half hours. There was no gas stations. There was no stoplights. No one had electricity for like the whole province, right? Almost. It was bad. And we left the bank getting pre-approved for our mortgage and then had nowhere to go because we couldn't get home because there was no traffic lights.
Oh,
Couldn't get money out of the bank. We couldn't buy any gas. There was no gas. So anyways, long story short, I phoned my landlord and I said, okay, so I'm moving. And he said, thank God. I was like, okay. So there was no like fee or security deposit or anything that I didn't get back. He was like, happy to see me leave because I was always complaining. But anyways, we bought our first home, and we moved in, I think, 7 days before Christmas. And I had that thing decorated and food ready and housed my whole family for Christmas dinner. It was fabulous. And 12 years later, I was still unpacking boxes that I hid that I didn't know where the hell I had put stuff. So,
oh God. But
yeah, we bought our home and we lived there for almost 13 and a half years. It was, you know, it wasn't big, it wasn't fancy, but it was ours. And everyone who ever came to our house always said to us that like they always felt cozy, it always felt homey there, which I think is like the greatest compliment someone can give you, right? That you make them feel comfortable in your home. So it was beautiful.
Very cool.
Yeah. If you know, I realize that not everyone's that lucky to be able to own their own home and have that feeling like Anna was saying about the, you know, people being in charge of you or setting the rules, like which way you can decorate or you can get evicted or your rent going up. I realize that not everyone is in a position to have that happen to them, but I think it for us, it was really just the pride of and listen, I'll tell you guys, there was no one more shocked than we were that the bank manager actually, okay, so most people in the chat know my husband's name is Mark, right? And the bank manager kept calling him Bob. And
Bob?
So Bob. And we just sat there and we kept listening. And at one point, Mark said to him, he said, hey, listen, if Bob's got better credit than Bob it is, otherwise, if you could call me by my name, I'd appreciate it. It was so funny. It's like, okay, if Bob's got better credit, he'll be Bob all day long.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I think your hubby's great too, by the way. I don't know if he's lurking.
No,
Like-
he's lurking. He's snoring. I don't know where his mind is, but he's snoring. No.
Yeah, I loved it when we were on with you and he popped on too. I thought that was really cool. I had a good time with you guys. I really did.
Oh, thanks, Lisa.
Thanks for that.
I am very fortunate. I have a rock star for a husband. The other day, I don't know why this is making me emotional, probably because I'm tired, but the other day when but like not in a I'm gonna like freak out in any kind of way, but I think the hardest part about hearing that my ex-husband died, honestly, is because I was concerned about how do I handle that, right? In terms of my new husband. I don't want to sit here and talk about my ex-husband to my current husband. It just seems wrong. It seems weird. It seems odd. Not that in any way I didn't think that he would be understanding or supportive.
No, that's just you being respectful, regardless of.
I just didn't want to go on about it. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I get it.
And I told him that I was going to go live and I was going to allow, hope that I would have a connection with the people here. And he popped on live in the chat from work and just said, I'm just popping on to see how my girl's doing.
Oh,
And that's when I realized that like it's okay. He really does understand.
I
So,
love that.
yeah.
Very cool.
But it was. I'm very blessed. And he made a cake tonight, and he brought the cake in here when Sharon was here, and he brought the cake in, right? And so that's why Anna's saying she wants another piece of cake.
Oh, okay.
So he baked a cake because
Nice.
apparently I ate the last piece. Well, I did eat the last piece. It's not apparently. I totally did it.
Oh well.
But he's been in the chat saying to people that if they subscribe to my channel, he'll give them a piece of cake. And I'm like, I don't even know how that works, but whatever. But that's what he's been doing.
You can send virtual cake. I mean, on the Nasty Women, we do the virtual bar and snacks and treats and smoothies and you could totally send some cake in there. Yeah.
So that's what he's been doing. Cake for subscriptions. I'm like, whatever. I mean, the man's got my back. You know what's really cute and really sweet? He has not missed a chat that I've done. He is in the chat every show I do. So I say I'm going on live, and he's in there, working the chat. So
I love that.
It's very sweet. I tell
and
him,
that makes what you do. You can totally, immerse yourself into what you're doing here because there's no concern about how he feels about it. He supports you, and I think it's cathartic for you, and it's
absolutely
therapeutic for you, and all that stuff. All of us, right? Yeah. So, but yeah, to have a significant other who's behind you 100% when you're pinned to the screen, the computer, that says a lot because I think that means that they totally understand where it comes from and how it makes you feel, and it's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally.
And again, I also realize that how fortunate I am because I don't know. Okay, I don't want this to come out wrong. I've been married an awful long time, but I've also had other relationships, and I know that not everyone is that understanding or supportive that you're spending all your time doing something else and they have to fend for themselves. I realize how fortunate I am because I've also been in that other spot where other people would have went like, hell, where's my dinner? Like you're in there talking to yourself and I'm out here feeding the cats. I'm out here doing my own laundry, baking my own cake or whatever. Right. I also know that I'm very, very lucky that way. This whole starting of my channel has been honestly just, I don't want to sound ridiculous when I say this, but it's been just such a wonderful, lovely experience because I'm receiving so much love and support from my family. I don't mean even from the community. I mean outside it, from my family, from my friends, from my husband, right? Everyone is being very encouraging, and it's really nice. It's really nice to get that acceptance, right? I think I'm still friggin' glad I'm doing something instead of sitting here doing nothing and whining and complaining. But the point I'm making, all joking aside, is that they can see the progression. Like, I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm motivated. Ha ha ha. Did I use that word?
Right.
So they're happy, to see that.
I hear you.
All right. That is the end of my story. Sorry. Woohoo! We got smoke.
No apologies needed. No, that's great. And again, that's the beauty of having your own YouTube channel. Do what you want to do. Say what you want to say.
Absolutely.
Everybody that wants to listen to it, they are here. And everybody that wants to listen to it that's not here, they'll show up on the replay.
Absolutely.
It's fine.
Well said. And thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah. No, you're doing just fine. JR threw in some
yeah, I see that. Cute.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, that's good. I shouldn't eat cake because I'm allergic to eggs. So sometimes virtual desserts is the best that I'm going to get. So I appreciate that. And I love what you just said, Cecile. Because I said that the other day when people were like, oh, I hope you feel better. And I'm like, listen, I'm alive and I'm still breathing. All is good.
All is good.
All is good. All is good. So, Lisa, I have a question. So you said that you have worked as an EMT. And this is probably none of my business. And you can tell me it's none of my business. But were like, did you always have like a calling to do that, to help people, or like how did you end up in that line of work? Like, did you aim for that, or did you just sort of stumble upon it? Or
I did not aim for that, guys. I was all over the place. I graduated from college with a degree in English. The goal was to be a teacher, possibly, because that's like the whole line of my mother was a music teacher, grandmother was a principal and a history and English teacher.
Wow.
And I
think you would be
maybe that was my thing because it kind of came naturally. It was kind of easy.
Yeah. I think you would have made a great drama teacher, by the way. Like, I don't know if you teach drama like if you have those kind of classes here, they're part of high school, like drama. I think you would be a fantastic drama teacher.
Well, I was in the drama club in high school. I did do that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just honestly, I'm feeling it. Like, I'm telling your story. I'm like, you would make an excellent drama teacher. I totally see that. Like a motivational teacher. Totally.
I appreciate that. But no, but after that, I ended up, I was like an administrative assistant at a bank, and I was a loan officer for a long time after that. And then I even did retail a little bit, and I was a manager of convenience stores for another period of time. And then after that, it was, I don't know what the pivotal moment was. I do remember I was on a road trip with a friend of mine, and we watched a car slam into the back of a semi in the lane right over, and it spun around.
Oh.
And you know how well at that time the semis started having that little barrier at the bottom, so you wouldn't just, if you crash into them, you wouldn't go completely underneath. It would ricochet. So car bounced off. The dude in the driver's seat was a mess. And then when the car spun around and stopped, facing us, right? A woman came out of the back seat holding a baby. They were fine. I'm like, oh my God, thank God you all made it. But the driver was just, I don't even want to go into it. But it kind of triggered a thing in me, because rewind a bit. When I was in middle school, I was a candy striper. Do you all even know what that is? I'm
I
probably
was a
dating
candy
myself.
striper too.
I was a
Virtual high
candy
five.
striper.
Virtual high five. I love
I
it.
was a candy striper. And even after that, early into high school, I worked for the Red Cross.
Cool.
So I thought that was interesting in retrospect,
Yes.
because here I was doing these little healthcare-y things,
Yeah.
but I did everything outside of it, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
even have a picture of myself when I was, it might have been my 6th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I have a birthday cake and I'm sitting in a chair and I had a little party hat, but it had a little Red Cross on it. I was a nurse. It was like a little nurse hat.
That's so cute. Yeah.
So I almost think maybe taking care of others
Yes.
has always kind of been an underlying
Been
thing,
a thing for you.
but it didn't really come out until later in life, because everybody's like, why are you here? I'm like, well, let's do the EMS thing. So I did my little courses and got my certification. I actually still have my certification. I can still be an EMT in my state.
Yeah.
And I liked it. I do enjoy it. And of course I don't do it now, but
Right.
it's natural somehow.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like it's something maybe I'd been fighting from the get-go, just because of all the outside influences,
Yes.
because with the teaching thing, it was like, oh, Lisa, this is what we do. And then getting into the banking thing, my dad may be saying, oh, Lisa, business, do this, and, but I just, I don't know. It's funny. And then now I'm doing this, which I do feel like is along the lines of care.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of care.
100%.
And yeah, it's interesting to me. So
It is
there you have it.
interesting.
That's my long answer to your short question.
There's nothing wrong with a long answer. Like, we're not going anywhere. No, it's funny because I told a similar story to Sharon tonight. So Sharon, I don't even know how we got on the topic of it, but I was saying that I had a funny story about my grandfather, which I'm not going to retell again. But anyways, long story short, my grandfather was a janitor in a local college here in Toronto, and he was the caretaker and overnight, and I didn't know that. And anyways, I went to his work. I was 4 years old, and I thought he told me his office, he was the doctor, and it was the first aid room, and he was the janitor. So he shared the office with the first aid room. And I told him from that point at 4, I wanted to be his nurse. And it was always my goal to be a nurse. And I, like, the whole way through high school, right up until grade 12, I was going to be a nurse. And I applied to nursing school, and I got invited to that school for an orientation. And I told the story earlier tonight that I stood outside at the phone booth and I phoned, yes, people, you heard me right, a phone booth. And I phoned my grandparents' house. And I said, get my room ready. And they were like, what the hell are you talking about? They didn't even remember. I was wounded. Anyways, at the time, there was limited seats for nursing. And there were so many. I mean, the qualifications were pretty easy to get in. And they were just picking letters out of the alphabet. And I didn't get in. And I continued to try for another 2 years to get in. And I just couldn't do it. Even though I had pretty good marks, I'd always, I remember sitting at the kitchen table Christmas break of grade 8 with the big map out of high school and all the courses that I needed to take to get into nursing school. Like, it was totally my thing. I used to go to summer school to get extra credits to bring my grades up if I needed to. I was in it to win it. And then I went to work. So similar to what you're saying, right? I went to work with the Parks and Rec department, and I started working with kids doing youth groups. And one day I was sitting in my boss's office. I don't know, we were planning some stupid thing or another. And he said, you know that you can take this in school, right? And I'm like, what? And he said, recreation, you can take. And I'm like, whatever. Why would I do that? That's stupid. And anyways, sure than crap, there I was 2 years later, enrolled in college taking recreation. And when I came out, I went to work in a group home for developmentally challenged individuals. The house that I lived in was a high medical needs house. So everyone was nonverbal. Everyone was immobile.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's tough.
and they had high medical needs. So they were all basically brought there to die to be closer to their family. And I also supply taught for a board of education. And I used to go in and do the special needs classes. And I used to work with the community of social and services. So I would go into people's homes and work with their kiddos, right? And my mother one day said to me, as fulfilling as this job is, I was newly married before. And she said, as fulfilling as this is, you need a real job. And I was like, I have a real job. She's like,
a real job.
Yeah. She's like, work 9 to 5, have your weekends free, so you can spend time with your husband, not every holiday working. And that's how I got into business. And then I ended up spending the next 20 some odd years working in credit and collections. So I wasn't the visa collector, before y'all come at me. I wasn't that person, but I used to work for an actual company, and I would phone those customers to collect their bills, like the same people every month kind of idea. And I just happened to have a thing for numbers. I didn't even know that I had any skills in that department, but it worked. And I did it, and I was good at it, but like, I didn't love it. I didn't really care about it, if that makes sense. Like, I just did it because I happened to be good at it. And that's, that's not a career, that's a job, in my opinion. Right. So when that was all over, and since the anxiety, I've had a really, really hard time, kind of sticking with things. Because usually anxiety ruins it for me at some point or another, or I allow anxiety to ruin it for me.
I got you.
And then I found this, and now I feel just like you, like in some way I'm helping people. And that I believe has always been my thing. That's why I wanted to be a nurse. That's why I wanted to work in the Parks and Recreation department. That's why I supply taught. That's why I worked in the group home, is because I want to help. Right. So now I feel like I'm helping again by just sharing my personal experiences. And if, that helps, great. So it's just interesting, right? That you kind of bring yourself full circle again.
Well, it's such a, call me selfish. Sorry, guys. I say it all the time, but I do think that although we are helping, you all don't, the chat, our family here, they don't realize how much they help us too.
100%.
It goes both ways. So, and in your case as well, I would like to say, I don't want to speak for you, but just the interaction, it's a team effort, which is what I'm all about. And it's so supportive, and we wouldn't be able to do what we do without everybody else.
100%.
It'd just be us just sitting up here talking, and what good does that do?
I said
from each other.
Yeah, I said the other night on the channel, I don't even know what the hell I was talking about, as I don't remember half of what I say. God help me. But I said the other night that, like, I don't consider myself a reader, and I think that everybody knows that, even though everyone keeps telling me I am. So thank you for constantly reminding me. But I consider myself a chatter. Like, I know I don't even know that I can articulate this. I consider myself a chatter, and I'm proud to say that I'm a chatter.
I'm all about chatting. So yeah.
So I love popping into all the different rooms and, vibing with the energy that's going on in there. Right.
And that's what's important to me. That's how I started out, was the chat. That's why I love the chat so much.
Exactly. I think that's a really interesting thing, and I love that that's a consistent and message that you put out there, that's how you started. So you're letting people know, I can relate to how it feels to sit behind the screen and go, I don't know, do I want to say this? Should I say this? And then
I was a lurker for a good 2 months. I didn't say a word, guys.
Yeah.
And then I started to interact, and then I felt comfortable. Then my personality would kind of come out in the chat. And then I got really attached to the community.
Yeah.
It's just been one thing to the next, and look at how many people in the chat now are starting their own channels,
Yeah.
or even if not that, just reaching out through emails. People are connecting, finding that they live near each other and
Yes,
visiting
absolutely.
each other. You know, that
It's
kind of
kind of
stuff. It
cool.
doesn't have to
Truly
be
is.
tarot.
Mhm.
It's the best. It's just the best. I love it.
Yeah. So this brings us to an interesting point in the conversation, because Cecile had said earlier about, I think it was Cecile saying about the gifts and not sure and all that, that I wouldn't read professionally for someone, right? Because she doesn't think that she's qualified. JR is saying, I'd like to get into this, to become a YouTuber in this community one day. And so, I don't know why I knew that JR was just going to answer Anna. So Anna says, what is holding you back? And JR says, I don't think I'm ready. So to Cecile's point, as I said before, and to JR, I'll say this to you guys, right? This is just my personal opinion. Take it for what it's worth. Then Lisa, of course, will be able to give you her point of view. I think that the idea, the concept of sitting on this side of the screen is freaky to people, that they allow themselves to be afraid of it, intimidated by it. And as far as reading the cards, I get the perspective of I'm not ready or I'm not qualified, because I too, why I say I'm not a reader is because I feel like I need to have some certification stuck on the wall there that says that I'm qualified, because obviously you're giving people advice, and we all know that some people are really taking the advice that you're giving them to heart, like the answers to the questions that they're asking. They're really taking that stuff seriously and taking it to heart. So you want to give it your best effort, your best go. But here's the thing, the tarot cards and the oracle cards, they don't come with a guarantee, right? They don't, they're open to interpretation. Lisa and I could ask the same question of the cards with 5 different decks and come up with like 80 different cards. It's because it's open to interpretations. We could both get the same cards and give you a different answer, right? Because it's open to interpretation. And you'll notice that if you pay attention when you're going from room to room to room, that different readers get the same cards, but their answers are different because it's their own way of explaining things or their own way of interpreting things. So my best advice to you is, A, don't be so hard on yourself. And B, I dare say, what the heck have you got to lose? What the heck have you got to lose? I don't know that I fit in this community, and here I am, and the community's embraced me. So what have you got to lose? I'm not telling you have to do it. I'm just saying, if those are the reasons that you might be afraid, I say get out of your head and just give it a shot, because this community is very supportive, right? They'll help you through it, is my point.
Yeah, for sure. And just to support, back up what you said. Yeah, reading the cards. Well, that's almost, I'm kind of hearing that's almost a generational thing. I think that maybe a generation above us, when you read the cards, they get frustrated with the way that we are so kind of more lenient. We pay more attention to the illustrations and the intuition.
They don't like that.
Yeah, because I will totally drift away from what the meaning of the card is and go with how I feel. And I'm like, I don't care. This is what I think this card means at this moment. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But in conjunction with that, oh my gosh, there is a great sense of responsibility when you are reading for other people. Of course, you don't want to. You definitely don't want to mislead anyone, and you don't want to do the false hope thing. You don't want to blow smoke up anybody's room.
Exactly.
You definitely just want to read it. You want to try to translate it as best you can with the messages you're receiving, and just leave it there. For sometimes I feel like personally I have a tendency to maybe Sometimes I think I might chat too much a little bit. Sometimes it might be best to just kind of throw it out there and leave it, and let whoever is receiving it take what they can from it.
Yeah.
But the reason why I personally tend to get chatty with it is I think it's kind of a blueprint. It's like, this is what I think this might be, but take what you need from it.
Yeah.
That's
When
kind of
I'm on the receiving end of the message, I prefer more of an explanation than less of one, because
it's just a guide.
because if you're sitting up there reading the cards out, you have to imagine, in my opinion, that the people that are listening don't know what you're talking about.
That's true.
That they don't
Yeah,
know.
because if you hold up, two of swords and lay it down, then
Yeah.
whoever's
Or when
like,
people do this, which this drives me crazy, when people do this and they just hold the card up, flash it past
I
the
don't
screen.
do
That
that.
drives me nuts. I don't like that. So I didn't want to interrupt Lisa while she's talking. JR, Anna is my manager here tonight. I said earlier that I've been practicing online with cartomancy, tossing some tarot cards around, and it's really helped my skills. Like, I think I know the cards, but I have difficulty stringing the story together, and so having someone to practice with was really helpful. And I have asked different people if they would practice with me, and I was finding it hard to find a practice partner. If you would like to practice throwing some cards around, I am totally all for that. I can put my email in the chat, and I don't mean you have to do it tomorrow. There's no pressure. I'm just saying I would like, if you're into it, I'm totally into it. And I just pop us on my StreamYard here, but like behind the scenes, it's not recorded. It's just a way of us to be able to see each other. So it'll be like, how Lisa and I are on the screen, but it's not on YouTube. And we can just toss a few cards around, right? And see how we do it. And maybe that will build up your confidence. I know it's done wonders for me. So if you're interested, I can put my email in the chat there, and you can send me an email and we could give it a shot. Just let me know. No pressure though. Because you practice with people, right, Lisa?
Oh, I was just gonna say, it was, I already rambled on about how started out lurking, and then in the chat, and then got comfortable, started talking. I got with Kathy and Ron and Sharon and Jay, and we would just kind of talk about tarot. I had no
Right.
decks, no
Right.
nothing. Got talked into getting my own deck just to test it out, see how I felt about it. And the joke that Kathy loves to share is that I used to spend all my time saying, I'm not like you guys. I don't get it. I don't think I can do. I don't think I can do this. I said I would say I feel it and I get it,
Right.
but I don't think I can read for people. It's
Interesting.
it's not my thing. So that's the joke. Is okay.
Yeah.
Lisa rambled on and
and they'll look at you.
for, night after night saying that this isn't what she does, and here I am, got my little channel, and
I love that you call it your little channel. It's every time you say it, it makes me laugh. It's so fun. It's cute. I don't mean laugh like I'm ha-haing at you. It makes me smile because I love the way you refer to it. It's my little channel. It's just my little.
It is my little channel. A lot. Well, I guess
I love that.
I guess I call it little because I think of it as it's like my baby.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've had my own little thing. So
and it's
not,
cool.
Yeah.
It does make you feel some sort of way, doesn't it?
Oh, and
like it's all good. I mean, it's like a total heart. You can feel it. Like it's yours. It's your little thing. It's got your stamp all over it. It's your creativity. Sky's the limit. You could do whatever you want.
Right. I mean, I'm not taking away from the nasty women thing by far. And I actually told Sharon when I wanted to start my own, my whole, I guess, what do you call it? I guess promotion of it when I was talking to her about it. I was like, well, it gives us so much more flexibility because although we were together or still are together on the nasty, there might be things creatively that individually we want to try to explore. And this way we don't have to check in with each other. Yeah. If I want to go live, I don't have to see if she's available to go live, vice versa. It's just
if you feel like going live at 8:30 and it's 8:29, you can still achieve live at 8:30.
Exactly, like tonight or earlier or yesterday. Well, now it's tomorrow here now, but you know what I mean. But that was my sales pitch for Sharon. I was saying, let's do a little separate thing, and then we have that flexibility, and it's just so much fun. It really is.
Yeah, I am a very creative person. Well, shall I say? Yes, I'm still going to. Lisa, you asked me for a marathon, girlfriend. Here it is. Unplanned marathon of sorts. All I wanted to say was that I like to think that I'm a creative person. I don't know that I am, but I'd like to think that I am. And I love the fact that I can make my little thumbnails and I can, plan, I want to talk about this, or, my little top 10 tips, like whatever it may be, big, small, or whatever, right? Create my little banners that are flying across the screen. I love that I get to be able to do that. And every time I do it, I seem to I feel like I'm doing it better than the time I did it before. So it's a neat feeling to be able to create something. Like, to me, it's like writing a book or like writing a story, right? Like every time I come on here, it's another chapter. And I just love it.
Auto Banana thinks you're trying to break my record on staying online.
Unless you all want to watch me drool and snore, there's no chance that I'm breaking Lisa's record. But
I love this. We can just go back and forth with this. We can eventually we'll reach 24 hours between you, me, Sharon,
right,
the Soul Sisters.
Hey, I'm telling you, Sonia was a champ the other night, like the total champ.
Oh, she was.
Do you know what was the funniest part about the other night?
Oh God!
I thought was that poor Sharon was trying to participate, but she could not. Right? Sonia was trying to participate, and then she was getting in all kinds of trouble. But she was like being defiant, like it was like she was the defiant child, going, "I pay the rent. I'll laugh if I want." And then she was like, "Shh, quiet." Right? And you were just like you were not helping them be quiet. You were like, falling over.
Help myself.
No, but I mean, why not? Right?
Hi, Julie.
It's 3:17 a.m. here.
Same.
3:17 a.m.
Yeah, we're on the same time zone here.
Craziness. Next thing you know, it'll be Labor Day weekend marathon. Laugh out loud. We listen. You know what? The fact that, I mean, you could say this two different ways, right? That this is totally lame. We're sitting here listening to these two chicks talk about absolutely nothing. Or you could look at it from this perspective, that here we are sitting here in our safe little spot where we're talking and sharing, and what the hell? Like, why not? Right?
Right.
I mean, if you weren't sitting here listening, what would you be doing? So, JR wants to know, how do you prepare for an 11-hour live? Any tips?
JR, that's the thing. You don't.
There's no preparation.
I go into a live stream thinking an hour and a half. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. I really shoot for an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it hits 2. It goes over 2. It's that whole, I call it the slumber party energy. When a bunch of us get together and start having a good time, the laughs, the jokes, the interaction, the chat, the talking of different topics, it just really escalates into something that's just.
Well, it's really organic, don't you think, Lisa? It just kind of like happens.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I've never, gotten out of bed one day and thought, oh, let's do an 11-hour live stream. No. That doesn't happen.
Why?
No. And then when it does happen after it's over,
sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Here's Lisa with her phone. Let's see, 11-hour live. No, sorry.
you're right, exactly.
Put that in the reminders.
But I have no regrets though. Every long live stream that's ever been done, I've loved every second of it. So
I get what you mean, Jo. Like for me, I'm very lucky. Lisa lives by herself, I'm assuming. I don't actually
Yes.
know that. I'm assuming. I have a husband who, he comes home, he's feeding the cats, he's baked the cake tonight, right? He's like jumping in. So I'm very lucky that way. I don't have any kids at home that are like, Mom, where's dinner?
Oh yeah, if I had oh my gosh, guys, it'd be a whole other.
It would be a whole
we'd
other
have a whole other persona here. If I had a significant other and kids or whatever, oh no, I wouldn't be on like that. No.
Yeah.
No, it's just me and the kitties, and the cats love it.
Well, your cats
it's
do,
fun.
definitely.
You're right. No, I'd be completely respectable if I had other people here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mark's in bed right now. He's sleeping right next door, and not next door, next door, but the room next door. That seemed weird. That sounded strange. But if he wasn't supportive or okay with it, I wouldn't be able to sit here for however long I do. But I mean, he's totally cool with it, so it works.
Now, if I had a partner that would enjoy this with me, now sitting right next to me doing it, that'd be cool too. But no, I would be totally respectful of whoever I was with, because that's a lot. That's a lot to ask.
Well, I will say this, right? When it comes to like specifically with my husband, he ran a car club for almost 16 years, and I became the vice president of that club. I don't know, like 4 years in, and so I ended up doing like a full-time job with the car club that was total volunteer. I mean, every weekend we had 20 people in our house having a meeting, and it was like a full year-round event. And every weekend we went somewhere, and every vacation over the course of 10 years revolved around a car. Yay. And so my point is, I gave my time to that, and I was supportive of his dream, and now he's supporting this for me. So, it's a partnership kind of situation.
Give and take.
Yeah. He wouldn't dare say no at this point. Let's put it this way. I'll be like, listen,
right.
I got about 14 more years to go. So I'm just saying. Delicia says, I wish I had time to do a full live stream marathon. Hope to one of these times. That would be cool, spending so much time with my friends. Absolutely. That is one of the big detractors for me, taking care of Mom and never know when she will be screaming out in pain.
Oh, on a banana. That's right at my alley. I took care of my mother. I moved her in with me right before the COVID outbreak. And, well, I mean, even before that, she at some point was living at home, but when I was unable to be there, either stopping by before work or stopping by after work or the weekends or whatever, she had caregivers over there taking care of her. She had a stroke 10 or 11 years ago, so her mobility was very limited. So she needed, meals prepared for her and stuff. But, she started to go downhill a little bit. I moved her in with me. And so I totally understand the whole responsibility thing. But ironically, that's kind of what, that's not what led me to YouTube. COVID led me to YouTube. But Mom was here, and she actually was aware of the fact that I was going on to YouTube. And everybody was just so supportive, because I'm like, hey, I'm working from home now. They send us home. And I'm taking care of my mother too. And this is my outlet. So this was my break doing this. Yeah. Because I was working from home, taking care of Mom. And I was doing the whole thing where I had to step away from the chat. I'd say, I need to go feed my mother. Yeah. I'd leave, come back, But yeah, those responsibilities are
100%. I mean, well, they're real. I mean, they're totally valid. And the only thing that I can say, and I'm not trying to talk you in or anything, Anna, I'm just mentioning, right? You know, you don't have to do a 10-hour live. You don't even have to be on for an hour. There's no reason why you can't do, you know, half an hour, right? And I realized that, you know, someone could yell out, I need help 18 times in a half an hour, or they might not. So maybe you want to try pre-recorded videos, you know, where you could pause it if that happens. Or you just say F it, and I'm just keeping it real. You just say F it. This is my situation, and if I have to go, you stick your, you know, you turn your camera off and you go deal with it.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, there's ways to work around it. I'm saying don't make it so that's what's stopping you, because there are ways to work around it. And we I mean, you know that the people in the chat are very supportive, and I think that they would be totally understanding if that happened while you were on the screen, sort of idea, right?
Right.
So, or the other thing to consider is maybe you have a partner, right? Like if Lisa and Sharon are on the screen, or like how Lisa and I are on the screen right now. If I said to y'all, I got to go get a drink, Lisa's here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's an option too. Maybe you could try that if that helps.
It doesn't even have to be live. You can just do uploads and stuff too.
Yeah. You know what? Lives aren't necessarily like. I get why everyone in this community wants to go live because of the interaction with the chat. I get that. That makes total sense to me because it feeds me. So I understand that. But there's a lot to be said for doing the pre-recorded video too, because you can take your time, you know, you feel like you can actually like say exactly what you intended to say rather than, you know, talking over here and then watching over here and then getting sidetracked because you read something over here and then trying to remember what you read over here so that you can go back to it when you're finished reading. You know what I mean? So it can go both ways.
I'll tell you what, I did my first upload and it was tough. It's weird not talking to people.
Yeah.
But it'll get better with time. Yeah. Everything takes practice. So yeah.
Now have you done a pre-recorded video on? You haven't done a pre-recorded video, right? All your videos have been live.
No,
right?
I just did one this
Oh,
morning
did you?
or yesterday morning.
Oh no, I've seen it. It's the dream one, right?
Yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I watched
It was
the whole
was
video.
weird. It was a little weird. It was awkward. But
it is weird talking to the camera, isn't it? Without that interaction happening because you're used to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because you're almost looking for it to finish your sentence for you. Like, well, okay, what do you want me to talk about next? And it's like,
right.
there.
Oh, I was a total robot, but it's fine. It's great.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, Lori.
Yeah, we all follow each other. We've got like bat phones. No, I'm just.
I'm telling you, you think so, right? Hang on, there's a live stream.
Yeah.
I have to go.
Oh my god, that's funny. What? Oh, it's Spirit Phone. Is it Spirit Phone or Tarot Phone?
Oh, that's even better. Spirit phone.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
It's like 1-800 Spirit. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Kelly's doing a live stream. I'll be right there.
What time zone? I'll be right over.
That's right. What time zone? Get your flashing lights. Woo, woo.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my god. In the Spirit Mobile?
The Spirit Mobile. God. Cape and tights. Everybody's got a cape and tights.
Oh my god. Listen,
Here I come.
I just want to say, for the record, that there are some visuals about cape and tights that I really don't want to see at this time of night after 9 hours.
Yeah, it's too much. Yeah. It's too much.
Although there's some people that could be put in cape and tights that would be totally fine. Others not so much.
Yeah, you gotta be selective about that outfit for sure.
Hey, you could get an invisible plane.
Oh yeah, like Wonder Woman. Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure.
You could get like a, what's that thing that she had?
The whip.
The lasso or whatever. Is it
Yeah, the lasso. Lasso.
the truth? Because that was the truth telling thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman. All right, let's pick on some celebrities. Just for, I don't even know why that came. You know what? You know why that came to my mind? Here's a word association for you. So we said Wonder Woman, and Wendy Williams is all about Wonder Woman. And as soon as I said truth telling, I thought of Wendy Williams as the
Oh,
opposite of
okay.
truth telling. Random. That's how my mind works, folks. And you're welcome. No.
Right. Thank you for that. Thanks, Kelly.
Oh my God. Hey, listen, I could do it.
Welcome to Kelly's brain.
I know. Well, we could do it another way. I could tie it in another way because this is how quick I am at this time of night. You'll love it. So
Sharon Type said, "Yes, it's fun when 7 live at one time." Oh no, because Sharon makes sure she's everywhere. She
Right?
has been juggling live streams.
I know. The woman now listen, Sharon Sipe needs a cape and
Sharon Sipe needs a cape and tights. Yes,
she needs like what do you call it? What would Sharon Sipe's phone be? So if we had Spirit phone, what would she have?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I gotta think about
Hey,
it.
you could have like the Get smartphone that was in the shoe.
Oh, I remember that.
Do you remember Get Smart with the phone in the shoe? I used to
Yes.
love that show.
Missed it by that much.
Agent 99. I love that show.
Sharon Sipe is our Agent 99.
There you go. She is our Agent 99. She is our total Get Smart Bond woman. Okay, so here was the other way I was going to tie up Wonder Woman before I forget. So Wonder Woman, in the original series, Wonder Woman's mother, in the original TV series, Wonder Woman's mother was played by an actress by the name of Cloris Leachman. Cloris Leachman used to play on the Mary Tyler Moore Show. The other night on the Nasty Women, I believe it was, when they were asking about the Golden Girls, I said they were trying to figure out like which character Sharon was, and they were talking about Betty White and stuff, and I said that I thought Sharon was Sue Ann Nivens, referring to the Mary Tyler Moore Show. So there I just went, phew. Did you see how I did that?
Whoa, you just went full circle. Yes, you
Did
did.
I not?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to make your head spin. Sorry.
I was with you on that roller coaster ride, though. I got you.
Yeah, it wasn't that much of a trip, but yeah. Sue Ann Nivens is definitely who I would have like not any of the Golden Girls, but Sue Ann Nivens definitely.
Makes sense.
It's funny because if you think of Mary Tyler Moore, I think of like, okay, so if we're Mary Tyler Moore, you're Mary, Sharon Sue Ann Nivens, Sonia from the other night, like when you guys did the live stream, Sonia is, I want to say that Sonia is like Rhoda, but not as raunchy as Rhoda. Rhoda was like a little more raunchy, but she's definitely there. And Sheila is like, honestly, the name just left me. What was that lady's name? The one that played Ted Knight's girlfriend.
Oh, the blonde.
Yeah. What was her name?
I can't think of her name. though.
Georgina. Was it Georgina?
Oh,
Georgina.
I think you're right.
Yeah, Georgina.
Yeah,
There you have it, folks.
that's funny.
The Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Well, that's cool that I got to be Mary Tyler Moore, though.
Well, because I mean, come on, Lisa.
That's
Like
cool.
you're smart, you're articulate, right?
Oh, stop. No, keep going. No, stop. Oh, no.
Her
keep
head's
going.
gonna barely fit inside the square at any moment. No, but like Mary, and
That's
and
awesome.
I mean, really, the reason why you're Mary is because of the smile, right? Who can turn the
Oh.
world on with their smile? Everyone says you have a lovely smile. I think you have a lovely smile. So there you go.
Thank you.
Now, if you could just throw your hat up.
My head cannot fit this. Oh, yeah, let me find a hat to the. I gotta do the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's funny as hell. Yes, and she can turn the world on with a smile.
No, that's sweet. You guys are the best.
You know what's really funny is I remember some of the words to the theme song. That's so sad, pathetic, is it not?
I can totally see the intro video.
Her house and the
Yeah.
car driving down the
Mhm.
highway as she
That she's in the
rolls up.
street, throws her hat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Rob.
I used to love it when she would go into Mr. Grant's office to be like, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
And every time Sue Ann would come to the door, she'd be like, yes, Sue Ann.
That's right.
All right, Sue Ann. I used to love that show. I also used to love the Bob Newhart show. Oh my gosh, that show was
I love that show.
funny.
Yeah.
I used to love Frasier.
Oh, I adored Don't get me started on Frasier. I'm not, that is a
love
favorite
Frasier.
right there. Yes. It's funny because a lot of my friends didn't like Frasier. I would try to quote Frasier things off of a previous show that I'd seen. They're like, "Girl, we don't care. we don't want to hear it." We did not watch it.
It was such. You know what? It's so funny. There was a couple of shows that I watched on TV that I didn't watch while they were hits on TV.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't tune in on a Thursday night to watch Friends, but I watched Friends on replay like 4 years later and caught on.
Right. It's like
Like,
you
I don't know why
appreciate
I
it
watched
later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that to a lot. Like I loved Bob Newhart show. I love Frasier. I don't think I ever watched Frasier at the right time. I'd always watch it on reruns. And I think the funniest Frasier episode, there's a toss-up between two. One is when he gets, I don't know how he got it, but the neighbor's bird stuck on his head in the elevator, and the bird's like, swearing and all that.
Yes, that's a good one.
Funniest effing thing ever. And the other one was when Niles borrowed the apartment to make dinner for his date, and he cut himself. And then
I don't think I remember that one.
Put the couch. The couch was on fire, and the dog was eating the pasta that he put on the
Yes, I do
couch.
Yeah, that is funny.
And he's running around holding his finger because he cut.
Just
Oh my!
chaos. Yes.
Just absolutely fantastic, funny. Just funny as heck. I love that show. Fraser Crane, like Kelsey Grammer, I believe is his name, that played Fraser Crane.
Yeah.
What an amazing actor he had, or he was on that show. Like his sense of timing, and
that's a show my mom used to love. She well, both of us we were always fascinated because we always thought the casting was great on that because Niles looks so much like Frasier. You could totally think they were brothers.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was a great actor too. Absolutely. And I love the dad.
They were so witty. So witty.
Yeah. I love the dad.
Oh, the dad was the best. He was so disappointed in his boys.
Yeah.
He's like, where'd you all come from?
Right. Yeah. And Daphne was a great addition.
Yes, for sure.
And I used to like the woman who played, I don't know, like the producer or whatever at the radio station where Frasier worked.
Oh yeah. Oh, what was her name?
Rosalind is the character.
Roz.
Yeah.
Roz.
Yeah.
And of course, we knew Lilith was a hot mess. Lilith.
Oh my God, I loved Lilith.
And then,
Hi,
Uh,
Linda. How are you? Oh my God,
Linda.
people are waking up. Shit. We're going to be here until tomorrow. And thank you for tuning in on Sunday. No, honestly. Just, yeah, we're talking about old TV shows. Okay, listen. So, Frasier, great show. Did you ever watch Roseanne? Were you into Roseanne?
no, I haven't watched the new one, but
I haven't
I
watched
used to
the
watch
new
the old one. Yes.
My sister told me that when I got married to my ex-husband that she always felt like our family was going to be like Roseanne. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's not a compliment, is it? What do you mean by that? I never really like got Roseanne. I mean, it was okay. I watched it, but I never really got it. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Oh, sure. Of course.
Do you know what show
I
I
used to
loved,
watch
though?
the old one.
Loved Perry Mason. Perry Mason, excellent show. I never could figure out who did it.
I did not watch that.
Like the Perry Mason movies that he did in color. Also the black and white ones that he did back in the 60s, but I could never figure out who the hell did it.
I'm
It was-
familiar, but I didn't get into that one. I don't know why. I didn't do that one.
Great show.
You know what I used to watch was the old. We're talking black and white, guys. I used to watch the reruns of the old black and white Twilight Zones.
Mm-hmm.
I love those.
Those are the kind of shows that you watch like this
Yeah,
if you're scared.
yeah, and Alfred Hitchcock and all
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to watch
Good
that.
shows. You ever watch Emergency Room? You ever watch that? Emergency 911? Rampart
Oh, sure,
with Dixie?
absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, what just happened? My whole screen just flicked. Speaking of 911, don't do that. Shit, that's scary.
Lori Gilbert was into Buffy and Angel. Is that Buffy the Vampire Slayer stuff? That kind of stuff?
Yeah, so Anna Banana was saying that she was more the Buffy Angel Charm type of girl. And then I think Linda was saying, or sorry, Lori was saying that too. Anna saying her cat's giving her the evil eye. Random. Linda says, watched Roseanne until she was parroting. She was a Trump supporter. Cecile says Roseanne was the anti Mrs. Cleaver. That made it hilarious to me. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what I've been watching lately? I don't even know how I found it, but lately on YouTube, because I don't watch TV. I sit right here in my lovely chair and I watch YouTube, when I'm not live, obviously. And I've been watching myself some Charlie's Angels reruns, my friends, from the TV series, the original.
Really?
For real.
I used to watch that. I used to watch Charlie's Angels.
Loved me some Charlie's Angels. Of course, I was
Sure.
always Kelly. That's not hard to figure out, right? And what I recently realized was how lame that show actually is. But besides that, it was actually, for its time, a very powerful show because it was the first television drama series that ever had 3 women as the stars.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I used to play Charlie's Angels. That's how lame I am. Just saying. I was always Kelly. It's not a stretch. It was easy for me. I didn't have to act. Just call myself.
I was going to say that's like a gimme, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I watched the episode yesterday where the they had the whatchamacallit. They bought the yacht and there was gold on it. And that's when Shelley Hack came, that played Tiffany. I never thought she got enough credit. I thought she did a good job. But anyways, it was just a funny episode. And I was like, you know, in the show previous, you kicked that guy's butt and threw him across the roof of the car. Now in this show, someone walks up and went like this, and you're like, oh. So I was like, I don't like you. They weren't consistent. You know what I mean?
You're right.
So like, you totally could have kicked that guy's butt, but you didn't.
Right.
It's your fault. That's writing. It's writing's fault.
Oh, jeez.
And I used to love me some Bewitched.
Oh, sure.
I
Oh, for
thought my
sure.
mother was Bewitched. Honestly, my mother had the same kind of hairdo as Bewitched. I think I showed you my mom's picture. And so for a long time when I was little, I thought my mother was Bewitched.
Hey, well, who knows?
Until I realized she couldn't actually wiggle her nose and make magic happen. Then I was like, well, I guess you're not Bewitched.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, come on. Bewitched was fun. Now, here's a funny story about Bewitched. I'm at my sister's house. This is, oh, heck, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And my brother-in-law has gone to Germany for business. And so it's March break, which is, you know, your spring break. So everyone's home and I'm there. And my sister puts on Netflix and we're like, okay, what are we going to watch? And everybody is like yelling out all these ideas. And so my sister's like, Bewitched. And I'm like, oh my God, it's great. Like we're reliving our childhood, right? And we put Bewitched up on the screen and our nieces or my nieces are like, whatever.
Oh,
So
they weren't having it. Yeah.
they weren't having it. And then all of a sudden we're like, no, but wait, this is the funniest part. And the whole time we were like totally having a moment. My sister and I are like, oh my God, do you remember this? And they're like, this is so lame. Anyway,
Oh.
so then they look over and they're like, what's that? And I'm like, that's a telephone. They're like, come on, that's what telephone. So it became like this whole like vintage museum that I was like, we're not
Right.
fucking old, are we? Like they're making it sound like, and one of them said something about the pioneer days. I'm like, listen, all right, this is far from pioneer days. This is not Little House on the Prairie. It's Bewitched, for Christ's sake.
I mean, I do think it's funny. I say this often. I'm not so sure I'm going to say this well, but I think it's interesting that the generation beneath us, they don't really have a concept of our stuff, whereas we have a concept of stuff prior to us. Like I remember seeing the movies where the phone was the handle, you know, and you put it in your ear and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that was their phone. But
Yeah.
but when they see like the rotary phone
Yeah.
or the pay phones where you put the
Yeah.
quarters in,
Yeah.
it blows their
Yeah.
minds.
Yeah, it does.
It's
It does.
bizarre. It's just weird to me.
Have
And
you
same
ever,
with music and stuff because you know they don't know who Madonna is and
which is like, I mean, it's
right,
not like,
but I know who Nat King Cole is, but I
Exactly.
wasn't alive for that. You know, I know who Lawrence Welk was, but
right?
I wasn't
Not
alive
that we
for
go
that.
around admitting it, but it was on every Sunday after
Yeah.
Mutual
I mean,
Omaha and
it's
Walt
just-
Disney.
It's just interesting to me how that works out. That
You know what's even more interesting? Have you, like, to your point, have you ever seen, like, I've seen Ellen do it. I'm sure that other people do it too, where they have the millennials on and they ask them to, like, you know, like look through a phone book
yes,
and they're like some kind of lost, like they don't. And I'm like, I mean, bring me back a phone book. I mean, those things had all kinds of uses beyond being used for a phone book, right? I'm all about it. I mean, honest to God, by the time that I remember the number, like I have to find a piece of paper to write down the number just to be able to Google the number to tell me what it said. When I could have looked it up in a phone book already, I would have known what the number was. I don't
That's
get it.
I'll tell you what. I am kind of glad the phone books are gone.
I'm
but
not.
but of course I remember the phone
Okay,
books.
listen, just look at the pictures here. Okay. If I keep going down, all of a sudden now my nose is resting on my nameplate here, right? I need me a phone book to sit on to lift my ass up off this chair. Right?
Oh,
No, but
geez.
seriously, we used to use phone books for all kinds of things, right? When the leg would fall off the couch, you would put a phone book under it. You needed to get, right? You needed a
Well,
lift, sit on the phone
absolutely.
book, boot,
Yep,
instant
yep,
boost seat.
yep. Get those phone books.
Yeah. I just think that to your point of, we know old stuff and we know our stuff, but other generations don't seem to know the stuff before or after them.
You know what? I kind of have a theory on that.
What's your theory?
My theory is that, personally, for me, growing up, there are a lot of reruns. So
Sure.
you would see a lot of the older, Three Stooges, Abbott and Costello,
Yeah.
all the weird,
Or that's all your
old movies.
In
Yeah.
my case, that's all your parents would let you watch because
Right, because there were just so many channels. There were like 3 channels on there,
Yeah.
and you saw what you saw, and so be it.
Yeah.
But now it's very selective. You choose what you watch.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
if you don't look for Friends,
Yeah.
you don't know what Friends is.
Yeah. True.
So I think that's the differentiation between all of it. I think it has a lot to do with the access. The access that we had was, this is what you got. You're
Yeah.
watching it.
3
Good
channels
luck to
that were changed by a pair of vice grips.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
now you can just wake up in the morning and decide you want to see the current everything. So you don't see any past anything unless you decide that's what you want to do.
Sorry. I'm trying to listen to you.
No, I see it. That's fine.
Oh my God. Good night, Anna Banana. Listen, don't be letting your cat slap you upside the head. That's not
Those
good.
cats don't play. We understand.
I hope that you have a good night's rest, Anna. Thank you so much for hanging out with me all night. Sweet dreams, my friend. And of course, I send you many blessings. That is just too funny.
I'm probably going to check out here in a few minutes myself because I've been online already. So
Yeah. Linda says, I walk a very fine line, but choose to stay on the side of good. And in this day and age, yes, that's a very good thing, as it turns out. I got you.
Yep.
And by the way, I did see your comment, Linda. Congratulations on your grandson, born at 1:11 a.m. on Christmas Day, weighing 3 pounds and 3 ounces. My goodness.
Oh, congratulations. Those numbers are cool.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep us posted on that baby. That's
Right?
cool.
That baby's got some talents and gifts that are
Right?
they're gonna be coming out. Definitely a cool
Well, look, Kelly. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to let you break this record solo. I don't want to take away from your steam on this one.
You are not taking away
me. I can stay up for another 5 for real, but
like 5 hours or 5 minutes. Woohoo! No.
no, 5 hours. You don't know who you're dealing with. I don't
No.
sleep.
I know you're not playing. Listen,
But,
it's easier talking to someone than it is talking to myself. That's for sure. but feel free to do whatever you need to do.
But no, I've had a good time with you and with our little family in here.
Yes, of
And
course.
yeah,
Lisa, anytime that you come to visit is a nice time. I appreciate that very much.
thank you. I appreciate that. And I hate that I missed Sharon. I didn't know that she was roaming about, so that would have been fun too.
Yeah, I don't even know when it was. It was so long ago.
Oh, okay. You're like, that was a week ago, and I'm still online.
I was like Tuesday, I think. No.
Yeah, you're out of control. Well, look, I hope you break the record. And if you do break the record, you know what that means. We're going to pass you up.
Yeah.
Now it's a competition.
Right.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
By the way, Michael, EQ's friend Michael Dyer is coming on my channel on Sunday.
Oh, he's the best. I love Michael. Yeah.
So I totally screwed up. So I sent him an email and he didn't answer me. So I don't know if I got the wrong email or not, but he didn't answer me. And then I invited Allie on from Heart and Soul Connected just to toss some oracle cards around. And so she's
Okay.
going to come on Sunday. That was what we arranged. And then Michael finally answered me after 2 weeks and said, "Oh yes, I'll pick this."
After 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Did it really take 2 weeks?
No, it was just a week. But of course, he picked the same darn night that I'd already agreed to Allie. And I was like, oh shit, good job, Kelly. So then I had to say, now listen, here's what we're going to do, folks.
Yeah.
So I switched the time around. So he's going to come on with Allie, which I said to Allie, if you're okay with it, Allie, I said, you're like the Barbara Walters of the community. So there's nobody better person at, making, like, connecting relationships wise people, right?
Right.
So yeah, we're just going to do the W5 of the relationship cards and have some fun with it. So I'm looking forward to
That's
it.
great. Yeah, I'll be watching you guys. So you said it's Wednesday?
Sunday at 8.
Sunday at 8. Sunday at 8. Yes, I will be there. I'll be watching that for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be cool.
Yeah, Michael's the best. And of course,
He is.
adore
He's
Allie, so-
nice.
Yeah.
And Debsy, I was in the chat one night and I said that he was coming and she was, okay. So
Well, she'll be there. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
She'll have rose petals and wine, and she's all about him right now.
hey, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Oh, Jalecia wants to know what time zone.
yes,
I'm
it's 8
guessing
p.m.
Eastern.
Eastern, Jaleesa.
Yeah.
8 p.m. Eastern. Listen, Michael he is a fine looking young man. He's a fine looking young man.
He's a very good-looking gentleman. Yes, he is.
Fine looking young man. Absolutely.
He's just a great all-around guy. He's just the best. Yeah, I like him a lot.
Well,
all
if
right.
I said that I wanted to get to know him better, it would sound weird, so I'm not going to say that. But you'll know what I meant by that. It was like, well, all of a sudden I was like, that sounds really creepy, Kelly. Don't say that. I'd like to get to know him better. It's like why I invited him on my channel. No, that's not.
Well played, Kelly. You just reel him in.
Honey, really, he's just a guest.
All right. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No, really, he made relationship cards. They're great.
Yeah, right. That it means nothing.
You know what was so
It's all-
funny? When we were on the Soul Sisters and they asked that question about having sex right away, and I was like, hell no. I was like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, am I not in the show by myself?
that's awesome.
So I was telling Mark that I've invited this guy Michael Dyer, and this is who he is, right? And Mark's like, what was the question he asked? And I'm like, oh, whoops.
Whoopsie. Hey, it's all virtual. It doesn't matter.
I'm like, you mean this shit's still online when I'm finished talking? I'm like, I need to remember that this stuff is on there forever.
Now you've got evidence. So sorry, Kelly.
I mean, I was talking about Henry Cavill. I was talking about,
Right.
Yeah. I have to remember that these programs are still on YouTube when I'm finished talking.
They are.
Like when I
at
hit
this
end
point-
broadcast, they don't disappear. I need to
I
remember
just let whatever fly out of my mouth. I'm like, whatever. So be it. Take me or leave me. Love me or leave me. I don't care.
we love you. We choose love.
Well, I love all you guys, and I need to go. So,
All right, my
hey, I
friend.
hope you stay on for as long as you want. Good luck. See ya. I'll be watching to see what happens. I'll look you up tomorrow and see how long you were on.
Listen, when I'm late, if you hear someone snoring, you'll know it was me. I'll be
Okay.
right here, head plant on my desk. You'll just see the backdrop, and I'll just be like,
All right, love you. I love all you guys. I'm out.
all right, Lisa, thank you for coming. Blessings. Sleep well.
Blessings. Night night.
Bye, friend. See you. Well, that was fun to have Lisa pop by. That's 2 visitors that we've had tonight. Now you guys get to see what I look like up close and personal. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut out anyways, you guys. I mean, honestly, it's been 9 hours and 58 minutes and 20 some odd seconds and counting. which is unbelievable considering I literally just came on here to do my little Think Spirit It's Friday show. And now I'm just shuffling cards for something to do. How about I throw a card for everybody and we just see what we get? Can you guys hear Mark snoring in the background? That's really embarrassing. I am going to make myself a cup of tea when this is over and have myself a piece of cake that my husband made earlier tonight. He made a chocolate cake. So I'm going to have myself a piece of cake and a cup of tea. Oh, thanks, Linda. It was, I mean, listen, it was just a lot of fun. It wasn't a planned thing by any stretch of the imagination. These things really aren't ever planned. It just kind of happened that way. So, all right. So I pulled this card, and this is a lovely way to end this live stream. Wolf Spirit Family. I love the image on this card. And that is exactly how I feel about this community. That's exactly how I feel about all of you guys in the chat that have been hanging out with me for 90% of the evening. Your support is phenomenal, and I appreciate it so very much. So very much. We've just hit the 10-hour mark, and honestly, it looked like I won $1 million there for a second until the second started to move. It was great. My friends, I thank you. I hope that you have a good night's rest, and I hope that you have sweet dreams. I am going to call it a night and get myself some sleep. I hope that you will join me on Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern when I have Ali from Heart and Soul Connected and Michael Dyer here. As I was saying to Lisa, he's created his own set of relationship cards, and so we're going to have some fun with those. And that's about all I have to say at this point. Thank you, Jalicia, for being here. I love you very much. You know that. Linda, I appreciate you being here. It was a pleasure to have you and see you. Cecile, thank you so much for hanging out with me for so many hours. You guys are absolutely awesome. I love you guys. I appreciate you. And until we see each other again, mwah. Blessings. Good night, friends. I'll see you soon, okay? Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate it. Night, everybody. Sleep well.